Warrior lore. Immediately, dark light surged like a tidal wave, sweeping up Huang Di. He flew far away. Huang Di struggled to get out of the black tide. He had a shocked expression. His 7 orifices were spewing out black blood. He burrowed into the ground without even turning around, vanishing. A mere rat wants to fly? He Taisheng scoffed. He looked around and shouted, "Who's next?" Nobody came. He Taisheng had shocking battle strength. He was much stronger than Pai Shuihan and the rest. And the immortals could tell that this person was determined to die. He had surging battle intent. He charged forward with an indomitable will. In this state, his battle strength was even more terrifying. Why did the immortals come to Iron Eagle Blessed Land? To get rich. Since they wanted to get rich, why would they fight to the death with this person? The Gu immortals made way for He Taisheng. They went to other places. The battle unfolded. On one side, the righteous and demonic factions were working together. They had the advantage in numbers. On the other side, He tribe's Gu immortals had the terrain advantage. They had a large number of desolate beast resonance eagles as helpers. The battle raged on. He tribe's Gu immortals were determined to die. They were defending their homeland. They had high battle intent. The righteous and demonic Gu immortals wanted to get rich. They did not want to fight to the death. They were restricted. The intelligence of Gu immortals was not something the Iron Crown Eagles could match. At once, the second line of defense was impregnable. He Taisheng saw that no one was attacking him. He took the initiative to attack. Meng Ji die. He Taisheng shouted angrily. He pounced at the nearest Meng tribe rank 7 Gu immortal. Why would I fear you? Meng Ji was courageous. He retaliated. Boom, boom, boom. Both sides fought. The sky exploded. Air currents rumbled. After a few rounds, Meng Ji, who was proud of his bravery, turned around and ran. He was courageous, but He Taisheng was no longer courageous. He was a lunatic who did not fear death. In his battle with Meng Ji, he had been trading injury for injury, trading life for life. After a few times, Meng Ji could not take it anymore. He retreated. He Taisheng was about to chase when he heard He tribe's Gu immortals calling for help. He wanted to help them. Guanzhou, take this. He Taisheng pounced. Dark light flowed around him, engulfing the surroundings. Guanzhou was a transformation path Gu immortal. He turned into a lion. He shouted loudly, colliding with He Taisheng. At the next moment, Guanzhou's lion form was sent flying like a broken sack. He Taisheng pounced again. Guanzhou let out a strange cry and quickly transformed into a small bird, shooting away like lightning. Coward! He Taisheng snorted coldly. He could not catch up. Looking around, He Taisheng's gaze landed on the nearest rank 7 Gu immortal, Lu Zhuanshen. Lu Zhuanshen was very alert. Warrior lore. Chapter 11:16. In the blink of an eye, a shadow the size of a small mountain crashed towards Qiaodong. At that moment, Qiaodong could not move. He could only shout, "Elder Lu, save me!" Lu Zhuanshen appeared in front of Qiaodong. His body was shining with white light, dispelling the shadow. He Taisheng, with me here, you cannot touch Qiaodong. Lu Zhuanshen looked at the newcomer with intense hostility. The Gu immortals became restless. Be it the dragon eagles or the resonance eagles, they were no longer important. The important thing was that He tribe's Gu immortals had appeared. With the rank 7 Gu immortal He Taisheng at the lead, 7 or 8 rank 6 Gu immortals stood in front of the immortals. He Taisheng looked around before his gaze landed on Lu Zhuanshen. He smiled coldly and asked, "Is that so?" Lu Zhuanshen was shocked. He turned around to look. Qiaodong, who was behind him, he saw He Taisheng coming, floating in the air. He immediately retreated. But his expression was frozen. He Taisheng chased after him. Fear. Lu Zhuanshen had no life force. To Divine Lord Tian Du Divine the mortal Lord killer Tian Du's body life shuddered. Absorption. He left darkness. Immediately. Lu Zhuanshen first cried out in surprise to Free Scholar, and then anger free surged Scholar in his snickered. But this anger quickly disappeared. Boom,
and
boom,
what
boom.
remained was
A moment
faint
later,
sorrow
with a
and
loud
admiration.
sound, Lu Zhuanshen and
Taisheng
Free Scholar were
rivals,
forced to retreat.
They had fought over 100 times.
Taisheng continued to
He knew
fight
that
everywhere.
even though this life
he was
absorption,
unstoppable.
eerie darkness
In the
was
sky,
powerful,
He tribe's
not be
first
used
supreme elder
easily.
side.
He had to pay a
Taisheng,
huge
this
price
child,
every time
he knew that
used it.
Taisheng
Lu
had a forbidden
Zhuanshen
move.
had never seen
He could expend his
Taisheng
lifespan
use such a
to
trump
increase
card
the
at the
power
start
of
of
his
battle.
killer move.
From this,
right now,
Lu
he
Zhuanshen
was fighting
understood.
with his life on the line.
This old rival,
the righteous
that he had fought
and
for
demonic
most of his
Gu
life,
immortals
was already
did not
prepared
intend
to
to
die.
fight to the death.
He wanted to kill
It
as
was
many
true.
as he could.
But just this
After
alone was not
killed
enough to make
Xiaodong,
him invincible.
the morale of the
He
He tribe
made
made
many
many
Gu
Gu
immortals
immortals
suffer.
suffer.
He
These people
was a
all had
veteran.
high cultivation
He used this
level
chance
or
to
profound
mobilize his
methods.
In the previous
At once,
battles,
the
a large
resonance
number
eagles
of weak
formed
Gu
into
immortals
groups.
had already
They
been
were in an
eliminated.
orderly
But no
formation.
matter how strong
He tribe's Gu
Taisheng
immortals
was,
occupied
he could
one
not
area.
reach rank 8.
They attacked
with the
and
power
defended.
of one person.
With the Gu
he
immortals
could not
mobilized,
save the situation.
the second line of
resonance
defense eagles were
stabilized.
captured or
The
killed.
difficulty rose
He tribe
rapidly.
Gu immortals
This
blood
angered the Gu
splattered in
immortals
sky.
who were attacking
Fight.
He tribe.
Fight to the death.
Obstructing someone's
They fought
path
until
to
the
wealth
very
was
last
akin
soldier,
to killing their
until
parents.
only He Taisheng
This was a
was
huge
left.
grudge.
He was
Moreover,
bathed in blood.
He tribe
He
was
stood
weak.
up straight.
Their only
Looking
immortal
at the Gu
Gu
immortals
house around
prison
him
was gone.
He laughed
They were
heartily.
only wary of
Good.
Green City Rampage.
Come and take my life.
The situation
The
had
immortals
already been
looked at
decided.
each other.
He
No one
tribe's Gu
attacked.
immortals were
Lu
merely
Zhuanshen
struggling
had a
before
complex
death.
expression.
I'll fight you.
He knew that He
Pai
Taisheng
was
was
already
the
at
first
the
to
end of his
charge
rope.
forward.
His
He
immortal
waved his
essence
hand,
was expended,
and a boundless
there was
wave
no need to
appeared out
worry
of
about
thin
him.
air. But he could
Sweeping
not
towards
attack.
He Taisheng.
He Taisheng
The waves
grinned.
flew into the
Then
air
let me,
and froze
saying
into
so,
glaciers.
he charged
in an
towards the
instant,
Gu immortals
the temperature
ahead.
plummeted.
Charge.
Be careful.
The final
This
charge.
is Pai Shuahin's
He died in the
signature
middle
killer
of the
move.
charge.
River flow?
Sad.
A He
He
tribe rank
Taisheng.
6 Gu immortal
Strong.
shouted.
He
He
Taisheng
Taisheng chuckled.
Once He
He had a
Taisheng
grudge
died,
against Pai
the
Shuihan
immortals
as
had
well.
no more obstacles.
So he wasn't surprised
They charged
that Pai
towards
Shuihan
He
would
tribe's
attack him.
final line of
You've
defense.
already lost to me.
12 eagles
So how
blocked
can
their
you
path.
be so brave?
Enemy eagles with
He
overflowing
Tiesheng's
eyes
eyes
glowed
glowed
with a dark
absolute
light.
eyebrow
He didn't move
eagles
with
and
divine
merely looked
might.
over.
The
Shadow
White
eagles
Frost
that
River
were
was
fast as
quickly
shadows,
dyed with a layer
whales
of black
swallowing
water,
eagles with
and
strong
after a few
bodies,
breaths,
without
it
exception,
disintegrated.
these
Pai
eagles were
Shuihan
all
gave a
ancient,
muffled
desolate
grunt.
beasts.
Suddenly,
Rank 7
he
battle
spat out a
strength.
mouthful of
He
blood
tribe's
and fell
first
from the
supreme
sky.
elder,
And the
surrounded
rest
by
of the
enemies,
seven descended
using
from the
killer
sky.
moves consecutively.
At this point,
is
they
not
no
a good
longer
idea.
had any
A
hopes
figure
of getting
suddenly
lucky.
appeared
They
behind
imitated
Eben
He
Shang's
Taisheng
head.
and fought.
It was Huang
Ancient
Di.
battle
This
formation
rank 7
Green City
demonic
Rampage.
path Gu immortal
For
had
supreme
contacted
elders
other
worked
demonic
together.
path Gu
It was
immortals
strong
and
enough to
entered
fight
iron
rank 8
Eagle
Gu
blessed land
immortals.
first.
The righteous
Causing the
and
righteous
demonic
path
Gu
to lose their
immortals
advantage.
dispersed.
He had earned a lot.
Resources were more
Now
important.
that he had the chance,
At this point,
he attacked.
everyone had
had cut
earned a
off
lot.
He
But they had
head.
also invested
But
a
He
lot.
Taisheng did
Not
not
only
move.
did they expend
He
a
did
lot of
not
energy,
even turn around.
they also expended a
waved his
lot of
sleeves
immortal
behind
essence.
him. Who would be foolish enough to fight Green City Rampage to the death? Whoever got caught would be unlucky. At the highest point of Iron Eagle blessed land, there were 12 eagle nests of different shapes. These eagle nests were not round ball wood. They were precious rank 8 immortal materials. Immediately, countless Gu immortals fought over them. The scene was simply chaotic. Green City Rampage went on a killing spree. Some unlucky people died at the hands of the 4 supreme elders. Humans die for wealth. Birds die for food. It's too dangerous. Let's go. Let's go. Nian Er Fu carried the unconscious Nian Er Pingji as he retreated secretly. We cannot stay here for long. Pai Shuihan also retreated. He plundered most of the eagle nests. He obtained a large number of rank 8 immortal materials. Some sensible Gu immortals started to retreat. The 12 eagle nests were already destroyed. Suddenly, there was a ripple in the air. A 13th eagle nest appeared. It attracted a lot of attention. The immortals shouted as they pounced. This is mine. Chu Du actually appeared, blocking in front of the immortals. Ah, domination immortal. The immortals were moved. They stopped moving. Chu Du was stronger than He Taisheng. Lu tribe was a super force, but they could not do anything to him. In the huge northern plains Gu immortal world, only people like Qin Baishang could match him. Up until now, everyone was not in a good state, and Chu Du seemed to be fighting for the first time. At once, no one dared to move forward. Chu Du successfully intimidated the immortals. He was about to take this mysterious 13th eagle nest. Green City Rampage charged over. His voice was like thunder. Chu Du, you dare to move? Chu Du smiled coldly. Why not? Boom. Both sides fought fiercely. Green City Rampage's giant was actually sent flying by Chu Du's punch. Even though the ancient battle formation is powerful, it is based on humans.
In your current state, you are not my match. Chu Du stood proudly, looking at the immortals. The immortals' gazes were ready to move, but they were also hoping that someone else would make a move first, so that they could take advantage of the situation. A disorderly mob, Chu Du commented. He attacked again, grabbing at the eagle nest behind him. Suddenly, a shocking change occurred. An immortal goo house appeared, smashing towards Chu Du's forehead. Mortal thatched hut. A goo immortal shouted, recognizing that this was once Dong Fong tribe's immortal goo house. Scram! Chu Du raised his palm, shouting like thunder. Boom! With a muffled sound, mortal thatched hut was actually sent flying by his palm. Gasp! Everyone took in a deep breath. Chu Du successfully kept the 13th eagle nest into his immortal aperture. Next, he focused his gaze on Green City Rampage. The four great supreme elders were in despair. Wait! Just as Chu Du was about to deal the killing blow, a grand voice resounded in the surroundings. An unparalleled aura, like an invisible mountain, came crashing down with a boom. Rank 8 Gu Immortal, Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu. The immortals were shaken. The same name appeared in their minds at the same time. At this point in the Battle of He Tribe, a rank 8 Gu Immortal had finally appeared. It was not accurate to say that he appeared. They could only hear his voice, but not see him. Didn't they say that the rank 8 great experts had already reached an agreement they would not take action personally? Some righteous path Gu immortals who knew the inside story were confused. At the next moment, the immortals heard Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu's voice. He Tribe's battle has ended. The survivors of He Tribe have all joined us. From now on, this place will be our Bai Zhu tribe's territory. We are willing to give up our tribe name and change our surname to Bai Zhu. He Tribe's elders echoed. The immortals were shaken. This was no small matter. The situation of Northern Plains' Gu immortal world had changed. The smart ones knew. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu said this because he had already reached an agreement with the other rank 8 great experts. No need to leave. I will hold a banquet here for 3 days and 3 nights to entertain everyone, Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu said. He Tribe's surviving Gu immortals had twitching expressions. This chaotic land that was still bleeding earlier was actually holding a banquet. This change was too sudden and huge. We are willing to celebrate Bai Zhu tribe. We congratulate Lord Heavenly Lord. The righteous path Gu immortals quickly reached an agreement and spoke. The demonic path and lone immortals were restless. Chu Du snorted coldly. It was extremely ear-piercing. He flicked his sleeves and left. Under everyone's gazes, he slowly flew into the sky. Chapter 11:17. Haha, Domination Immortal, I am going too. Amidst the silence, Feng Zi's laughter could be heard. Then, he was surrounded by a strong gust of wind, and he flew away. Countless gazes were also focused on him. Feng Zi was publicly recognized as the #1 movement expert in Northern Plains. Yao Huang had once tried to capture him but failed. This was Feng Zi's proudest achievement. Chu Du and Feng Zi were daring. They did not give Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu any face. The immortals had many thoughts, but none of them moved. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu did not make a sound either. He watched as the two left. He Tribe's first supreme elder quickly shouted, Lord Heavenly Lord, forget about this Feng Zi. But that Chu Du took away the 13th eagle nest. This eagle nest has He Fan's true inheritance. The immortals heard this and became restless. They conversed in secret. He Fan's name was well known among the immortals. This great expert was the pride of He Tribe's history. He had led He Tribe to become the overlord of Northern Plains. If he was still alive, who would dare to attack He Tribe? No matter, I already know. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu's voice was heard again. He had a plain tone. First Supreme Elder's heart shook. His lips trembled. He wanted to say something but did not speak. Second Supreme Elder suddenly said, Lord Heavenly Lord, Iron Eagle blessed land is about to collapse. If we hold a banquet here, it might not even last half a day. He Tribe's Gu immortals, don't worry. We have been preparing for a long time. At this time, 3 Gu immortals arrived. The immortals looked at them with a sense of realization. These 3 immortals were none other than Bai Zhu Tribe's 3 Gu immortals.
During the entire He tribe battle, they had been watching from the sidelines. They were listening to Heavenly Lord Baizu's arrangements to clean up the battle. Next, Baizu tribe's 3 Gu immortals attacked together, using an immortal killer move. The killer move's effect was immediate. In an instant, Iron Eagle blessed land that was on the verge of collapse stabilized. Seeing this, many righteous and demonic immortals' expressions changed. This immortal killer move was extremely powerful. This was the first time they had seen it. It was not recorded in history. They realized Baizu tribe did not just have Heavenly Lord Baizu. The other Gu immortals could not be underestimated. Gong Air greets Lord Heavenly Monarch. Next, Gong Clan's Gu immortal Gong Air came forward alone. After entering Iron Eagle blessed land, he bowed towards the sky. If rank 9 did not appear, rank 8s would dominate. Gong Air was very arrogant, but facing a rank 8 existence, he had to be respectful. However, he was feeling very depressed. At the final moment of He tribe's battle, Gong Air had wanted to activate Immortal Gu House Golden Dawn Hall to snatch cultivation resources. But Baizu tribe's Gu immortal smiled and told him not to act rashly. Naturally, Gong Air would not listen to their suggestions. However, he soon received a message from the prince's impatience. The gist of the message was, tell him not to act rashly, otherwise, he would become Heavenly Lord Baizu's enemy. If you infuriated Heavenly Lord Baizu and made him kill you, you deserved it. The prince's impatience wouldn't stand up for you. Gong Air heard this. Even though he was extremely unwilling, he didn't dare to make a move and suffered a great loss. In this trip, he mobilized Golden Dawn Hall to help, but the benefits were not worth the effort. Originally, Gong Air wanted to act as the leader of the righteous path, but the other Huang Jin bloodline Gu immortals ignored him. Baizu tribe's 3 Gu immortals responded to his call and went to Golden Dawn Hall as guests. This gave Gong Air a way out, but these 3 immortals had other intentions. Gong Air was representing Gong tribe now. He had no choice but to appear. He greeted Heavenly Lord Baizu, but he was extremely unhappy with the prince's impatience. Damn it, damn it. This time, I was defeated by the prince's impatience. Humph, his surname is not Gong after all. He is just a son-in-law of Gong tribe, an external supreme elder of our tribe. Generally speaking, it was rare for super forces with a family system to have a supreme elder who didn't share the same surname. They were not like Central Continent super sects, which could easily take in external supreme elders. External supreme elders who joined super forces often had to have a close relationship with the tribe's Gu immortals. For example, husband and wife. Or perhaps they could become sworn brothers. Fairy Jiang Yu had once joined He tribe, but on the surface, she was He Cheng's concubine. Princess Impatience's true identity was a spy that Spirit Affinity House had placed in Northern Plains Gu immortal world. He was in charge of overturning Imperial Court blessed land and controlling 88-point Jinyang Tower. In his early years, he had married a female immortal from Gong tribe. Later, with the secret support of Spirit Affinity House, he became a rank 8 Gu immortal and wandered outside, ignoring Gong tribe. Princess Impatience lived in Fengxian Grotto Heaven. He ignored his former Gong tribe wife. He only lived with 2 female Gu immortals, Yulan and Liao. Gong tribe was very unhappy, but Princess Impatience was a rank 8 existence. Gong tribe's Gu immortals could only swallow their anger. This time, while old ancestor Shui who forced Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Baizu to retreat, Gong tribe's Gu immortals thought of a plan. They spread the theory that Princess Impatience could defeat old ancestor Shui Hu. Firstly, they wanted to use Princess Impatience's influence to raise Gong tribe's status in the righteous path. Secondly, they wanted to force Princess Impatience to oppose old ancestor Shui Hu. If the two sides fought, regardless of victory or defeat, it would be beneficial to Gong tribe. This plan could be said to be killing 2 birds with 1 stone, but how could a rank 8 Gu immortal be so easily targeted? This time, Gong Air was taught a lesson. Princess Impatience secretly made an agreement with Heavenly Lord Baizu. It was obvious that Heavenly Lord Baizu had paid a price for it. Princess Impatience concealed this matter and did not inform Gong tribe in advance. He sacrificed Gong tribe's benefits to fill his own pockets. But at the crucial moment, he sent a message, not leaving behind any evidence.
Gong tribe could only suffer this loss, who asked Heavenly Lord Baizu to only target Prince's impatience. Gong tribe did not have a second rank 8. Strength was the basis of an equal conversation. 3 Baizu Gu Immortals stabilized Iron Eagle Blessed Land. Not only did they stabilize it, they even started to repair it. For the next 3 days and 3 nights, Iron Eagle Blessed Land continued to hold a celebration. In He tribe's former headquarters, they announced the rise of Baizu tribe. There was a deep meaning behind this. It was thought-provoking. Almost all the Gu Immortals attended this celebration. Other than Domination Immortal and Windchild, there were exceptions. Other than these two, there might be others. For example, during the Battle of He tribe, the mysterious Gu Immortal who appeared for a brief moment, the existence who controlled ordinary thatched hut. It was unknown if he was hiding among the Immortals, or if he had already slipped away. The Righteous Path Gu Immortals mostly attended the first day of the celebration before taking their leave. The Gong tribe Gu Immortals led by Gong Air were the first to leave. When he left, Gong Air took large strides, but in the eyes of observant people, they could feel the dejection of the Gong tribe Gu Immortals. Next was Nian Air tribe. This superforce only sent 2 Gu Immortals this time. One was rank 7 Space Path Gu Immortal Nian Air Fu. The other was the current generation Sword Sun Nian Air Ping Ji. Even though the latter only had rank 6 cultivation level, he was in the limelight during this battle of He tribe. He could be said to have become famous after this battle, but it was not without a price. Old Monster Corpse Poison, who was at a corner, stared at Nian Air Pingji with hatred, gritting his teeth. The hatred between the two sides was too deep. Ming tribe, Yuan tribe, New Air tribe, Yi Lui tribe, and others left one after another. Lu tribe, Yao tribe, and Guan tribe, these 3 tribes Gu Immortals. They were the last ones to attend the entire banquet. 3 days and 3 nights later, they left. This was giving Baizu tribe enough face. Because these 3 tribes were different from the other Huangjin tribes, their territories in northern plains were the closest to Baizu tribe. They needed to build a good relationship. As for the Demonic Path and Lone Immortals, they also left in 3 days and 3 nights. The stronger they were, the earlier they left. But there were also some Gu Immortal experts. They stayed behind alone, as if they wanted to get close to Baizu tribe. If it were any other Huangjin tribe, they would not have such a grand ceremony. But Heavenly Lord Baizu was a lone cultivator. The Lone Immortals and some Demonic Path Gu Immortals could accept it. Farewell, farewell. Take care. Forgive us for not sending you off. Iron Eagle Blessed Land had been completely repaired in these 3 days. The Blessed Land's entrance opened. He tribe's Gu Immortals and Baizu tribe's Gu Immortals came out. They stood at the entrance and sent them off. They were very polite. The Gu Immortals who left did not belong to any factions. They sighed to themselves. After this battle with He tribe, the situation in Northern Plains Gu Immortal world had changed. He tribe's Gu Immortals surrendered, sending off these Gu Immortals who invaded their blessed land. They definitely did not feel good about it. But Heavenly Lord Baizu made them do this. It was simply a humiliation. Among them, He tribe's first supreme elder felt the deepest emotions. During the battle with He tribe, he was heavily injured. Heavenly Lord Baizu personally healed the other He tribe Gu Immortals. He was the only one left. His face was pale. He dragged his injured body to send off the guests. He coughed out blood from time to time. He was in a pathetic state. He had lost all his face. He tribe's first supreme elder knew clearly. Earlier, I purposely exposed He Fan's true inheritance to make Heavenly Lord Baizu attack Chu Du if I kill him. I can take revenge for Chu Du's invasion. If I cannot kill him and Chu Du escapes, with his personality, he will definitely take revenge on Baizu tribe. But to think that Heavenly Lord Baizu did not attack at all, he knew this was my scheme. So he purposely punished me for the past 3 days. Sadness, pain, hatred, fear. All sorts of emotions mixed together, filling He tribe's first supreme elder's heart. Finally, after sending off the final Gu Immortal, He tribe's Gu Immortals and Baizu tribe's Gu Immortals were summoned by Heavenly Lord Baizu at the highest level of Iron Eagle Blessed Land. In the discussion hall of He tribe, the Immortals met with Heavenly Lord Baizu. We pay respects to Lord Heavenly Lord. The immortals stood on the spot and bowed. Thank you for your hard work. Heavenly Lord Baizu sat on the high seat, smiling. From today onwards, Hay Tribe's Gu immortals will have to change their surname to Baizu. Hay Tribe's resources will be divided by the Northern Plains immortals. It is a foregone conclusion. This is also the agreement that I made with the other rank 8s. In the future, you cannot use this as an excuse to look for trouble. The immortals quickly acknowledged the order. Heavenly Lord Baizu paused for a moment before saying, "But Hay Fan's true inheritance is no small matter. It involves rank 8s. Even if I do not cultivate Time Path, I can use it as a reference. Chu Du does not care about it. I already know the location of Hay Fan Grotto Heaven. After some time, I will be able to forcefully enter and take everything." Heavenly Lord Baizu did not look forward to inheriting Hay Fan's true inheritance. Even Hay Tribe itself could not inherit this true inheritance, let alone an outsider like him. The true treasure was Hay Fan Grotto Heaven, as well as the resources accumulated in it. This was enough to move the hearts of any rank 8s. Hay Tribe's first Supreme Elder heard this and was extremely shocked. The location of Hay Fan Grotto Heaven is the greatest secret of our tribe. Including me, only the 4 Supreme Elders know about it. How could Heavenly Lord Baizu know? Could it be that someone had secretly sided with him? Did they tell him this secret? Realizing this, Hay Tribe's first Supreme Elder felt a chill down his spine. His body shuddered. With a plop, he knelt on the ground, prostrating towards Heavenly Lord Baizu. "I have failed in my task. I have sinned greatly. Lord Heavenly Lord, please punish me." "Oh? What sin did you commit?" Heavenly Lord Baizu looked down at Hay Tribe's first Supreme Elder with a faint smile. Hay Tribe's first Supreme Elder was covered in cold sweat. He could not say that he schemed against Heavenly Lord Baizu 3 days ago. It would be an offense if he said it. Thus, he switched to another topic. "In this battle in Hay Tribe, we predicted that Fang Yuan would appear to take advantage of the situation. The entire battle, we have been using immortal methods to investigate, but we did not find any trace of him. It is my fault that we did not capture Fang Yuan." Heavenly Lord Baizu smiled. "Your investigative methods are truly unique. To think that you can directly identify otherworldly demons. I'm afraid that Fang Yuan did not come. It is a pity. If he appeared, I would definitely capture him. With this bargaining chip, I would not have to pay such a huge price." It turned out that Hay Tribe and Heavenly Lord Baizu had already discussed and set up an ambush against Fang Yuan. The fact that Fang Yuan was the culprit of the Imperial Court case was already widely known. Northern Plains Gu immortals also knew that Fang Yuan had Spring-Autumn Cicada and fixed immortal travel. The battle in Hay Tribe was a great opportunity that was hard to come by in hundreds of years, but Fang Yuan did not come. This was out of the immortals' expectations. After all, with fixed immortal travel, it was very convenient to travel. But they did not know the subsequent twists and turns of the Battle of Etion Mountain. Right now, fixed immortal travel was already under the control of the Celestial Court. As for this investigative immortal killer move that could find otherworldly demons, it had its origin. An otherworldly demon had once appeared in Hay Tribe. When he was a mortal Gu master, he had many shocking performances, attracting the attention of the higher-ups. His famous 4 directions sparrow battle method was something that even Hay Tribe's 4 Supreme Elders enjoyed playing with without getting tired of. After soul-searching, Hay Tribe's Gu immortals found out that this person was an otherworldly demon. Thus, Hay Tribe's Gu immortals researched his body from top to bottom, even though this person's life was expended. But they obtained an immortal killer move that could find otherworldly demons. This secret was only known to Hay Tribe's 4 Supreme Elders. The other Hay Tribe Gu immortals did not know about it. Heavenly Lord Baizu continued, "Forget about Fang Yuan's future. Your Hay Tribe knows how to adapt to circumstances. It is a blessing for you to surrender to my Baizu tribe. I will take action 3 days later and remove the obstruction for you 4 Supreme Elders. You will be able to split up and move freely. Don't worry, as long as you sincerely abandon your past. From now on, you will live as Baizu Tribe's Gu immortals. Think for our tribe and contribute to the tribe. I will not mistreat you." "Yes, we will obey Heavenly Lord's orders." Hey Tribe's Gua mortals quickly responded. Hey Tribe's first Supreme Elder even knelt on the ground, crying tears of gratitude. Heavenly Lord is magnanimous. You do not mind our subordinates' incompetence. We are deeply grateful. You are also thinking for us, resolving our many years of illness. You are truly like a second parent. Saying so, he kowtowed fiercely, tears flowing down his face. But in his heart, there was a cold chill. Heavenly Lord Baizu had great methods. He wanted to dismantle Green City Rampage in the first meeting. This weapon would no longer belong to He Tribe's 4 great Supreme Elders. Heavenly Lord Baizu was extremely satisfied. He gave some words of encouragement before waving the immortals away. He sat there without moving, thinking in his mind. He Tribe's Gua mortals have just joined us. Their status has plummeted. It is like heaven and earth. They must be feeling agitated and unable to calm down. They will not be able to adapt to it. However, this first Supreme Elder of He Tribe has such an attitude. It is already quite good. I did not waste my effort in beating him up. I can spare his life. It is a pity that Feng Yuan did not appear. Otherwise, if I captured him, my gains would be even greater. Now, I can only pay the price myself. To prevent the other rank 8s from interfering in this matter, Heavenly Lord Baizu paid a huge price. Thinking about it made him feel heartache. However, I cannot trap the wolf without sacrificing the child. Right now, Baizu Tribe finally has a foothold in Northern Plains. There is also He Fan Grotto Heaven. If I can take it, I can make up for my previous losses. Of course, I cannot be rash now. I need to recuperate and stabilize the situation. This time, I have already provoked the sensitive nerves of the righteous path. If I attack He Fan Grotto Heaven again, the other rank 8s will not be able to sit still. Thankfully, this time, He Tribe spent all their wealth to feed the righteous and demonic immortals. The various forces are fighting and restraining each other. They will not find trouble with my Baizu Tribe in the short term. Heavenly Lord Baizu thought about it. At this moment, he clearly considered the situation of Baizu Tribe and himself. He could be said to have a clear understanding of the situation. Chapter 11:18. Southern Border. Mountains stood tall. There was a continuous stretch of green. Mountain winds continued to howl. More than 10 Gua immortals were thousands of li apart, forming a huge circle. In the sky above this circle, an elderly Gua immortal was using his immortal essence, concentrating on setting up a formation. A huge formation had already taken shape. It covered a huge range of 100,000 li. It was covering a beautiful and dreamy lump of light. This huge lump of light was colorful and dazzling. It was the giant dream realm. After the battle of Etion Mountain, it had turned into ruins. Spectral Soul was schemed against by Providence. Feng Yuan obtained the fruits of his labor, while his main body was trapped in the dream realm, being continuously expended by the dream realm. Even though the southern border Gua immortals did not know the details of the battle of Etion Mountain, they knew the huge benefits this giant dream realm represented. The Gua immortals here came from southern borders, various righteous path super forces. After a difficult negotiation, they came to an agreement to control this giant dream realm together. This dream realm was too important. None of the super forces could monopolize it. They were also worried that the demonic path and lone immortals would come and take advantage of it. So the righteous path Gua immortals worked together to occupy this place and set up a super Gu formation here to slowly divide the benefits of the dream realm. Rise! The elderly Gua immortal in the sky suddenly shouted. His body burst out with boundless light. Following him, the southern border righteous path Gua immortals also exerted their strength. A large amount of immortal essence was expended. Countless mortal Gu flew around. Immortal Gu flew out of the Gua immortals' hands, landing in suitable locations. Many Gua immortals were sweating profusely. They had nervous expressions. There were even people whose fingers were trembling slightly. They had been setting up the Gu formation here for 9 days and 9 nights. Evidently, the Gua immortals had reached a critical juncture in setting up this super Gu formation. They are about to succeed. Are we still not going to make a move? If we don't, sigh, there is no chance. There are Gu immortal experts hiding around them. I suspect there are even immortal Gu houses guarding them. In that case, a silent exchange unfolded. The demonic path and lone immortals also understood the value of this giant dream realm. Even without this dream realm, a mysterious battle had happened here. Maybe some Gu immortal remains or inheritances were left behind. They were all precious treasures. But the righteous path Gu immortals were extremely cautious. They did not give these demonic path and lone immortals any chances. Helpless, these Gu immortals wisely chose to retreat. Boom! With a loud bang, a huge beam of light shot up into the sky. The pillar of light appeared quickly and disappeared just as quickly. A grand super Gu formation gradually turned invisible, vanishing from the immortal's vision. You've worked hard for many days. I finally succeeded. The old Gu immortal in charge of setting up the formation descended slowly. The righteous path Gu immortals gathered together. In this Gu formation, my Wu clan is using 5 immortal Gu. Therefore, 30% of this dreamland should belong to my Wu clan. Hee, that makes sense. But my Luo clan's immortal Gu are no less than your Wu clan's. What are you talking about? Without all of us working together and expending immortal essence, can this super Gu formation be set up? In my opinion, in terms of contribution, my clan's first supreme elder, Lord Chi Chuyu, was the one in charge of setting up the Gu formation. He is the undisputed number 1. Even though the super Gu formation was set up, the righteous path Gu immortals had not decided on how to split the dream realm yet. At once, the discussions became louder and louder. They started to quarrel. There was no result from quarreling. The righteous path Gu immortals left on bad terms. They started to make plans for their own benefits. A few days later, Shangliang Mountain. Xian Ci greets Lady Qing Qing. Shang Xian Ci bowed. Shang Qing Qing looked at Shang Xian Ci, nodding in satisfaction. I was not wrong about you. You have been the clan leader these days. You have done well. Shang clan members are showing signs of loyalty. Xian Ci's achievements today were all thanks to Lady Qing Qing's guidance. It's all thanks to Lord Qing Qing's guidance. Shang Xian Ci sincerely thanked him. Shang Qing Qing went straight to the point. I called you here because I have something to ask you. After you became the clan leader, the first thing you did was to get rid of the Black and White Demon's arrest warrants. Do you know? Your brother Black Demon is not Fang Jing. He is Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan? Shang Xian Ci was confused. She had not expected that Lady Shang Qing Qing would call her here to talk about her brother Black Demon. Shang Xian Ci became the clan leader of Shang clan. She had broadened her horizons. She knew many secrets. She even knew that this beautiful fairy in front of her was a high and mighty Gu immortal who looked down on mortals. This Gu immortal was actually talking to her about a mortal Gu master. How could she not be confused? Shang Qing Qing said solemnly, Xian Ci, listen to what I am going to say. Every word is important. Yes, I will listen to your teachings. This black demon Fangjing that you know, his real name is Gue Fang Yuan. He has a huge origin. It is not a small matter. He is elusive and extremely dangerous. He is a demonic path Gu immortal. He committed a huge crime. Now, not only southern border, even central continent, northern plains, eastern sea, and western desert Gu immortals are chasing after him. Shang Qing Qing said in a low tone. Shang Xian Ci's mouth was wide open. She was dumbfounded. At once, she felt like she was hearing things. When did Brother Black Demon become an immortal? And even Lady Shang Qing Qing was so wary of him. Don't doubt your ears. Why would I joke about this? You had a relationship with the demon Fang Yuan. Tell me everything now. Shang Qing Qing asked. Ah, yes. Shang Xian Ci finally regained her senses. She recalled. I first met Brother Black Demon in the caravan. He was actually a good person. He helped me out of trouble. As Shang Xian Ci recalled the past, she could not help but reveal a trace of gentleness on her face. Throughout the process, Shang Qing Qing listened quietly, not saying a word. After Shang Xian Ci finished speaking, she mustered all her courage and explained for Fang Yuan. Lady Qing Qing, I think there is a mistake. Fang Jing, Brother Fang Yuan is just a mortal Gu master. How can he be a great demon that harms the world? Hee. Shang Qing Qing showed a mocking smile. If he is not a great demon, who is? His craftiness and viciousness is not something you can imagine. He caused a huge commotion in Northern Plains' Gu immortal world. Central Continent's celestial court could not catch him. Nobody knows where he is, what evil deeds he is doing, or what schemes he is plotting. Your relationship with him isn't as simple as you think it is. I can tell that he's scheming something. Do you know? Because of your relationship with him, my entire Shang clan is facing pressure from southern borders Gu immortals. From today onwards, you have to cut all ties with him. You have nothing to do with him. Be a good Shang clan leader. You can leave now. Shang Xinci had no choice but to leave. You are letting her go just like that? After Shang Xinci left, a figure appeared beside Shang Qing. This immortal was thin and had a dark expression. It was Shang Clan Gu immortal Shang Tanimo. Shang Qing smiled. What else can I do? Shang Tanimo said with a serious expression. We cannot believe her words. We need to soul search her and find out what happened. Shang Qing smiled even more brightly. Look at this. Saying so, she stretched out her hand from her sleeves. Her hand was pale. It was like a tree trunk. There were small flowers growing on her fingernails. Shang Tanimo saw this and was slightly stunned. I forgot. You have this immortal killer move. It is much more reliable than soul searching. I already know about the relationship between that Feng Yuan and Shang Clan. He came to Shang Clan City to seek cultivation opportunities, as expected of someone who has spring-autumn cicada. This is not a big deal. He did not set up any traps. Shang Qing said. Shang Tanimo nodded. Then I am assured. But how do we explain to those people outside? Shang Qing smiled coldly. Them? They just want to obtain more dream realms, so they used Feng Yuan as an excuse to attack Shang Clan. The results of my investigation are enough to shut their mouths. Shang Tanmo's eyes shined with bright light. He raised his head and looked far away. His gaze seemed to pierce through Shang Liang Mountain, looking at the giant dream realm. Maybe. Our Shang Clan Gu immortals have been polite for too long. Others think that we are not good at fighting. The situation was constantly changing. In Northern Plains, He Tribe's battle had already ended, but there were still some lingering effects. The righteous and demonic factions, as well as lone immortals, had their own gains. He Tribe was destroyed. Baizu Tribe replaced it, changing the situation of the Gu immortal world. And in southern border, the giant dream realm revolved around the righteous path Gu immortals. They worked together and were superior. They first excluded the demonic path and lone immortals. But in the righteous path, a battle to divide the giant dream realm was about to begin. No matter when or where, all sorts of scenes of pursuing benefits were happening. More than 10 days passed like this. Northern Plains, Northern Icy Plain. Feng Yuan placed his immortal aperture down. He looked up at the sky as he muttered, "The third earthly calamity has finally arrived." Heaven and earth chi rumbled endlessly. There were no clouds or mist. The sovereign immortal aperture had a strange scene of peaceful weather. One by one, birds appeared out of thin air. Their bodies were glowing with a faint green light. They flew extremely quickly. In front of Feng Yuan's eyes, they were like long lines of light. The birds' cries were crisp and clear. They contained endless life force. Spring Oriole. Feng Yuan's pupils shrunk. He recognized this bird. Even though it was small and looked like a sparrow, it was a true desolate beast. This bird is very special among desolate beasts. It has a large number of rule path life marks. But its lifespan is very short. After hatching from an egg, it can fly in the sky. Everywhere it goes, Dao marks will spread out from its body, changing the world and giving it endless life force. After a dozen or so breaths of time, it will die of old age. Feng Yuan thought to himself. He saw that in this Kokita-hara, the ground that was originally covered in a thin layer of ice and snow had already started to grow green sprouts. Soon, under the influence of Spring Oriole, the grass grew taller. There were even some wild flowers in it. Chapter 11:19. The chirping of birds was crisp and sweet. They did not stop. In the sovereign immortal aperture's Kokita-hara, the desolate land that was covered in frost was now filled with endless greenery. The power of the earthly calamity was immense. After more than 10 breaths of time, the
The surrounding 100,000 li around Feng Yuan had turned into a grassland of greenery. The vegetation was lush. There were many flowers and plants. It was like the world had changed. Feng Yuan stood at the peak of Dang Hun Mountain with a solemn expression. He was on full alert. This was his third earthly calamity. He brought Dang Hun Mountain with him again. But the current situation was very strange. The spring oriole transformed from the earthly calamity's power was helping Feng Yuan to develop his immortal aperture. Half a month ago, when Jewel Yellow Skies reopened, Feng Yuan did not choose to take the risk of going to He Tribe. He returned to develop the sovereign immortal aperture. He managed many places, but Kokita-hara was always used by Feng Yuan as a place to undergo tribulation. It was not developed. But now, this earthly calamity was helping Feng Yuan. It was out of Feng Yuan's expectations. This was undoubtedly a good thing for Feng Yuan. But providence is unpredictable. It will not be so kind. There must be an ambush or follow-up. I will observe the situation for now. Feng Yuan stood at the peak of Dang Hun Mountain, observing carefully. Kokita-hara was very big. The grassland formed by the earthly calamity did not cover the whole of Kokita-hara. It only covered a patch of white land with Dang Hun Mountain as the center. Looking around, the greenery became denser. Soon, saplings were uprooted and growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this rate, this place was going to form a huge forest with a radius of 50,000 li. Feng Yuan was surprised and overjoyed. The power of the earthly calamity was mostly destructive to the people of the world. This time, it was used to develop the immortal aperture. The effect was shocking. If Feng Yuan were to replant this forest and grassland, he would need to spend a lot of time and effort. Spring orioles' lifespan was extremely short. They died one by one, turning into a dark green radiance that dissipated into the sky. But at the same time, a brand new spring oriole was formed, one after another. For a moment, the sky was filled with the silhouettes of these wild birds. There were many of them. Like a flock of sparrows, it was a magnificent sight. Wait, Feng Yuan's expression suddenly changed. Go. He thought of something and shouted in a low voice, pointing with his finger. Suddenly, a sword ray flew out. As fast as lightning. Rank 7 Immortal Goo Flying Sword. Although Spring Oriole was fast, she couldn't keep up with this sword ray. However, it was nimble and didn't move in a straight line. It took Feng Yuan some effort to destroy one. A surge of true intent followed, pouring into Feng Yuan's heart. In an instant, Feng Yuan seemed to have become a spring oriole, from birth to flight, and then to death. In a short period of time, after experiencing life and death, one's state of mind would change accordingly. Feng Yuan completely absorbed this true intent. His eyes became clear again. He was now a transformation path grandmaster. Absorbing reckless savage's true intent was no longer as difficult as before. In the past, he was like an empty basin filled with buckets of water. Now that he was absorbing reckless savage's true intent, he was like a well that contained buckets of water. It was much easier for him. Feng Yuan's brows furrowed. This time, he understood Providence's scheme. Feng Yuan's earthly calamity was very special because of the immortal tribulation tempering aperture in the northern icy plain. It caused his earthly calamity to split into two parts. One was Providence's control, the other was reckless savage's true intent's influence. In the previous two earthly calamities, the portion controlled by Providence formed first, while the portion affected by reckless savage's true intent appeared later. But in the third earthly calamity, the portion affected by reckless savage's true intent appeared first. This was Feng Yuan's expectations. After all, this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Feng Yuan suffered a small loss. Reckless savage's true intent was compared to the construction of blessed lands. Of course, the former was more important, the latter was secondary. Because reckless savage's true intent could directly raise his transformation path attainment level, and it could only be used during each tribulation, the risk and cost were very high. As for the construction of blessed lands, it could be done at any time. Providence knows about my vigilance. This is a good scheme. It is wary of my transformation path attainment level rising rapidly, causing me to waste a lot of reckless savage's true intent. Feng Yuan laughed heartily, but he was not discouraged.
Like a bolt of lightning, he soared into the sky. In the air, his body shook as countless Strength Path phantoms appeared. Strength Path killer move, myriad self. 10,000 of me charged over, forming a majestic tide of people, sweeping up the spring dawn jade orioles along the way. Spring oriole was a desolate bird after all. It moved freely in the crowd of myriad self, chirping continuously. Fang Yuan saw that myriad self was not effective. He quickly used another method. Immortal killer move. Sword wave triple layered. Swish, swish, swish. Silver-white sword wave surged with endless sharpness as it pushed forward. Spring Oriole's speed was slightly faster than sword wave. Fang Yuan's triple-layered sword wave killed a few, but the effect was not great. He frowned as he realized. The previous two earthly calamities let Providence know a lot about me. Be it myriad self or sword wave triple layered, their weaknesses are known. This earthly calamity formed Spring Oriole. It targets these two killer moves. Providence purposely targeted them. It shows how deep their intentions are. In the previous earthly calamity, there were wind blades as well. But Fang Yuan had Dang Hun Mountain. Using it as a camp, it had a great defensive effect. But in the current situation, even though Fang Yuan brought Dang Hun Mountain, Spring Oriole was formed from Reckless Savage's true intent. Fang Yuan could not ignore it and defend. He had to take the initiative to attack, otherwise, he would lose his greatest gains. Thankfully, I retrieved Flying Sword Immortal Goo. Fang Yuan activated this rank 7 Immortal Goo. Sword Light rampaged with a single thought from him. Spring Dawn Jade Orioles died at Fang Yuan's hands one after another, but even more Spring Dawn Jade Orioles died on their own. If it was not Fang Yuan who ended Spring Oriole, there would be no infusion of Reckless Savage's true intent. Providence purposely schemed this time. Fang Yuan was schemed against. His losses were not small. This was not just the loss of Reckless Savage's true intent. There was also the loss of Green Grape Immortal Essence. Even though Flying Sword Immortal Goo was powerful, it was rank 7. Every time it was activated, it expended a lot of Green Grape Immortal Essence. But each attack could only kill one Spring Oriole. Fang Yuan was like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. It was not effective. It seems that I will need new methods for the next tribulation. Old methods are becoming more and more useless. Fang Yuan could not help but think of Wisdom Goo. If the light of wisdom could be used, this problem would be easily resolved. With his Grandmaster attainment level and wisdom path methods, he could deduce an immortal killer move. It was as simple as drinking water. Unfortunately, even though Fang Yuan had an immortal zombie body, he did not dare to take the risk. The earthly calamity continued. After 15 minutes, there were still endless Spring Oriole being produced. In Kokitahara, not only was there green grass, a huge forest had already formed. The forest was filled with towering trees that were tens of feet tall. Their trunks were like pillars. During this period, Fang Yuan tried other methods, like poison spitting. In the previous earthly calamity, this killer move was extremely effective, but this time, it was completely ineffective against Spring Oriole. Howl, howl, howl. In the vast forest, the trees raised their heads and let out a cry. Next, they suddenly rose from the ground and turned into giant tree men. Fang Yuan immediately noticed the changes on the ground. He sneered. It seems that this is the part that Providence controls. Hee hee. Fortunately, I was vigilant and eradicated half of the forest. Now it seems my defense is truly adequate. Countless tree men pulled out their roots from the ground, charging towards Dang Hun Mountain. They were slow, but their bodies were thick and sturdy. Fang Yuan's thoughts changed. He chose to defend himself. He landed on the peak of Dang Hun Mountain, looking at the tree men charging towards him from all directions. Patches of green were thick and dense. It was like the entire forest was pushing towards him. He felt suffocated. Fang Yuan pointed with his finger. Probing attack. Flying Sword Immortal Goo charged forward, turning into a white rainbow as it pierced a distance of 50 to 60 li. All the tree ants along the way were pierced. These tree men stopped moving. But soon, their injuries healed. They recovered and continued to crawl towards Dang Hun Mountain. Fang Yuan used 3 layers of sword wave. The dazzling sword wave engulfed a large number of tree men with a loud sound. Not even a single fragment was left. The effect was great. But soon, the tree men at the back filled up the gap. Fong Yuan frowned. These tree men are not desolate beasts, but they are not far from it. Not only are they tough, they can also absorb life force and recover rapidly. As for where the life force came from, it was naturally Spring Oriole. Ever since the first earthly calamity, even though Providence could not control all of the earthly calamity's power, it could coordinate with the portion affected by reckless savage's true meaning. Last time, it was the cold moon and wind blades. This time, it was the tree men and Spring Oriole. They were both closely coordinated. The effect was extraordinary. Fong Yuan opened his mouth and breathed out a mouthful of poisonous gas. The poisonous gas spread in all directions among the tree ants. Dozens of tree ants moved slowly on the spot, and their lush green leaves were dyed purple. After a few breaths of time, their movements became slower and slower. Eventually, they fell to the ground with a loud thud. Their trunks and leaves started to rot, turning into a pile of rotten leaves. The effect of the killer move poison spit was also quite good. Unfortunately, Fong Yuan could not use this killer move continuously. There were strong repercussions. He had to get rid of the poisonous gas left behind in his body, otherwise, he might even poison himself to death. The tree men started to climb Dang Hun Mountain. Soon, these tree men got a taste of Dang Hun Mountain's power. Their souls shook, their bodies trembled, large amounts of leaves fell off. But even so, the densely packed tall tree people advanced wave after wave, pushing each other, squeezing their way up the mountain. Dang Hun Mountain was indeed a secluded domain of heaven and earth. Just at the foot of the mountain, over 100 tree men died. Fong Yuan did not even waste a bit of immortal essence. Fong Yuan looked down at the scene. His frown became deeper. Even though these tree men were troublesome, they posed little threat. Because they moved slowly, Fong Yuan could use guerrilla tactics to kill these tree men. Fong Yuan felt that something was wrong. This earthly calamity was too easy. Could it be that Providence felt that they could not get rid of me in one go? So their focus this time is to exhaust my foundation? Chapter 11:20. To exterminate these tree men, a vast amount of immortal essence would be expended. These tree men were more numerous than the snow monsters during the first earthly calamity, and they had strong recovery abilities. Fong Yuan could already see many broken branches that were inserted into the soil. New sprouts would sprout in the blink of an eye. Unless he used a killer move like triple-layered sword wave to exterminate these tree men, he would not be able to get rid of any future problems. Otherwise, these trees would expend a lot of earth chi in his immortal aperture to grow. But using triple-layered sword wave or flying sword immortal goo to exterminate these tree men was too much of a waste. If I were a fire path goo immortal, this situation would not be a problem. Fong Yuan was thinking of this when he suddenly heard a loud sound. From the fallen tree man corpses, flames rose up. The flames burned rapidly. In the blink of an eye, they spread and engulfed countless tree men. The flames attached themselves to these tree men. The intense fire continued to burn, turning these tree men into charcoal. Their leaves melted and soon, a large number of them died. The flames were nourished by the tree men. They became even more vigorous. The flames were now 50 to 60 feet above the ground. Intense heat waves assaulted Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan was stunned. What was going on? Evidently, this was also a transformation of the earthly calamity. But why was the earthly calamity burning itself like this? What was Providence trying to do? Was it helping Fong Yuan solve his problem? Fong Yuan quickly denied this thought. What a joke. Why would Providence help him? Roar. From the soaring flames, a huge figure suddenly stood up. From the orange-red flames, a giant that was 180 feet tall appeared. This is... Fong Yuan's pupils shrunk to pin size. He subconsciously gritted his teeth. Giant calamity blazing tree. This was an ancient, desolate plant. According to historical records, immemorial red heaven often had such giant calamity blazing trees. But this ancient, desolate plant was very rare in the 5 regions. But it was not extinct. The predecessor of the giant calamity blazing tree could be any kind of tree in the world. After the forest fire, countless lives were burned to death. There was a certain probability that it would form the great calamity blazing tree. The giant disaster incinerating tree's entire body was surrounded by scorching flames. It burned all year round, making it difficult for anything to approach it. What was even more impressive was, this kind of giant disaster blazing tree would also bring countless misfortunes and disasters to the living beings that came close to it. Providence is really treacherous. Evidently, I have luck immortal goo protecting me. Providence saw through this and created giant disaster blazing tree. You're ruining my fortune. Fang Yuan felt that this was a huge challenge. Under normal circumstances, if he encountered a giant disaster blazing tree in the wild, he would have wisely stayed away. But it was different now. This giant calamity blazing tree had appeared in his sovereign immortal aperture. Not only was it absorbing the immortal aperture's earth chi, it was also bringing calamities and bad luck to offset his luck. If he sat back and did nothing, Fang Yuan would be plagued by bad luck after a period of time, and everything would go wrong. In fact, a catastrophe might befall them. As for refining immortal goo, don't even think about it. The flames soared into the sky, causing the wood to crackle. The location of the blazing tree was very special. It was near Danghun Mountain. Even though Fang Yuan used his defensive methods, his eyebrows and hair were still curling from the high temperature. This is only the outermost area, but it already has such a high temperature, not to mention the surface of the blazing tree. Fang Yuan sighed as he left. He directly left Danghun Mountain. Anyway, he had landscape as before. As long as Danghun Mountain was destroyed, it could be restored. The problem now was how to destroy this tree. The giant calamity blazing tree was almost at the waist of Danghun Mountain. Sword marks targeting death. Sword wave triple layered. Poison spit. Fang Yuan tried several moves, but the effect was not ideal. Before the poison could even get close, it was burned clean by the flames. Flying sword immortal goo penetrated the entire blazing tree trunk and flew back to Fang Yuan's hand. This attack, the entire giant calamity blazing tree shook intensely, but it soon returned to normal. As for sword wave triple layered, it extinguished the flames and charged towards the blazing tree, cutting off many leaves. But soon, the flames in the sky returned to normal. The blazing tree rapidly recovered. Its injuries were gone in a few breaths of time. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. Immortal chi surged out of his body as he shouted, "Strength path giant hand." There was a deafening rumble. A giant hand appeared out of nowhere, pushing the air aside. It grabbed at the blazing tree with an overwhelming aura. But the blazing tree was huge. It was almost half of Danghun Mountain. The strength path giant hand grabbed the giant calamity blazing tree, trying to lift it up. But Fang Yuan tried for a long time, but there was no effect. The giant calamity blazing tree's countless roots were like dragons and pythons. They dug deep into the ground and absorbed earth chi. It also relied on the spring oriole that was flying in the sky to replenish its life force. It was as stable as Mount Tai, unmoving. As time dragged on, the entire strength path giant hand started to melt in the flames. Soon, half of it was gone. Fang Yuan dispelled this giant hand. His thoughts changed as he thought of another plan. Rumble. A second strength path giant hand flew out, but this time, it did not grab the giant calamity blazing tree, but Danghun Mountain. Fang Yuan could not lift the giant calamity blazing tree, but the strength path giant hand had the power of pulling mountain immortal goo. It could lift Danghun Mountain. Whoosh! Wind blew intensely. Danghun Mountain was pulled into the sky by Fang Yuan. He threw it towards the giant calamity blazing tree. A huge sound was heard. The entire ground shook intensely. The giant calamity blazing tree was pressed under the mountain. Its blazing flames were no longer arrogant. They only stretched out from the foot of the mountain, forming a huge ring of fire around the foot of the mountain. Fang Yuan floated in the air, looking down at the battlefield expressionlessly. The giant calamity blazing tree could not turn back. It was being tortured by the soul path Dao marks on Danghun Mountain, but its life force was extremely strong. It was still resisting and struggling. The blazing flames started to roast Danghun Mountain. Some of the mountain rocks were turned into mud. It was not so easy to get rid of the giant calamity blazing tree. Fang Yuan had a heavy heart. He looked around. His vision was red. Sea of fire. The flames had already spread to the entire forest and grassland. As expected, Providence's construction was just a foundation for the giant calamity blazing tree. How could it be so easy? Feng Yuan's breathing became rough. He saw that giant calamity blazing trees were forming one after another in the sea of fire. Their roots were deeply inserted into the ground, absorbing earth qi to strengthen themselves. The previous one had not been eliminated yet. Now, there were so many. Not just that, these giant calamity blazing trees were roaring. They stood up and turned into giant blazing tree men. They only had one target. That was Feng Yuan, who was in the sky. Boom, boom, boom. At the bottom of Deng Hun Mountain, the first giant calamity blazing tree had also turned into a tree man. It was very restless. It was trying to topple the mountain. Its strength was shocking. Every struggle caused Deng Hun Mountain to shake intensely. Every time it struggled, Deng Hun Mountain shook intensely, emitting a terrifying sound. In an instant, the situation had worsened to the point of no return. Feng Yuan could ignore the snow monsters earlier. He could deal with them slowly. But these giant calamity blazing tree men could not be ignored. Even though they moved slowly, they had a huge impact on the immortal aperture. Not only did they absorb earth qi, the sovereign immortal aperture's foundation would be damaged. It would also ruin Feng Yuan's luck. What should he do? The light of the fire shone on Feng Yuan's face. He was originally calm. Suddenly, he smiled. Fortunately, I still have a backup plan. At the same time, far away in southern border, Shang Xinci looked at the fire in front of her in a daze. Within the fire, Feng Yuan's face seemed to appear. Brother Black Demon? Shang Xinci muttered in her mind. Tribe Leader, Lord Tribe Leader? A soft voice could be heard. Shang Xinci regained her senses. She saw Xiao Lan, Xiao Dai, Lady Wei, Zhou Quan, and the other subordinates. Sorry, I was distracted again. Shang Xinci quickly apologized. Missy, this is the third time you have been distracted. Xiao Lan muttered. I was rude. I am really sorry. I'm really sorry. Shang Xinci quickly apologized. Zhou Quan looked at Lady Wei without changing his expression. He coughed. Then, let's continue our previous topic. How to take back those former young tribe leaders of Shang clan. The Gu master groups that they control. After the discussion ended, everyone left the hall. Xiao Dai, what happened to tribe leader recently? Why does she seem to be distracted? Zhou Quan asked. Xiao Dai had a worried expression. I am not sure. It seems that tribe leader was summoned by the higher-ups. After she returned, she became like this. The higher-ups? Zhou Quan's expression changed. He knew about the existence of Shang clan's Gu immortals now. This matter concerned Gu immortals. He could not handle it. Yifan could not bear it anymore. I will go talk to Lady Xinci. Maybe as an outsider, I can gain something. Young Master Yi is not an outsider. Xiao Lan smiled. Then I will have to trouble young Master Yi. Lady Wei nodded, agreeing to this suggestion. A moment later, Yifan arrived at Shang Xinci's study room. The door of the study room was ajar. Yifan peeked through the gap and saw that Shang Xinci was holding a thin piece of paper, inspecting it. She was so engrossed in it that Yifan purposely made heavy footsteps, but she did not notice it. Yifan was about to cough to alert Shang Xinci of his arrival. But soon, he heard Shang Xinci's soft voice. Brother Black Demon, what kind of person are you? Yifan's mind shook. He instantly realized that the thin piece of paper in Shang Xinci's hands was none other than Black Demon's arrest warrant. On it was Black Demon's portrait. Yifan felt extremely empty in his heart. His originally strong limbs felt weak and powerless. He stood outside the door, hesitating for a long time before gritting his teeth, turning around and leaving quietly. From start to finish, Shang Xinci did not notice him. Yifan left the city lord's manor, arriving at a street. This was Shangliang Mountain, an important place for Shang clan. It was brightly lit and bustling. But Yifan had a gloomy expression. He was asking himself a question. Black Demon, what kind of person are you? Northern Icy Plain. Chu Du's hands were behind his back. He looked at the vast icy plain. Suddenly, his body shook. It's here. He received Feng Yuan's transmission.
He quickly activated his immortal goo. Rank 7 immortal goo calamity beckoning. At the next moment, the entrance of sovereign blessed land opened. First, Spring Oriole was pulled out of the blessed land by a formless force through the entrance. Next, giant calamity blazing trees were pulled out by a mysterious force that could not resist. They were indignant, they were furious. Thunder rumbled in the sky. Providence was also furious. But it was useless. About 2 hours later, the third earthly calamity ended. Feng Yuan stored his immortal aperture, appearing on the northern icy plain. Chu Du obtained a lot of reckless savage's true meaning, he shouted excitedly. The road is long and arduous. After a few autumns, I have finally obtained Azure Cloud's blessing. Azure Cloud has entrusted me to observe the world. I can see everything in this world. His voice reverberated in heaven and earth, echoing in the clouds. He had the heroic aura of a domination immortal. Sir, may I ask for your name? Chu Du bowed to Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan smiled, reciting, The winding road is narrow to heaven and earth. Calamities and tribulations are insignificant. Life and death are insignificant. My body is like a willow fluttering in the wind, be it clouds or mud. My will is one. Chapter 11:21. Time passed quickly. Several days passed in the blink of an eye. Langya blessed land. Inside the Cloud City, Feng Yuan was meditating in a secret room. Using connecting heaven goo, his divine sense was communicating with a certain female goo immortals will in jewel yellow skies. The quality of your pill azure incense is clearly lower than the one sold by goo immortal Shizi. Lower the price. Feng Yuan bargained. But that female goo immortal was not like Feng Yuan. She did not spread out her divine sense to manage the business. What she placed in jewel yellow skies, other than the goods that she wanted to sell, was her will. Unfortunately, this will was the unyielding will. It was the most stubborn kind. As expected, the female immortal shook her head and refused without any hesitation. This is the selling price. If you want to buy it, then buy it. If not, then forget it. Feng Yuan was not resigned. He continued to try. Reconsider? I want a lot of goods. The unyielding will was stubborn. She did not give in. Feng Yuan was a little sullen. These last days, he had been operating the sovereign immortal aperture. He had to transact with jewel yellow skies. Not only did he sell his own resources, he also had to purchase other resources. But after the third earthly calamity, he was clearly not doing things smoothly. The female immortal's unyielding will was one of them. This situation was still good. Recently, Feng Yuan often encountered goo immortals joining in and raising the price maliciously, or when there was a shortage of goods, they were cleared out by rank 8 grade experts. Even though I have the protection of luck, during the third earthly calamity, I encountered the giant disaster blazing tree. It ruined a lot of my luck. Thinking of the third earthly calamity that he had just passed, Feng Yuan sighed. If not for the third earthly calamity, I would have thought about it for a long time and decided to cooperate with Chu Du. Otherwise, it would have been a disaster. Even if I passed it, I would have suffered heavy injuries and bad luck. In this current situation, it is just a slight hindrance. It is not a big problem for my cultivation. Feng Yuan quickly collected his thoughts and continued to negotiate with the female deity in the jewel yellow skies. Since the female immortal did not agree to lower the price, Feng Yuan could only pinch his nose and accept it. Your pill azure incense. I bought them all. This female goo immortal was stunned for a moment. Feng Yuan was indeed spending a lot of money. For this transaction, he would have to pay close to 10,000 immortal yuan stones. However, Feng Yuan remained calm and collected. After a period of accumulation, he was very rich. Even though he had survived the third earthly calamity, he had expended a great deal of green grape immortal essence. As for the immortal yuan stone, he was still able to take out close to 10,000 pieces. After buying the Danqing incense, Feng Yuan withdrew his divine sense and stopped paying attention to jewel yellow skies. After inspecting it carefully, he confirmed that there were no problems with the pill azure incense before moving it into the sovereign immortal aperture. His mind entered his immortal aperture. The sovereign immortal aperture was divided into 5 regions and 9 heavens. Fang Yuan had arranged Strength Path immortal zombies in every place. Soon, a Strength Path immortal zombie flew over under his control and used goo worms to receive the Danqing incense. There was no other way. His sovereign immortal aperture space was too big. He could only use these Strength Path immortal zombies. Whenever this happened, Fang Yuan could not help but think of Hu Immortal Land Spirit and Star Form Land Spirit. If there was a land spirit, he could let the land spirit do the work for him. He would not need to worry about it. A land spirit was like the manager of a blessed land. It was very convenient to have a land spirit. But unfortunately, Fang Yuan had never heard of a land spirit appearing in a Gu Immortal's immortal aperture before they died. This Danqing incense. It was like a jade-colored smoke. It shrouded the entire area. Fang Yuan placed all of the Danqing incense into mini azure sky. It caused a large part of the sky to turn dark. Even though Strength Path immortal zombies could not smell it, the Danqing incense's fragrance was very beautiful. It was like the fragrance of ink or grass. It was elegant and distant. Fang Yuan arranged the Danqing incense. He set up some goo formations. These goo formations were made of mortal goo. They had no other use but to confine the Danqing incense to a certain area, preventing it from spreading. I stored so much at once. It is enough to feed Change Soul Immortal Goo 3 times. Fang Yuan was quite satisfied. However, the Pill Azure incense could not be replenished by itself with every bit used. If he had to produce Danqing incense himself, it would be troublesome. The environment for Danqing incense to be produced required primeval essence, red crown crane groups, green pine forests, ink bamboo forests, as well as fragrance goo. These 4 types included beasts, plants, and goo. Not only that, there was a strict requirement for the quantity of each type. If there was more of them, they could produce Danqing incense. And this requirement was an industry secret. The Goo Immortals who sold this Danqing incense strictly controlled it. It was hard for it to be leaked. Currently, Fang Yuan could only store these Pill Azure incense and use it for now. Danqing incense was the food for Change Soul Immortal Goo, but thankfully, there were many people selling this resource in jewel yellow skies. Fang Yuan had stockpiled such a large amount this time. It was enough to last for some time. After inspecting it again, Fang Yuan made some slight adjustments to the goo formation here. He took a final look and saw that in mini azure sky, there was a small patch of dense green spots. It was different from before. Even though Fang Yuan developed and constructed his immortal aperture, overall, the sovereign immortal aperture was still barren and barren. Most importantly, the sovereign immortal aperture space was simply too huge. The resources that Fang Yuan had invested in would have filled up the immortal aperture of other Goo Immortals. Speaking of which, Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture contained a lot of Dao marks, but to affect such a large area, the effect of the Dao marks was much weaker. Fang Yuan's divine sense that was left in mini azure sky. Danqing incense was arranged properly. It meant that Fang Yuan's immortal aperture development had reached a certain stage. Before this, Fang Yuan had already purchased several batches of resources, solving the problem of the food for sword eyebrows, wave sword, flying sword, and other rank 7 immortal goo. The feeding of rank 8 and 7 immortal goo has been arranged properly. This way, it is time to deal with those rank 6 immortal goo when I construct my immortal aperture. Fang Yuan planned. When Goo Immortals construct their immortal aperture, the first basic requirement was to be able to feed their immortal goo and be self-sufficient. Fang Yuan was a Strength Path immortal zombie before. His immortal aperture was dead, so he did not follow the rules. Now that he was reborn, he worked steadily and had already solved the problem of feeding rank 8 and 7 immortal goo. Next were those rank 6 immortal goo. It had to be said, Fang Yuan had too many immortal goo. It would scare people to death if they said it out loud. But there was no helping it. Fang Yuan needed to raise so many immortal goo. Not only did he have to resist calamities and tribulations and providence, he also had to deal with other Goo Immortals. Fang Yuan's situation was very difficult. In the past, there was the Shadow Sect. They helped to conceal him and guard against deductions. But after the Battle of Etion Mountain, this protection was gone. Celestial Court's Goo Immortals put his name on the Demon Judgment Board. They were determined to kill him. There were also Northern Plains Goo Immortals who hated him to the core.
Fang Yuan destroyed Imperial Court Blessed Land and 88-point Jinyang Tower. This was even more hateful than destroying the ancestral graves of these Huangjin bloodline Gu immortals. The other Eastern Sea, Southern Border, and Western Desert Gu immortals coveted his luck path true inheritance. Even though Fang Yuan did not obtain the all-living beings' luck true inheritance, no one would believe him if he tried to explain it. All in all, Fang Yuan's identity could not be exposed. A large number of Gu immortals were eyeing him. Some time ago, during the Battle of He Tribe's Gu immortals conspired with Heavenly Lord Baizu. They wanted to ambush Fang Yuan, but because Fang Yuan was cautious, he did not go to Iron Eagle Blessed Land and escaped. Of course, Fang Yuan did not know about this yet. Thus, when Fang Yuan traveled outside, he used a fake name, Lu Guanji. If he revealed his true identity, Chu Du's attitude would change. Currently, Fang Yuan had already teamed up with Chu Du half a month ago. When Jewel Yellow Skies opened, Fang Yuan received Chu Du's letter. In the letter, Chu Du explained the situation to Fang Yuan. It turned out that Flying Sword Immortal Gu had a clue to an information path inheritance. At that moment, Fang Yuan was moved. Before this, he often talked about the benefits of information path. With powerful information path methods, he could make agreements with others without fear of the other party going back on their words. He could also secretly remove the alliance agreement on himself. He could kill the hostage and go back on his word. He was unrestrained. He could also gather a lot of information to help him make better decisions. Information Path and Wisdom Path were good partners. Information Path gathered information, while Wisdom Path used this information to make deductions. The two complemented each other. The Information Path inheritance insignia on Flying Sword Immortal Gu was very impressive. Even the Wisdom Path Gu Immortal Tianxia Xian was moved. He wanted to ask Chu Du for it. Chu Du also explained this to Fang Yuan. He wanted Fang Yuan to know the value of this Information Path true inheritance, so that he would be more wary. Fang Yuan thought about it. He decided to make a deal with Chu Du. He promised Chu Du to let him obtain Reckless Savage's true meaning, but Chu Du had to pay a price. After the Battle of He Tribe, Chu Du obtained the 13th Eagle Nest under Fang Yuan's guidance. On a certain day, he met up with Fang Yuan secretly in Northern Plains, and the two made an exchange. Fang Yuan obtained Flying Sword Immortal Gu and Eagle Nest, while lending Calamity Beckoning Immortal Gu. The Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture method, Fang Yuan could not give it to Chu Du even though this was an Immortal Killer move and Immortal Gu were unique. Chu Du could use other Immortal Gu to replace it. The Gu worms were different, but they could form Immortal Killer moves with similar power. Chu Du was indeed a rank 7 expert. He was a legend in Northern Plains. With his help, Fang Yuan successfully passed the third earthly calamity. The first 2 times, he was heavily injured and on the verge of death. It was a close call. But the third earthly calamity only had some setbacks. Chu Du dealt with most of it. Calamity Beckoning Immortal Gu was truly powerful. No wonder back then, Imoya wanted to use this Immortal Gu to help her beloved Bo Qing undergo tribulation. But in the end, she failed. Calamity Beckoning Immortal Gu was only rank 7, but Bo Qing's tribulation was the myriad tribulation to break through to rank 9 realm. Fang Yuan did not want to take the Information Path true inheritance of Flying Sword Immortal Gu for now. The turbulent Flow Sea area was a troublesome place. It was easy to get lost, and Gu immortals often appeared there. Fang Yuan focused on researching eagle nests. The 13th eagle nest in Iron Eagle Blessed Land was usually hidden. Only when Iron Eagle Blessed Land was on the verge of collapse would it appear. Inside, there were clues to He Fan's true inheritance. Fang Yuan had already explored it for some time. He had some insights. Compared to Information Path true inheritances, He Fan's true inheritance that could slow the time in the Immortal Aperture was more practical and important. Fang Yuan had already decided. Using this period of free time after the tribulation, he was going to obtain He Fan's true inheritance. Chapter 11:22. Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Inside Mini Purple Heaven. Whoosh. There was a faint purple light. It was hazy. In the huge sky, there was an eagle nest floating in the air. This eagle nest was like a 3-story building. It had no doors or windows.
It was like a huge crystal cluster. It was a type of translucent crystal. Every strand was as thick and long as an adult's arm. They were of the same color, forming this dense and seamless eagle nest. This crystal had an extraordinary origin. Feng Yuan recognized it. It was a heavenly crystal, a rank 8 immemorial material. Heavenly crystals came from the sky. They were very light and could float in the air. They would not fall without external force. Not to mention what was inside the eagle nest. Just this eagle nest itself contained more than 500 kilograms of heavenly crystals. Just this amount of heavenly crystals had an enormous value. Evidently, this eagle nest was the 13th eagle nest in Iron Eagle Blessed Land. Its value far surpassed the other eagle nests in Iron Eagle Blessed Land. It was at the top of the list. After Feng Yuan and Chu Du worked together, Chu Du went to Iron Eagle Blessed Land, and at the final moment of the battle with He tribe, he displayed great battle strength and snatched this eagle nest. However, before Chu Du left the battlefield, He tribe's first supreme elder shouted loudly, letting everyone know that this 13th eagle nest was extraordinary. It contained clues to He Fan's true inheritance. This brought a lot of trouble to Feng Yuan. After Chu Du learned of this, he started to negotiate with Feng Yuan again. Feng Yuan knew that he had to give in. Flying Sword Immortal Gu, Eastern Seas Information Path True Inheritance, this 13th eagle nest, as well as He Fan's true inheritance, their value combined. It was extremely huge. Even though Chu Du cultivated Strength Path, he would not give up until his death. But that did not mean he would not sell these things for a good price. Thankfully, Chu Du wanted Feng Yuan's method of passing tribulation. Feng Yuan used his greatest weakness. He deepened his cooperation with Chu Du. After spending a lot of effort and persuasion, the two barely came to an agreement. Chu Du used calamity beckoning to obtain a portion of Reckless Savage's true meaning from Feng Yuan. In the future, Feng Yuan would receive 30% of the profits from these two true inheritances. Chu Du is an ordinary Gu immortal. He does not want to cultivate Information Path and Time Path at the same time, so he is not very interested in these two true inheritances. You're not like me, who can cultivate the entire sect and can use any of the true teachings for your own cultivation. Even so, I also admired his decisiveness and his willingness to give up. Northern Plains Tyrannical Immortal is truly extraordinary. You live up to your reputation. Feng Yuan's thoughts ran wild as he inspected the eagle's nest. The relationship between him and Chu Du could be considered the most standard alliance of interests. Their friendship was shallow, and they were just using each other. Feng Yuan was still rather fearful of Chu Du in his heart. He knew that Chu Du was unwilling to give up and still wanted the immortal tribulation aperture tempering technique. Chu Du was brave and astute. He was definitely not a brainless tyrant immortal. With his bravery, he could single-handedly defeat the Gold family, the Liu family. The Battle of He tribe made everyone feel helpless. His mastermind. They were not to be underestimated. After the Battle of Liu tribe, he rarely appeared and had been silently nurturing his disciples. He helped them become immortals and absorbed Reckless Savage's true meaning. He negotiated with Feng Yuan. His eloquence made Feng Yuan realize this person's shrewdness and wisdom. Tyrant Immortal had great ambitions. How could he satisfy the calamity beckoning in his hands? What made Feng Yuan even more worried was that Chu Du seemed to have guessed his true identity. During the third earthly calamity, which was also the first time they cooperated, he recited a poem. The last two lines were, "Blue clouds hold me up to look at the world. I can see everything around me." Feng Yuan, Feng Yuan. He had the intention of revealing Feng Yuan's true identity. Of course, Feng Yuan might be overthinking this. But for many things, Feng Yuan would rather think a little more than worry a little less. Chu Du's appearance was also very strange. During the first earthly calamity, he almost took Feng Yuan's life. Feng Yuan was very suspicious. He was influenced by Providence and set up this human tribulation to deal with him. To cooperate with such a person, there was a saying that was appropriate. It was asking a tiger for its skin. Thus, after their first cooperation in the third earthly calamity, Feng Yuan and Chu Du did not talk much. They soon parted. Chu Du let Feng Yuan leave. Firstly, he had calamity beckoning immortal Gu. Secondly,
He had an alliance agreement with Feng Yuan. The information path immortal goo he used were borrowed from other goo immortals. Thirdly, he could not catch up to Feng Yuan. With Chu Du's strength and methods, it was not surprising that he had a wide circle of friends. There was one point Feng Yuan had considered. To guard against Providence, Feng Yuan gave Chu Du a lot of self-will goo. At least, Feng Yuan did not have to worry that Providence would have any negative influence on Chu Du. I need to be careful when cooperating with Chu Du. If there is any mistake, I might be doomed. Feng Yuan warned himself inwardly. He placed his attention on the strength path immortal zombie. He controlled a strength path immortal zombie to get close to the heavenly crystal eagle nest. These last days, he had been investigating, deducing, and collecting all sorts of clues. He dug into He Cheng's memories and made deductions. If I am not wrong, this time, Feng Yuan had a sense of confidence as he activated his immortal goo. The strength path immortal zombie that got close to the heavenly crystal eagle nest underwent a complete transformation. It was originally lifeless, but in an instant, it turned into a living person. It turned into He Cheng. It was hard to distinguish the real from the fake. He Cheng gradually got close to the heavenly crystal eagle nest. He placed his hand on the surface of the nest. Feng Yuan's divine sense continued to pour into the heavenly crystal eagle nest. At the same time, goo worms flew out, circling around He Cheng, dancing around him. Refinement path killer moves were activated one after another, landing on the heavenly crystal eagle nest. These refinement path killer moves were mortal. They were modified by He Fan in the past and were passed down. Before He Fan died, he instructed his descendants that any He tribe member who became an immortal in the future had to learn his refinement path methods. After several generations of He tribe goo immortals researched them, they gradually understood. These refinement path killer moves were the keys to opening the heavenly crystal eagle nest. Many He tribe goo immortals had tried to use these refinement path killer moves on the heavenly crystal eagle nest in order to obtain He Fan's true inheritance. Of course, these attempts had all failed, because they lacked the most crucial factor, attitude goo. Among these refinement path killer moves, there was a crucial method to extract a trace of attitude goo's aura. Only then could it be used. This crucial factor had obstructed the generations of He tribe goo immortals. Nobody could inherit He Fan's true inheritance. He tribe's goo immortals were not fools. After understanding this, they immediately started to search for attitude goo. He tribe's goo immortals worked hard. They gradually found some clues and gained progress. In the most recent generation, Su Xian's night elopement. She became He Cheng's beloved wife and joined He tribe as an external supreme elder. Her surname was not He. She could not know a huge secret like He Fan's true inheritance. But Su Xian's motive was not pure. With her elder sister Blazing Heaven Demoness' help, she stole a portion of He tribe's accumulated research results on He Fan's true inheritance. Using these results, she found some suspicious locations. Just as she was close to success, something happened. He Cheng killed Su Xian heir. Third sister's death caused second sister Fairy Li Shan to fall out with her elder sister Blazing Heaven Demoness. Su Xian heir left behind a crucial clue and a large amount of immortal essence for her beloved daughter He Lulan. After He Lulan's immortal ascension, using these clues, she retrieved attitude goo that He tribe had lost for many years from the northern icy plain. But after a series of twists and turns, this immortal goo ended up in Feng Yuan's hands. It was used by him. These last few days, Feng Yuan had been familiarizing himself with refinement path killer moves. There were also disguises and transformations to ensure that nothing went wrong. Refinement path killer moves after refinement path killer moves. At times, they turned into fire. At times, they turned into lightning, striking the heavenly crystal eagle nest. Every strike caused the heavenly crystal eagle nest to tremble slightly, emitting a clear and loud sound. Gradually, the heavenly crystal eagle nest's tremors became greater. The sound it emitted became louder and louder, starting to resound in the sky. The final strike. Feng Yuan's heart could not help but jump. Under his extremely practiced method, a trace of attitude goo's aura was extracted, fusing into a transparent water flower that slowly flew towards the heavenly crystal eagle nest. The water flower smoothly fused into the heavenly crystal eagle nest, vanishing shortly after. The heavenly crystal eagle nest started to tremble. A bright light was emitted from deep within. Gradually, the entire heavenly crystal eagle nest was dyed into 9 different colors: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, white, black. The 9 colored lights soared to the sky and earth. It was so dazzling that Hei Cheng had no choice but to retreat a distance. Ring, ring, ring. The light gradually faded as the sound of wind chimes resounded in the air. In front of Hei Cheng, this heavenly crystal eagle nest that had been closed for countless years was finally opening up. Each heavenly crystal was moving step by step, continuously being disassembled. It made Fang Yuan think of building blocks or Rubik's cubes. The 9 colored heavenly crystals mixed together, embedded into each other. The heavenly crystal eagle nest slowly opened up an entrance. The entire process was beautiful. It was so dazzling that people subconsciously held their breaths. I understand. Fang Yuan's heart jumped. He suddenly understood Hei Fan's method. Heavenly crystals were originally translucent. It looked like they came from one place, but that was not the case. These heavenly crystals have 9 colors. They should have come from the immemorial 9 heavens. But Hei Fan fused these heavenly crystals together, using refinement path methods to process these rank 8 immortal materials. This caused them to lose their colors, making them look like they were one. Before Hei Fan died, he left behind some refinement path methods. Using these refinement path methods, I can reverse process these heavenly crystals and restore them to their original appearance, activating the arrangements inside and opening up the entire eagle nest. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's evaluation of these heavenly crystals rose to another level. Heavenly crystals were immortal materials. Other than being produced in the immemorial 9 heavens, they could also be produced in grotto heavens with deep foundations. Originally, Fang Yuan thought that these were heavenly crystals produced in Hei Fan Grotto Heaven. But the truth was, these heavenly crystals came from the immemorial 9 heavens. Then their value would be even higher. Because there were only 2 heavens left in the immemorial 9 heavens, the other 7 heavens were already destroyed. Back then, Hei Fan must have spent a lot of effort to gather these heavenly crystals. After all, it was getting harder and harder for Gu immortals to obtain these heavenly crystals. The only source was the fragment worlds of the immemorial 7 heavens that were scattered all over the 5 regions. Chapter 11:23. Fang Yuan controlled Hei Cheng, walking into the eagle nest step by step. 9 colored lights flickered, shining on Hei Cheng's face. His vision was filled with heavenly crystals, creating a grand and beautiful scene. It was a luxurious and dreamy scene. The eagle nest was not big. It was like a small room. At the center of the room, there was a huge egg. Other than that, there was nothing else. Hei Cheng could be seen clearly. His gaze first focused on the big egg. This egg was the size of a teenager. It was oval in shape. The eggshell was like glass, reflecting the 9 colored lights of the heavenly crystals. It was a beautiful sight. But Fang Yuan acutely sensed that this egg was lifeless. It had no life force left. After realizing this, he stopped paying attention to it. He placed his attention elsewhere. He searched inch by inch, and after spending around 6 hours, aside from heaven crystals, he found nothing. How can this be? Hei Fan was a time path great expert. How could the true inheritance he left behind be an empty heavenly crystal eagle nest? Where are his time path immortal Gu and his immortal killer moves? Fang Yuan thought about it. Soon, he placed his attention back on that dead egg. I'm afraid to find Hei Fan's true inheritance. This dead egg is the key, Fang Yuan guessed. At this point, the memories that he obtained from Hei Cheng were no longer useful. Fang Yuan had already surpassed all of Hei tribe's Gu immortals. He had reached a level that they had never reached before. To obtain Hei Fan's true inheritance, Fang Yuan had to rely on his own hard work. Hei Cheng moved around the dead egg, using Gu worms. He observed and researched deeply. A moment later, Fang Yuan confirmed again that this was a dead egg. It was truly a dead egg. It was not a disguise. As such, Fang Yuan's earlier guess that Hei Fan's true inheritance was inside the egg was overturned. Don't tell me Hei Fan's true inheritance was secretly taken away by someone else? There was an immortal goose stored here, but someone got here first? Maybe I am not the first to enter this place. Fang Yuan could not help but think. This was not impossible. The waters of this world were too deep. Fang Yuan no longer dared to underestimate anyone after his secret deal with Sixth Hair. Although he was a transmigrator, he was not the only one in this world. Those who did well, they had already become rank 9 venerables. Righteous Tao, demonic Tao, itinerant cultivators, countless elites, geniuses, heroes, and overlords had crossed the past, present, and future, shining like stars. As for Fang Yuan, he was only one star among them. Fang Yuan's conjecture wasn't just a wild guess. He also had a basis. According to the information obtained from Black City, Hei Tribe's Gu immortals also realized that Attitude Gu was crucial. They searched for Attitude Gu while thinking of methods to imitate Attitude Gu's aura, deceive the activation of Heaven Crystal Eagle Nest. In Hei Cheng's memories, Hei Tribe's Gu immortals did not succeed. But this did not mean that no Gu immortal had succeeded before. Perhaps, some Gu immortals secretly opened the Heavenly Crystal Eagle Nest and took Hei Fan's true inheritance. No one else knew. In fact, they might not even be Hei Tribe Gu immortals. This was an example. There were many examples in the historical records. The most well-known one was thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. This person had the ability to steal. In his life, he had stolen many Gu immortal true inheritances. Countless forces hated him. Fang Yuan inspected it a few more times. He did not find anything. With his current methods and knowledge, if he did not find anything, there might not be any Hei Fan true inheritance. Fang Yuan was very disappointed. He was still hoping for Hei Fan's true inheritance to slow down the time in his immortal aperture. Of course, he had Chu Du's help now. He did not need it for now. But what about the future? If one did not plan for the future, they would face immediate problems. Cooperating with Chu Du was very dangerous. It was like asking a tiger for its skin. Providence would also stir things up. Even if Fang Yuan did not need it now, with this as insurance, he would be able to move freely in the future. Even without Hei Fan's true inheritance, this Heavenly Crystal Eagle Nest is a rank 8 immortal material. It has huge value. One could say, other than the immortal Gu and Fang Yuan's immortal aperture, the other resources added together were not even half of the Heavenly Crystal Eagle Nest. Of course, this did not include Danghun Mountain. Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley were in Langya Blessed Land. Fang Yuan did not interfere in the Gutsgu business. He let Langya's sect sell them. He only took the monthly profits. But what is this dead egg? With my knowledge, I cannot recognize it. If Hei Fan's true inheritance is still around, maybe this dead egg is a clue left behind by Hei Fan. Even though the chances were slim, Fang Yuan still wanted to investigate along this clue. He first went to Jewel Yellow Skies. This place sold some cultivation knowledge and experiences. Among them were things like Desolate Beast records, Southern Border maps, Ancient Desolate Plants records, and so on. Fang Yuan's divine sense moved around. After choosing carefully, he bought some and looked at them. Last time, he spent close to 10,000 immortal yuan stones to buy a large batch of Pill Azure incense. But this month's profits had not arrived yet. He was a little short on funds. But after looking at these, even though Fang Yuan gained some knowledge, he still could not find out the origin of this mysterious dead egg. Fang Yuan was not disappointed. He felt joy in his heart. The more mysterious this dead egg was, the greater its origin. He felt that he had a higher chance of obtaining Hei Fan's true inheritance. This dead egg is likely to be the egg of an immemorial desolate beast. Fang Yuan read a lot of cultivation knowledge. He did not gain nothing. This way, the cultivation knowledge in Jewel Yellow Skies was useless, because these knowledge were mostly limited to rank 6 and 7. Immemorial desolate beasts had rank 8 battle strength, but rank 8 Gu immortals would not sell their knowledge to Jewel Yellow Skies. They were not greedy for such a small amount of money. Most Gu immortals did not want to buy it either, because at their level, they would not encounter any immemorial desolate beasts. Right now, most immemorial desolate beasts lived in immemorial Black Heaven and White Heaven. Other than that, there were calamity lands and forbidden areas in the 5 regions. For example, the 10 great calamity lands of northern plains, or Earth Abyss, Earth Trenches, and so on. Should I advertise in jewel yellow skies and ask for the origin of this egg at a high price? Fang Yuan thought about it before rejecting this idea. It was too flashy. Hay Tribe's Gu Immortals were not completely dead yet. Wisdom Path Gu Immortals could deduce many things with their deductions. This was very disadvantageous to Fang Yuan. If those rank 8 Gu Immortals were attracted, it would be terrible. Fang Yuan could not afford to offend them now. Fang Yuan was not dejected even though he suffered a setback in jewel yellow skies, because he was clearly aware that there was an existence by his side, and it was very likely that she could help him resolve his doubts. This was the land spirit of Langya. The land spirit of Langya was formed from long-hair ancestors' obsession. The latter was a rank 8 Gu Immortal, a refinement path supreme grandmaster. He was famous in history and had a great reputation. Which paths Gu Immortals had the widest knowledge? Wisdom Path, Information Path, and Refinement Path. Wisdom Path Gu Immortals could deduce all sorts of secrets. Information Path Gu Immortals were good at gathering information, while Refinement Path Gu Immortals needed to know about Gu materials to refine Gu worms. As one of the few Refinement Path great experts in history, long-hair ancestors' knowledge was undeniable. Fang Yuan took the initiative to ask the land spirit of Langya for help. The process was not smooth. Fang Yuan was troubled by the land spirit of Langya for a long time. Recently, Langya's sect was very unhappy with Fang Yuan. They felt that he only cared about his own cultivation and did not contribute to the sect. Up until now, Langya's sect's plan to develop Taichio was obstructed by the falling star hound. There was little progress. Fang Yuan, if you get rid of the falling star hound, you can read all the books in the sect. If you want to exchange, take out 100 contribution points. The land spirit of Langya's expression was cold. He said in a low tone. Fang Yuan smiled. I am willing to exchange. 100 contribution points was almost all he had. But even so, Fang Yuan wanted to exchange. He did not intend to go to Taichio. The land spirit of Langya snorted coldly. He was about to flare up when Fang Yuan said, Everything will be done according to the sect rules. First Supreme Elder is fair and just. Langya's sect's prosperity is just around the corner. The land spirit of Langya's chest was shaking in anger. His hair was standing on end. He breathed roughly and calmed himself down. I heard you have a deep relationship with 12th Hair. I remember this child praising you everywhere. He recently challenged the falling star hound and was heavily injured. All his desolate beasts died in battle. He is in low spirits. Aren't you going to visit him? Thank you for First Supreme Elder's concern. Fang Yuan had a heavy and sorrowful expression. It was as if he was the one who was injured, not 12th Hair. After exchanging the books, I will immediately visit 12th Hair. Fang Yuan guaranteed. The land spirit of Langya was helpless. He could not do anything to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan got what he wanted. He wanted 12th Hair's Cloud City on the way. He did not see 12th Hair, but a mortal Gu master. My city lord is not willing to meet guests. Please leave. Fang Yuan was rejected, but he did not leave immediately, he asked in concern. In the end, this mortal Gu master was very cold. Fang Yuan was not interested. He had to leave, helplessly. If not for the land spirit knowing everything in the blessed land, Fang Yuan would not have put on such a show. He knew clearly, how could a mere hairy man mortal Gu master treat him, a Gu immortal, like this? Evidently, the mortal Gu master had the support of a hairy man Gu immortal. This person was none other than 12th Hair, who had a lot of opinions towards Fang Yuan. My relationship with Langya's sect has reached such a stage. 6th Hair's contribution should be part of this. Langya's sect still has great value. I need to repair my relationship with them in the future, but that is not the urgent matter now. After returning to his Cloud City, he checked the information. He was not disappointed. So this egg is the egg of the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. Fang Yuan's heart shook. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was an immemorial desolate beast with rank 8 battle strength. After the shock, Fang Yuan was filled with joy. Chapter 11:24. Upper Heavenly Eagle. Fang Yuan had long heard of such primordial desolate beasts. but he did not know what the sky eagle's egg looked like. The upper extreme heavenly eagle was a space path immemorial desolate beast. A mature upper extreme heavenly eagle could freely travel between the immemorial 9 heavens or grotto heavens. This instinct was extremely powerful. Outside the immemorial 9 heavens, there was an extremely thick heavenly dipper energy wall blocking it. The heavenly abode was located in the sky. If it did not show itself, it would be extremely difficult to detect it from the outside world. However, as long as the upper extreme heavenly eagle had been to a certain place, it would follow its instincts and traverse through the void to return. It was an immemorial desolate beast with rank 8 battle strength. It could fly extremely fast. Fan had to have paid a huge price to be able to find this upper extreme heavenly eagle's egg, unless he had a fortuitous encounter. The only flaw of the upper extreme heavenly eagle was its lifespan. Its lifespan was only 80 years. The lifespan of a normal mortal was about 100 years. As a primordial desolate beast, the upper extreme heavenly eagle's lifespan could not be compared to a mortal's. It was truly degrading. The other primordial desolate beasts had lifespans of hundreds of thousands of years. The upper extreme heavenly eagle could not compare. However, it also had a way to extend its life. Before it died of old age, it would lay an egg. This bird egg contained all of its past memories, even its accumulated space path marks. When the chick hatched, the upper extreme heavenly eagle would return to its previous life and grow up again. However, it would have the memories of its previous life and the accumulation of marks. If nothing unexpected happened, the upper extreme heavenly eagle would only become stronger and stronger. Of course, the upper extreme heavenly eagle was undoubtedly at its weakest when it was still in the egg stage. After understanding this, Feng Yuan made a bold guess. This egg of the upper extreme heavenly eagle must have been intentionally left behind by Fan. Why did he leave the egg? Clearly, the upper extreme heavenly eagle had been to Fan paradise. It was the bridge to Fan grotto heaven. Fan's grotto heaven was left behind by tribe's Gu immortals. In Cheng's memories, this investigation had no results. Fan's true inheritance is most likely left in his own grotto heaven. This was not strange because he did not have any food path methods. Thus, leaving the immortal Gu in the immortal aperture and feeding them on their own is the safest way. And the problem of Fan Paradise's calamity does not exist. According to Cheng's memories, Fan had once obtained a fragment of the immemorial 9 heavens. If I am not wrong, Fan must have fused this immemorial 9 heavens fragment into his immortal aperture before he died. It is a pity, even though he has no tribulations, he does not have lifespan Gu. The lifespan extension technique he used had also reached its limit. Therefore, it can only be that he died. But why are the heavenly eagle eggs in the nest dead? Feng Yuan was faced with another difficult problem. There are 2 possible answers. The first was that the heavenly eagle's egg had died of natural causes. Fan had left behind the egg. In order to prevent the egg from hatching, he had used the heavenly crystal eagle nest to carry out some sort of arrangement. However, even after a long time had passed, no one came to inherit and open the heaven crystal eagle nest. In this way, the bird egg would truly die after a long time. There was a second possibility. The reason why this upper extreme heavenly eagle's egg was completely lifeless was because of Fan. This egg was not truly dead. It needed a special method to be unsealed. If it was the first possibility, then Feng Yuan would not be able to gain much. He would only get a heavenly crystal eagle nest and a dead immemorial desolate bird egg. However, the value of these 2 items was still very high. From Feng Yuan's perspective, he hoped for the second possibility. But if it was the second possibility, then where was the special method to unseal the egg? Let's say it is the second possibility. Then how can I unseal this dead egg and let it regain life, or even hatch? Feng Yuan fell into deep thought. He thought for a long time but had no idea. It was no wonder. Looking at it from a simple perspective, the egg was indeed completely dead. If not for that, Feng Yuan would not have been able to confirm this fact from the start. If I were Fan and wanted to leave behind a dead egg for my descendants to inherit my inheritance, I would definitely leave behind a method to resolve this matter. Fang Yuan had a flash of inspiration. He found that he had subconsciously neglected a method. That was the refinement path methods that He Fan had modified and passed down. I used these methods to open the heavenly crystal eagle nest. What if I use these methods on this heavenly eagle's dead egg? Fang Yuan had a bold idea, but he did not act immediately. Because this was a pure guess, there was no evidence to back it up. Fang Yuan was very vigilant. He started to use wisdom path methods to analyze these refinement path methods and make deductions. He soon found something strange. What was strange about it? Some refinement path killer moves were modified by He Fan out of the blue. The original refinement path killer moves were even better and superior than his modified ones. He Fan modified them like this. He was purposely trying to curry favor. What was he trying to do? Fang Yuan thought of a segment in He Cheng's memories regarding He Fan's life. As a rank 8 Gu immortal, He Fan liked to guide his juniors in his later years. He often taught them. When learning, they had to think for themselves. They could not blindly worship others or copy the experiences and results of their predecessors. Only by thinking for themselves and applying what they had learned would they be able to walk further on their own Gu immortal path. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan looked at these refinement path killer moves again. He had a new feeling. He tried to pick out the killer moves that He Fan failed in modifying them. He made another shocking discovery. So these refinement path killer moves were not failed modifications, they were combined to form a brand new killer move. He Fan intentionally added parts to these refinement path killer moves. If looked at individually, they are all failures. But when all of these are combined, these added parts can be combined to form a unified whole. What made Fang Yuan even more surprised was that this new killer move was a blood path method. It was a blood path method. The great rank 8-time path He Fan was actually researching blood path as well? This was not strange. Ever since Blood Sea Ancestor appeared, the power of blood path was known by everyone. While the various superpowers were doing their best to prevent the development of the blood path, they were also secretly researching it. This phenomenon existed even in Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects, not to mention Northern Plains, which was a land of war. What about the Northern Plains Gu immortals who worshipped battle strength? Towards blood path, Fang Yuan was much more confident than refinement path. He was a blood path grandmaster. Blood path was his old profession. After some research, Fang Yuan found out. This He Fan intentionally hid the killer move blood refinement that he left behind to deal with the upper extreme heavenly eagle's dead egg. But this blood refinement killer move, it was not comprehensive. With Fang Yuan's knowledge and blood path attainment, he could see that this blood path killer move was incomplete in many areas. It was only an incomplete lower half. He could see this. Fang Yuan was not disappointed. His eyes were shining brightly. He Fan should have grasped the complete blood refinement killer move. He first used the first half to deal with the upper extreme heavenly eagle's dead egg. Then he left the second half for his descendants. But he did not leave it for his descendants. Instead, he used an ingenious method to hide this blood path killer move. He did this to test his descendants. He hoped that an outstanding Gu immortal who could think for himself would inherit his inheritance. Secondly, it was because blood path could not be exposed. The true inheritance left behind by the great He Fan. It was actually a blood path method. It would cause a lot of commotion if it got out. This was something He Fan did not want to see. Fang Yuan was astute. He was able to deduce He Fan's thoughts from back then. At once, he understood most of it. After understanding this, Fang Yuan was even more certain that this upper extreme heavenly eagle's dead egg was not dead. He Fan had used a special method to deal with it. Next, it would be easy. Fang Yuan was no longer an immortal zombie. He could use his own blood. It was a piece of cake. However, when he was about to use blood refinement, he suddenly stopped. So close. I almost did not expect He Fan to have this intention. Fang Yuan's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Why did He Fan use blood path methods? For his descendants. Speaking of which, wasn't it strange? Everyone knew that He Fan was a time path great expert. At his level, he could comprehend things by analogy. Time path methods could definitely be left behind as well. But he chose blood path alone and gave up on time path, which he was most proficient in. What was the reason? There was probably only one answer to this question. Blood path methods could provide something that time path methods could not. What else could it be? As a Blood Path Grandmaster, Fang Yuan's first thought was bloodline verification. He Fan's inheritance was left behind for He tribe's descendants. The inheritances left behind by Gu immortals of super tribes were usually kept to themselves. The most important condition was the descendants of the tribe. Very few clan Gu immortals left behind inheritances that could be inherited by others. Attitude Gu and the refinement path methods passed down for generations were only one or two preventive methods. Blood refinement methods and bloodline verification were the third preventive method. If it is not a He tribe descendant, if the blood flowing in his body is not a He tribe member, then refining this bird egg with blood might result in a backlash. Furthermore, if he hatched the upper extreme heavenly eagle, he would be viewed as an enemy by this immemorial desolate beast. As Fang Yuan thought of this, more cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Especially in the latter situation, if he really provoked an immemorial desolate beast, an enemy with rank 8 battle strength was not a joke. The upper extreme heavenly eagle was extremely fast. Fang Yuan could not shake it off. His defenses were weak. He would die for sure. It seems that I can only start with the bloodline before refining the bird egg. Fang Yuan wisely stopped. Several days later, at a certain corner of the sovereign immortal aperture, He Cheng's hair was disheveled. His expression was haggard. Fang Yuan controlled a strength path immortal zombie to fly over. He Cheng's body shook intensely like he was electrocuted. His face was filled with fear as he shouted, "You, what do you want to do to me?" In the past, Fang Yuan's soul searched him. That was fine. But recently, Fang Yuan used all sorts of methods to torture him. He was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. He Cheng was captured by Fang Yuan and ended up in this state. He had already accepted his fate. Whatever Gu Immortal's integrity was gone. But even if he bit his tongue to commit suicide, he could not do it. Fang Yuan felt that He Cheng still had value. Even if He tribe was destroyed, He Lulan was still around. Thus, He Cheng was in a situation where he could not die. Don't worry, this might be the last time. I am confident. Fang Yuan controlled the strength path immortal zombie as he smiled. Chapter 11:25. He Cheng's face twisted as he screamed miserably. Fortunately, his cultivation level was high now. His blood path and transformation path were both grandmasters. Thus, something that ordinary Gu immortals could not do, he did it in less than half a month. Counting the time, almost a month had passed. The fourth earthly calamity. There was still a little more than a month left. Now that everything was ready, Fang Yuan seized the time and immediately began to work on the bird egg. As he expected, under the effect of the blood path killer move, the lifeless bird egg immediately regained some vitality. As more and more blood flowed in, the life force became more exuberant, and it became more intimate with Fang Yuan. After a full 8 days and 8 nights, the eggshell broke open from the inside and a little bird came out. This little bird was just born. However, his body was not small. When he stood on the ground, he was at the height of a normal teenager. Little Eagle looked at the strength path immortal zombie that looked like Fang Yuan with a passionate expression. His sharp eagle eyes were filled with childish admiration. It was like a baby meeting its biological parents. Come to me." Fang Yuan controlled the immortal zombie and tried to speak. Little Eagle immediately jumped in front of the immortal zombie obediently and raised its head to look at him. Its eagle eyes were extremely black and pure, and it did not have any sense of defense. The immortal zombie stretched out his hand. He patted the little eagle's head. On the head of the little eagle, there was only a thin layer of yellow feathers, very sparse. Fang Yuan could touch its skin and flesh. It was warm and felt very good. As Fang Yuan stroked it, the little hawk obediently lowered its head and did not resist at all. Not only that, but the eagle's eyes also closed slightly, and its beak opened and closed, making cute chirping sounds, as if it was acting coquettishly to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had already seen through many things. He praised in his heart. He Fan's methods are truly impressive. He actually erased this upper extreme heavenly eagle's memories and only kept its space path Dao marks. However, if I had my previous life's memories, this upper extreme heavenly eagle, a primordial desolate beast, would indeed not be easy to control. And this blood path killer move can actually enslave immemorial desolate beasts. No, it was not accurate to call it enslavement. The true effect is to make the primordial desolate beast extremely close to you. It is equivalent to the most reliable blood relative. If that's the case, it shouldn't be difficult for it to carry me to Hay-Fan Paradise. As this thought lingered in his mind, the eaglet let out a few more cries. The cries were slightly urgent, and its body was also shaking. Are you hungry? Fang Yuan controlled the immortal zombie and retracted his palm. He then pointed at the heavenly crystal eagle nest. Then let's go and eat. The food of the upper extreme, heavenly eagle was heaven crystal. Once the young eagle obtained permission, it let out a long and happy cry before it hopped over. With a light peck, it managed to peck off a small piece of heaven crystal. The little eagle held a small piece of heavenly crystal in its beak, but did not swallow it. Instead, it turned to look at the Strength Path immortal zombie that looked like Fang Yuan. The Strength Path immortal zombie smiled at the eagle and said warmly, "Quickly eat." The young eagle understood. It suddenly raised its head and swallowed the small piece of heaven crystal in its mouth. Then, it continued to peck. The indestructible heavenly crystal, under its tender beak, was as fragile as tofu. Fang Yuan, who was observing from the side, could not help but feel some shock. Don't look down on this little bird. This was a true, immemorial, desolate beast upper extreme heavenly eagle. That means, from now on, I will have immemorial level battle power? No, it is still too young. Its battle power cannot be so high. It seems to understand my words. It seems like this was left behind by Hay-Fan. Since I can erase the memories of the upper extreme heavenly eagle, adding in some human language is not impossible. However, there is a huge flaw. I have to disguise my bloodline to make the upper extreme heavenly eagle feel close to me. If it is my true self, then I will not be able to do it. I might even attract the attack of the upper extreme heavenly eagle. After all, this immemorial desolate beast is arrogant and very aggressive. Fang Yuan considered all aspects. In the next few days, the Strength Path immortal zombie that Fang Yuan controlled accompanied the young eagle and watched it eat. The young eagle did not just eat. After eating for a while, it would jump to the Strength Path immortal zombie's side. It snuggled up to him and slept. It had complete trust in the Strength Path immortal zombie. It did not guard against it. After a few days, the Heaven Crystal Eagle nest was mostly eaten by the young eagle. This terrifying speed of eating caused Fang Yuan to feel a headache. In order to obtain immemorial level battle power, it was unavoidable to pay some immemorial immortal materials. However, the price of feeding them was a little too high. The young eagle grew very quickly. It was originally the height of a youngster, but after a few days, it was already as tall as Fang Yuan. It stood on the ground and raised its head. Its body was muscular, its feathers were plump, its eyes were sharp, and its claws were pitch black. With one swipe, the Heaven Crystal Eagle nest was torn apart like a thin piece of paper. The time was ripe. Fang Yuan did not want to wait any longer. He recalled the Strength Path immortal zombie and all the immortal goo and mortal goo on the immortal zombie. He used familiar face on his true body. Right now, familiar face. It had already surpassed the original version, adding in blood asset immortal goo and all sorts of mortal goo. This way, Fang Yuan could even disguise his bloodline. Fang Yuan left Langya Blessed Land. He chose an uninhabited area and opened his immortal aperture's entrance, letting out the upper extreme heavenly eagle. The young eagle saw Fang Yuan's true body and did not suspect anything. It immediately went over and pecked Fang Yuan's palm. It even lowered its head and used its feather to rub against Fang Yuan's shoulder. It was very intimate. Fang Yuan laughed, instructing the young eagle, "Quickly bring me to Hay-Fan Grotto Heaven. Help me inherit Hay-Fan's true inheritance." The young eagle was slightly stunned. A certain part of its memories came alive. It screeched loudly and flew into the sky. Fang Yuan saw the opportunity and jumped onto the young eagle's back. The young eagle screeched again. It carried Fang Yuan and flew towards the southeast direction. The surrounding air currents were rumbling. The wind was howling. Fang Yuan activated his goo worms.
He sat on the eagle's back without moving. He was very satisfied with the upper extreme heavenly eagle's speed. It was not inferior to sword escape immortal goo. Most importantly, this upper extreme heavenly eagle was still a young eagle. It was far from adulthood. Its body had not matured yet. A true adult upper extreme heavenly eagle was huge. It was several times the size of a giant whale. Fang Yuan also estimated. Its current battle strength had not reached rank 8. Right now, it was at most rank 6. Even though it had a lot of space path down marks, it did not have any wild goo. The most important factor that influenced desolate beasts and desolate plants was their bodies. This was different from humans. The human body was not worth looking forward to. Desolate beasts had strong offense, defense, and recovery abilities, not to mention immemorial desolate beasts. This was the first time Fang Yuan had encountered the upper extreme heavenly eagle. He had thought that it would have rank 8 battle strength at birth. That was wrong. Even though he was slightly disappointed, it would definitely have rank 8 battle strength in the future. The upper extreme heavenly eagle was in charge of traveling. Fang Yuan sat on its back, feeding it heavenly crystals every once in a while. At other times, Fang Yuan was not idle. He was analyzing He Fan. From He Cheng's memories, he already held He Fan in high esteem. In history, this time path great expert who brought He tribe to its peak was not simple. Fang Yuan recalled the process of him deciphering He Fan's true inheritance. It was like a battle between him and He Fan. This battle was not ordinary. It was a completely new experience. He Fan left behind refinement path killer moves, heavenly crystal eagle nest, upper extreme heavenly eagle's dead egg, hidden blood path killer moves, and so on. These made Fang Yuan deeply understand this time path great expert's vigilance, deep scheming, and proud nature. Goo immortals who could cultivate to rank 8 were not simple characters. He Fan was a top expert among rank 8s. He Fan's true inheritance was not easy to inherit. He tribe's Goo immortals had tried for so many generations, but they had not succeeded. Of course, the loss of attitude Goo was part of the reason, but it was undeniable that if it were anyone else, they would have failed. Only someone like Fang Yuan, who had deep foresight, combined with suitable fortuitous encounters, could explore step by step and advance step by step. Finally, he walked on the path to He Fan Grotto Heaven. Will I be able to inherit the true inheritance in He Fan Grotto Heaven? I have a feeling that He Fan's test is not over yet. But the more tests there are, the more it proves that the true inheritance is extraordinary. It is not a bad thing. Chapter 11:26. A day and a half later, the upper extreme heavenly eagle carried Fang Yuan and flew to the sky above a nameless place. The upper extreme heavenly eagle slowed down and started to circle in the sky. After flying for a while, it seemed to have confirmed its location. It pecked at a certain place in the sky. Immediately, Fang Yuan heard a clear ringing sound. Space was torn apart as his vision changed. In the blink of an eye, the upper extreme heavenly eagle carried him and disappeared from northern plains, entering He Fan Grotto Heaven. The power of the upper extreme heavenly eagle can indeed penetrate the void and enter the Grotto Heaven. It is already so powerful at a young age. When it matures, it will be a great help. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly in admiration as he looked around. This Grotto Heaven was vast and boundless. Below Fang Yuan was a dense primitive forest. Greenery spread everywhere, birds and beasts flew. It was full of life. Musical trees. The leaves of the trees were like rainbow-colored feathers. Countless birds of all kinds perched on the branches, chirping and singing loudly. Anger birds. One of the birds was fat. It caused the thick branches to tremble. Air currents lingered around it. Its cries were especially bright. Tea stream. Between the trees, a stream flowed quietly. The stream water was clear and light green. It gave off steam. The water plants inside were all tea leaves. Fang Yuan casually looked around and found many cultivation resources in the forest. He looked at the sky. This Grotto Heaven sky was azure in color. It seems that He Fan obtained an immemorial azure heaven fragment back then. After fusing it into his immortal aperture, it formed an everlasting azure heaven.
Fang Yuan confirmed that this should be He Fan Grotto Heaven. Because from He Cheng's memories, he knew that He Fan had once cultivated and sold musical trees. He was famous in jewel yellow skies. The forest in front of them was almost entirely made up of musical trees. The scale was so large that it was shocking. Just as Fang Yuan was observing his surroundings, the entire world suddenly resounded with the sound of a bell. The bell sounds were melodious, 10 times in a row. Next, a brass bell appeared out of nowhere in front of Fang Yuan. Tianling, there really is a heavenly spirit. Fang Yuan's heart trembled slightly, and he became nervous. He was not really of He tribe bloodline. Although he had successfully deceived the upper extreme heavenly eagle, he still had to deceive the heavenly spirit in order to successfully obtain the true inheritance. In the northeast direction of He Fan Grotto Heaven stood a tall mountain. The locals called it Wangu Mountain and revered it. There was a cave of 3 immortals on the mountain. In the cave, the 3 Gu immortals were in a secret discussion. "Gentlemen, how can you catch tiger cubs without entering the tiger's den? Since we want to escape this cage, we need to deal with the risks involved." Gu immortal Feng Jun had an excited expression. The other 2 Gu immortals looked at each other with hesitation. One of them, Gu immortal Zheng Tua, looked at Feng Jun. "This is a huge matter. If we are not careful, we will die. How can we not be careful?" The other Gu immortal, Zhou Min, was a female. "Brother Feng Jun, please don't be impatient." It was extremely difficult to deal with the heavenly spirit, but he could take his time to think about it. There was no rush. "Don't worry. Since the 3 of us are sworn brothers, we will advance and retreat together." Feng Jun raised his head and sighed. "The heavenly spirit is not scary. We have already gained its trust. Furthermore, I created this blood-light spirit suppression killer move. I have confidence in it. It has a high chance of success." Zhang Tua looked at Feng Jun. "Brother, I am not scolding you, but why are you so anxious? You said earlier that blood-light spirit suppression was created by you just now. This immortal killer move is just a newly created one. It is not perfect yet. Even if it is perfect, we need to practice it continuously. Why are you so anxious?" "That's right, brother." Zhoumin also said, "To deal with the heavenly spirit, we are not enough. We might as well convince that old immortal Chen Qi in the west. He has 3 Gu immortals under him." Feng Jun snorted coldly. He said with disdain, "Old man Chen Qi is useless. He is already on his deathbed, but he is still so conservative. He is not worthy of our cooperation." Feng Jun shook his head. Zhoumin frowned. "Even if brother looks down on old immortal Chen Qi, he has the highest cultivation level. Even if we cannot work together with him to deal with the heavenly spirit, we need to make him watch from the sidelines and not oppose us." Third sister's words are reasonable. Zhang Tua also chimed in. Feng Jun's expression was grim. He hesitated for a while before saying, "To speak the truth, you know that I cultivate luck path. These last few days, I have been having a bad feeling, like something bad is about to happen. I have an indescribable feeling that if we do not resist now, we might not have a chance anymore." Feng Jun was the only one saying this. There was no evidence at all. It was like nonsense. But the other 2 immortals had solemn expressions. Zhoumin said, "Brother, you have passed Immortal Succession Mountain. You cultivate the luck path true inheritance of Immortal Succession Mountain. Even though your cultivation level is not rank 7, because you are the first inheritor, your Dao marks are not inferior to rank 7 luck path Gu immortals. I heard that once the number of luck path Dao marks reaches a certain level, the Gu immortal will undergo a mystical transformation." At the side, Zhang Tua added, "That's right. If you are a refinement path Gu immortal, your Gu refinement ability will increase greatly. You will be able to sense minute details when refining Gu. If you are a fire path Gu immortal, you will have an indescribable sense towards fire path immortal Gu and desolate beasts. If you are a wisdom path Gu immortal, you will not need to use any Gu worms, but your deduction ability will become stronger. And luck path Gu immortals will have an instinctive sense towards their own luck or the luck around them." "That's right." Feng Jun sighed, his expression softening slightly. Since Zhoumin and Zheng Tua could understand him, that was good. After all, the blood-light spirit suppression immortal killer move that he created could not be activated by himself. The 3 of them had to work together to succeed. Right at this time, clear bell sounds could be heard from outside. Why did someone pass Immortal Succession Mountain and obtain the true inheritance? Zhang Tuo's eyes brightened. No matter who this person is, we need to recruit him or her to our side. Zhou Min immediately said, Listen, this bell has rung 5 times already. Feng Jun's attention was also diverted. Amazing! This person had actually made it this far. Back then, he was almost as good as second brother, Zhang Tuo praised. But very quickly, the 3 immortals' expressions changed. It's already the 7th time, Zhou Min whispered. How is this possible? Not only did he surpass me, he even surpassed that old fart Qinqi. Feng Jun found this hard to believe. He had personally experienced it, so he understood how difficult it was to ascend Immortal Succession Mountain. Then, the bell rang for the 10th time, and the sound lingered in the world for a long time. The 3 immortals were like statues. He stood motionless on the spot. After a while, Zhou Min came back to her senses. Her delicate and beautiful face was full of shock. Did I hear that right? The bell rang 10 times in a row. Feng Jun had a dark expression. According to the stone tablet on Immortal Succession Mountain, the bell rang 10 times. It means that our clan has a Gu immortal who obtained old ancestor He Fan's true inheritance. They are already here. Could it be that I've been having a bad feeling lately? Is it because of this person? After so many years, I thought that no one would be able to inherit the number 1 true inheritance of the Immortal Succession Mountain. To think that, Zhang Tuo shook his head. He had a complex expression. He looked at the 2 immortals beside him. Their expressions were also changing. Zhang Tuo let out a breath of air. He barely calmed himself down. Let's go. According to the rules, since the true inheritor has appeared, the heavenly spirit will welcome him immediately. We need to follow him. We need to pay our respects. Pay our respects? For what? Feng Jun's body shook. He raised his voice. Who cares who he is? Why should we pay our respects to him? We have He tribe's bloodline. We are descendants of He tribe. Do we have to bow down to the main tribe just because our ancestor committed a crime? Zhou Min immediately consoled him. Second brother, you are right, I agree. Even though this happened suddenly, it is not to the point of no return yet. According to the stone tablet's rules, even though the main tribe's inheritor has appeared, he has already exceeded the time limit. To inherit He Fan's true inheritance, we need to pass the test. Whether we want to make things difficult for him or suppress the heavenly spirit, we need to calm down now. We need to calm down. Feng Jun was reminded by this. He immediately became clear-headed. Third sister is right. We still have a chance. Let's go. We need to go now. We cannot expose any flaws. I really want to see just what kind of divine being this inheritor is. Does he have 3 heads and 6 arms? Humph. The brass bell floated in front of Feng Yuan. After 10 rings, there was no sound. Feng Yuan probed. Are you this heavenly spirit? My surname is He Chung. I was the one who opened the heavenly crystal eagle nest and hatched the upper extreme heavenly eagle. I am here to inherit ancestor He Fan's true inheritance. But the brass bell was silent. It floated in front of Feng Yuan, not moving. As expected, after devouring the immemorial azure heaven fragment, even if there is a heavenly spirit, it has become ignorant. Feng Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He understood in his heart. He had obtained this information from the transactions with Shadow Sect. Devouring the immemorial 9 heavens fragment would make the grotto heaven free from calamities and tribulations. But if the Gu immortal died and formed a heavenly spirit, the heavenly spirit would lose its authority and become ignorant. In the end, it was because of providence. The creation of providence originated from the 5 regions and 9 heavens. Ordinary grotto heavens were small worlds that were different from the outside world. But if they devoured the immemorial 9 heavens fragment, providence would come in. Their personal authority would be greatly weakened by providence. Shadow Sect had done a lot of research on this. Back then, a member of Shadow Sect, one of the main split souls, 7-star child, had tried to devour a fragment of immemorial blue heaven to research a method to deal with providence. Unfortunately, he was schemed against by providence. The immortal zombie seven-star child fell into star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm, unable to extricate himself. This dream realm of star constellation Immortal Venerable was later split into many parts because of the destruction of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. They fell into various places in Central Continent, along with countless small worlds of Grotto Heaven fragments. In a nameless valley, Feng Yuan was invited by Crane Gate to investigate. Coincidentally, in this small world of the Grotto Heaven fragment, Feng Yuan explored the dream realm contained within and obtained crucial guidance. This allowed Feng Yuan to snatch away the greatest achievement of Shadow Sect's 100,000 years of planning on Etion Mountain. From this, it could be seen that any Grotto Heaven that devoured a fragment of the immemorial Nine Heavens would be investigated by Providence. It was not safe for Feng Yuan. The truly safe place was a blessed land like Lenya Blessed Land. It was completely private and not subject to Providence's investigation. Long Hair Ancestor was famous in the past. It was not difficult for him to obtain a fragment of the immemorial Nine Heavens. But from start to finish, he did not let his Grotto Heaven devour a single fragment of the immemorial Nine Heavens. Thus, this Grotto Heaven is not as valuable as Hei Fan's true inheritance to me. After I inherit Hei Fan's true inheritance, I will give this Grotto Heaven to Chu Du. I will fulfill that agreement and give him 30% of the profits. Feng Yuan was planning when suddenly, several figures appeared in the sky. Their immortal auras were not concealed as they flew towards him. What's going on? There are Gu immortals in this Hei Fan Grotto Heaven? Feng Yuan was surprised. P.S. Chapter 11:27. Far away. For Gu immortals arrived together. Feng Yuan had a solemn expression. He looked at them without blinking. The truth was, this scene was out of his expectations. Why are there Gu immortals? Feng Yuan looked at the heavenly spirit and asked. But this Hei Fan Grotto Heaven's heavenly spirit was ignorant. It did not react. Feng Yuan's heart was shrouded in darkness. In just a while, the four Gu immortals got close, but they did not show any hostility. Feng Yuan did not move. He was on full alert. Sinner Immortal Chen Qi greets, my tribe's superior immortal. The leader was an old Gu immortal. He wore an ancient crown. He wore a green-gray robe. His hair was white. After seeing Feng Yuan, he bowed with a solemn expression. Sinner Immortal? Feng Yuan had a thought. He quickly returned the greeting. I am not worthy of the title Superior Immortal. My name is Heicheng City. I was fortunate enough to obtain Hei Fan's true inheritance and enter the Grotto Heaven. To think that I would be able to meet all of you here. Feng Yuan had turned into Heicheng this time. This was something he had carefully considered. After all, with jewel-yellow skies, even if Hei Fan Grotto Heaven was isolated from the world, it could know about Hei Tribe's movements. Even though Heicheng went missing and lost Hei Tribe's immortal Gu house, this did not stop him from inheriting Hei Fan's true inheritance. And most importantly, Feng Yuan had all of Heicheng's memories. His disguise was perfect. There were no loopholes. Chen Qi raised his head, looking at Feng Yuan with a look of praise. Heicheng was publicly recognized as a handsome man in Northern Plains. He had an elegant demeanor. Many women fell in love with him. Right now, even though Feng Yuan was in disguise, his aura was even more extraordinary than Heicheng's. Together with his appearance, he looked even more otherworldly and elegant. Anyone who saw him would fall in love with him. Among the four Gu immortals, two were women. Seeing Feng Yuan's appearance, their heartbeats quickened. The other was a young man. He had an ordinary appearance. Chen Qi bowed again. Superior Immortal Heicheng has a dazzling demeanor. We Hei Tribe sinners have waited for so many years. You have finally arrived. The heavens have opened their eyes. You flatter me, fellow immortal. May I ask, what does fellow immortal mean by calling yourself a sinner? Feng Yuan frowned and asked directly. Chen Qi was about to answer when a voice came from afar. It's natural that you don't know. Our ancestors are the sinners of Hei Tribe. The granddaughter of Patriarch Hei Fan, Hei Fengyue. Carrying attitude Gu, he roamed the northern icy plains. In the end, she was schemed against by a mysterious Gu immortal, and several of my Hei Tribe's Gu immortals were her guards at that time. But they failed to look after her,
causing He Fengyu to go missing and even losing attitude Gu. Old ancestor He Fan doted on his granddaughter the most, He Fengyue. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he searched, he couldn't find her. My ancestors could not make up for their mistakes and could only plead guilty and be imprisoned in this He Fan grotto heaven by old ancestor He Fan. I am of the bloodline. Thus, they settled down here and multiplied. So that's how it is. Feng Yuan finally understood and carefully looked over. Another 3 Gu immortals had arrived. 2 men and 1 woman. They were Zheng Tuo, Fengjun, and Zhoumin Fengjun, and Zhoumin had rank 6 aura. Feng Yuan's gaze swept past them. Zheng Tuo was flying at the front. He was the leader of the 3 immortals. He was also the one who answered Feng Yuan earlier. He did not conceal his rank 7 cultivation level. He had an ordinary appearance and a hunched back. When he flew over, he left behind a faint trail of blood. He actually cultivated blood path. This made Feng Yuan feel very surprised. A blood path Gu immortal actually appeared here openly, but the other Gu immortals were indifferent. They seemed to be used to it. Don't tell me this person doesn't primarily cultivate blood path, but a secondary path? Even if it is a secondary path, it cannot be seen. Feng Yuan was a little puzzled. If it was in the 5 regions, such a blood path demonic immortal would be hated by everyone. But now, it seemed that this person was doing quite well. Not only was he not suppressed, he even had 2 subordinates. These 2 subordinates were really daring. They were not afraid of this leader attacking them to increase their battle strength. The 3 immortals flew closer. They greeted Feng Yuan one by one. They were very respectful. But Feng Yuan could see that one of the Gu immortals, Fengjun, did not mean what he said. He seemed to have a bad impression of him. He sneaked a few glances at him. He had an unfriendly gaze. Actually, the others were the same. Be it Qin Shi or the other Gu immortals, they had a solemn and cautious attitude towards Feng Yuan. They showed good intentions while concealing ill intentions. Their attitude was quite strange. After the 3 immortals got to know Feng Yuan, they greeted Qin Shi and the other 3 Gu immortals. They spoke plainly. They did not gather together. They floated in the sky, separating into 2 groups. Feng Yuan saw all of this. He was chatting happily on the surface, but he remembered it in his heart. How many friends are there in this He Fan grotto heaven? Feng Yuan thought about it. He asked directly. Not many. Other than the 7 of us here, there are 2 others. Qin Shi immediately replied, I believe they will arrive soon. Superior immortals descend. The heavenly spirit welcomes them. 10 chimes resounded in the world. They have all been to Immortal Succession Mountain before. They know what it means. Immortal Succession Mountain? Feng Yuan remembered this name. He did not ask about it. As expected, like he said, 2 more Gu immortals appeared. They were both men. They came to greet Feng Yuan. Like the other Gu immortals, they had strange expressions. The Gu immortals gathered. At this time, the heavenly spirit moved. Its body shook. It let out a loud chime as it floated forward. The heavenly spirit wants to lead us to Immortal Succession Mountain. Please follow us. Qin Shi saw this and quickly said. Feng Yuan nodded. He was vigilant as he followed the brass bell heavenly spirit. In this situation, he was alone. The other party had 9 Gu immortals, 2 rank 7s and 7 rank 6s. If they suddenly attacked Feng Yuan from all directions, the result would be unpredictable. However, even though the heavenly spirit was ignorant, since it could welcome Feng Yuan, it meant that it was carrying out He Fan's will. It was not completely unreliable. Earlier, Feng Yuan had already seen through it. These people were not on the same side. They had their own factions. The next 2 were even more uncoordinated. They seemed to be lone cultivators. Precisely so, Feng Yuan chose to travel with these Gu immortals. He observed them and did not make a move. The heavenly spirit did not fly quickly. Feng Yuan did not use the upper extreme heavenly eagle. It flew beside him. In this situation, he did not dare to keep the upper extreme heavenly eagle in his immortal aperture. If something happened, even if the upper extreme heavenly eagle could not kill the enemy, it could attract their attention. Along the way, Feng Yuan conversed with the other Gu immortals. Initially, these people were very wary of Feng Yuan. They were fearful of him and naturally kept a distance from him. But what was Feng Yuan's experience?
In his previous life, he had been through many hardships. He had incredible interpersonal skills. Soon, Fang Yuan became familiar with them. Gradually, the sound of laughter could be heard from the group. Sister, look at this Hei Chung, as expected of a superior immortal from the main tribe. Such elegance, no wonder it is him. I'm afraid only someone like him is worthy of old ancestor Hei Fan's true inheritance. In the group, a female Gu immortal with 2 buns of hair, she was pretty and lively. She secretly transmitted as she stared at Fang Yuan's back. It was one of the female immortals of Chun Chi's 4 immortals. The female Gu immortal who was called Sister was rather elegant and dignified. After hearing her companion's words, she transmitted and teased, Sister, I think you are in love. That's right, such a person is a dragon among men. He seems to be young. He has high cultivation level. He is also elegant and refined. He quotes classics when he speaks. He is very persuasive. He even knows how to joke around. It is very interesting to talk to him. Sigh, I wonder if there are many people like him in the outside world? What is the outside world like in Northern Plains? Fang Yuan's ears trembled slightly. He heard the contents of these transmissions without missing a single word. This pair of Gu immortals who looked like sisters were using an ancient method to communicate. It was already obsolete in Northern Plains. Because of this, Fang Yuan could easily eavesdrop on their conversation. Even though this was a grotto heaven and mortal Gu were prohibited, Fang Yuan was not mistreated. This made Fang Yuan feel slightly assured. Actually, not just these 2 female Gu immortals. The other Gu immortals were also communicating. It was just that they were not as frequent as these 2. The other Gu immortals were basically discussing and guessing Fang Yuan's background and battle strength. The latter was the main point. To think that this person has rank 7 cultivation level. On our side, only old immortal Qin Chi and brother Zheng Tu have the same cultivation level as him. Even though he does not have any immortal Gu aura on him, the eagle flying around him is not ordinary. This eagle is somewhat strange. It seems to be a desolate beast, but its aura is not ordinary. Our grotto heavens have desolate beasts and even ancient desolate beasts, but their auras cannot compare to this eagle. After some discussion, someone could not restrain himself and asked, Upper Immortal, I see that this eagle is extraordinary. It is a divine steed, but none of us know about it. May I ask what its origin is? Fang Yuan took a look and saw that the person who asked was the Gu immortal called Feng Jun. Fang Yuan's mind moved as he smiled calmly. Good eyesight. You can see that my beloved eagle is extraordinary. This is the upper extreme heavenly eagle. I wonder if you have heard of it? If it is raised, it will become an immemorial desolate beast. But right now, it can barely be used as a means of transportation. It cannot compare to the other ancient desolate beasts. Immemorial desolate beast. At once, the immortals gasped in shock. Countless heated, surprised, and shocked gazes gathered on the upper extreme heavenly eagle, continuously assessing it. Fang Yuan's casual words were like a bomb exploding in the immortals' hearts. These Gu immortals' expressions changed. They could not conceal the shock in their hearts. Next, when they conversed with Fang Yuan, their tone was unavoidably more respectful and restrained. Fang Yuan was not overbearing. He had a smile on his face like before. But this smile, in the eyes of the other Gu immortals, felt very different from before. Upper extreme heavenly eagle, immemorial desolate beast. Chapter 11:28. This upper extreme heavenly eagle is actually an immemorial desolate beast. No wonder it gave me such a strong feeling. If we want to deal with this person, we need to deal with this eagle first. Did you forget what he said earlier? Other than this eagle, he has a few other ancient desolate beasts. Is he an enslavement path Gu immortal? If he is an enslavement path Gu immortal, he will be much easier to deal with. After all, this path is most afraid of beheading the leader. Even if he has become an immortal, we are still Gu immortals. Not necessarily. Don't be anxious. We will see the results on Immortal Succession Mountain. Even when the immortals flew to Immortal Succession Mountain, there were still Gu immortals talking about the upper extreme heavenly eagle. This was not strange. Immemorial desolate beasts had rank 8 battle strength when they reached adulthood. This was a huge shock to the immortals. Fang Yuan listened to their words, but on the surface he was still talking cheerfully. No one could see any flaws in his act. Unknowingly, the immortals' guesses towards him had already been distorted. Fang Yuan was happy to see this. The more wrong their guesses were, the greater his advantage. If they really treated him as an enslavement path Gu immortal, they would have to experience the power of strength path Gu immortals and transformation path Gu immortals. On the contrary, during the conversation, Fang Yuan kept probing them. He gathered a lot of valuable information. These Gu immortals seem to have been isolated from the world for too long. They are not skilled in fighting. Not only are they verbally, they are not as crafty as the outside world. I can easily find out a lot of information. And they are not shrewd enough. Their methods are also limited to the past. They are very old. All in all, there are two groups of Gu immortals here. One is led by old immortal Chan Qi. The four Gu immortals are related by blood. The other is the three golden orchid immortals, Zheng Tuo, Feng Jun, and Zhou Min. They are actually led by a blood path immortal. As for the remaining two, they are as I expected. They have been acting alone, living in seclusion. Fang Yuan snickered coldly in his mind. Where there were people, there would be conflicts. Heifan Grotto Heaven naturally had many conflicts. But it was clear that this world was very shallow. The level of disputes was very low. Gu immortals were not skilled in fighting. Compared to northern plains, they paled in comparison. And most importantly, these Gu immortals had limited knowledge. Fang Yuan had already figured it out. These Gu immortals could not communicate with jewel yellow skies. They did not even know of the existence of jewel yellow skies. However, considering that they were descendants of criminals, it was understandable why old ancestor He Fan forbade them from coming into contact with jewel yellow skies. After all, if he could communicate with jewel yellow skies, it would be completely different. Not to mention the ever-changing methods, they could exchange information. Even if there was no trade, they could gain experience. It was also an excellent opportunity for growth. The immortal Succession Mountain stood alone and was not a famous mountain or great river. It was divided into 10 levels, small at the top and large at the bottom. There were obvious traces of artificial carvings. The foot of the mountain was surrounded by dense forests. The vast amount of resources it contained made Fang Yuan have a whole new level of respect for it. Although Heifan Grotto Heaven was isolated from the rest of the world, there were no calamities or tribulations. Without communicating with jewel yellow skies, the resources accumulated inside were simply too rich. The immortals followed the brass heavenly spirit. They landed in the only stone pavilion at the peak of the mountain. The stone pavilion was ancient and had a simple structure. Even though it was only a pavilion, it had a grand aura. The 8 pillars that supported the stone pavilion were extremely thick. There was only one stone tablet in the pavilion. It was the most eye-catching. The stone tablet was huge like an elephant. It almost occupied the entire pavilion. There were words carved on it. The brass bell Heavenly Spirit entered the stone pavilion and hung on the beam of the pavilion. There was a hook there. It stopped moving. Old Immortal Chen Qi said, "Lord Immortal, you must have many questions in your heart. Take a look at this stone tablet. It should be able to answer your questions." Fang Yuan had already stopped and inspected it. After a long while, he understood everything. Back then, He Fan's beloved granddaughter, He Fengyu, disappeared mysteriously. Attitude Gu was missing. He Fan lost his beloved granddaughter, but he was powerless. His lifespan was near its end. He could only place his immortal aperture and absorb the immemorial azure heaven fragment, losing his freedom. Several He tribe Gu immortals were not careful enough. They were imprisoned in He Fan Grotto Heaven by old ancestor He Fan. Not only did he restrict their freedom, he even forced them to hand over their immortal apertures and fuse them into He Fan Grotto Heaven. This way, He Fan Grotto Heaven became even larger. Before He Fan annexed the immemorial azure heaven fragment, he had already left behind the heavenly crystal eagle nest. He made arrangements and left behind his true inheritance. He was still concerned about his beloved granddaughter. He wanted descendants to investigate her whereabouts. Thus, he added a crucial point to his final method. That was the aura of Attitude Gu. He thought, even if he did not show up, with He tribe's strength back then, they would be able to find He Fengyu and retrieve Attitude Gu. But the truth was, He was too optimistic. Or rather, his kinship made him unwilling to accept the cruel truth. He felt that He Fengyu was more likely to be alive. Because of this mistake, He Fan's true inheritance was not inherited. Until now, an outsider, Feng Yuan, took over and opened the heavenly crystal eagle nest. This was old ancestor He Fan's mistake. But He Fan was still a rank 8 great expert. Before he died, he realized his mistake. He thought, if no one in his tribe could inherit his true inheritance, what would he do? If that happened, He tribe would either be destroyed or fall, with no descendants to nurture. He Fan had thought, if that was the case, he might as well start anew and let these people in the grotto heaven inherit his true inheritance and make it flourish, because they had pure He tribe bloodline. Thus, after He Fan created the heavenly crystal eagle nest, before he died, he set a new rule for his true inheritance. He set a time limit. Hundreds of years later, if no one in his tribe succeeded in inheriting his true inheritance, he could guide the descendants in the grotto heaven to explore Immortal Succession Mountain and obtain their own immortal opportunities. The inscriptions on the stone tablet stated, Old Ancestor, He Fan, left behind his own true inheritance at the peak of Immortal Succession Mountain. He also set up all sorts of small inheritances before his lifespan ran out and he died. The rest of He tribe's sinful immortals cried out in pain. They felt that they had let him down. They were willing to die together with him. But before they died, they imitated He Fan, leaving behind stone pavilions and stone tablets on Immortal Succession Mountain. They contained their own true inheritances. He tribe, which was left in northern plains, had been searching for Attitude Gu, but there was no progress. Time passed. Old ancestor He Fan's time limit had already passed. Thus, He Fan Grotto Heaven opened up Immortal Succession Mountain, allowing mortals to explore it. Thus, Gu immortals started to appear in He Fan Grotto Heaven. However, even though these mortals could compete for He Fan's true inheritance, it was too difficult to explore Immortal Succession Mountain, even though there were many mortals. After obtaining the true inheritance, a portion of them became Gu immortals. But there had never been a mortal who climbed to the peak and obtained the first true inheritance. According to the stone tablet, as long as the mortal who obtained the first true inheritance became a Gu immortal, they would become the owner of He Fan Grotto Heaven. They would have the authority to pardon the sins of the sinners in He Fan Grotto Heaven. They would regain their freedom and return to He tribe. Before that, no matter how many generations passed, they could not use He as their surname. They could only use other surnames to remind themselves of their sinner status. After reading all of the inscriptions, Feng Yuan finally came to a realization, the lump in his heart disappearing. No wonder these Gu immortals have complex expressions towards me. They have strange emotions. They have good intentions and evil intentions. Feng Yuan put himself in their shoes. If he was in their shoes, he would probably have complex emotions as well. According to He Fan's rules, it was already past the time limit. Thus, be it He tribe or this sinner descendant, they had the qualifications to compete for the first true inheritance. These Gu immortals had been working hard. They wanted to nurture descendants to inherit He Fan's true inheritance, to open the grotto heaven and regain their freedom. As for these Gu immortals, they had already inherited other inheritances. They did not have the qualifications to compete for He Fan's true inheritance. Thus, the Gu immortals in He Fan Grotto Heaven did not have many conflicts. They were rather peaceful. Originally, they did not have any hopes for the main tribe's inheritor. After all, so many years had passed, they did not even see him. But now, Feng Yuan's sudden appearance broke their old thinking. According to the stone tablet's rules, they had to welcome Feng Yuan, but they felt conflicted and rejected it internally. From their point of view, He Fan's true inheritance was already in the bag for them. As long as they continued to nurture descendants, one of them would be able to reach the peak and inherit He Fan's true inheritance. Thus, they did not want to see Feng Yuan appear, but they had to follow the rules. Even though the heavenly spirit was ignorant, He Fan had considered this before he died. Even though the heavenly spirit was not reliable, it firmly carried out He Fan's dying wish, and He Fan had a method to restrict it. Becoming a Gu immortal was bound to face calamities and tribulations. Whenever they could not survive the calamities and tribulations, these Gu immortals would come to Immortal Succession Mountain and ask for help from the Heavenly Spirit. The Heavenly Spirit would then use the true inheritance Immortal Gu on the first stone tablet to delay their calamities and tribulations. Even though they obtained temporary stability, they were restricted by the Heavenly Spirit. The Heavenly Spirit only needed to use a method from the true inheritance to activate the delayed calamities and tribulations on the Gu immortals, killing them. Many Gu immortals barely survived the calamities and tribulations, but they did not know about jewel yellow skies. Even though Heifan Grotto Heaven had abundant resources, there was a limit to the variety. It could not satisfy a Gu immortal's cultivation needs. Thus, the calamities and tribulations became stronger. The Gu immortals could not resist them. Eventually, they had no choice but to ask for help from the Heavenly Spirit. They fell into Heifan's trap and were restricted by the Heavenly Spirit. Old Ancestor Heifan, a great expert who had died many years ago, still had huge control over this Heifan Grotto Heaven. Old Ancestor Heifan was indeed the person who led Hei tribe to become an overlord. Even after death, he made this Heifan Grotto Heaven impregnable. These Gu immortals are in awe of him. But the writing on this stone tablet is very similar to the spring and autumn period. I don't believe that these Gu immortals who were punished back then were willing to die with Old Ancestor Heifan. Evidently, they had no choice but to do so. Old Ancestor Heifan is truly ruthless and decisive. He deserves praise. If we let them live, Heifan Grotto Heaven would have been destroyed from the inside already. All sorts of thoughts flashed past in his mind. Fang Yuan stopped looking at the stone tablet. He raised his head and looked at the brass bell Heavenly Spirit. He asked, "Then how can I inherit this true inheritance?" Chapter 11:29. The Stone Pavilion's tablet said, "Be it the main tribe member who is brought here by the Heavenly Spirit, or the sinner mortals who came to the peak of Immortal Succession Mountain, if they want to inherit Heifan's true inheritance, they need to pass the final test." But the contents of the final test were not mentioned on the stone tablet. It only asked the successor to seek guidance from the Heavenly Spirit. Even though the Heavenly Spirit was ignorant, it remembered Heifan's instructions. Thus, Fang Yuan took the initiative to ask. Soon, the immortals heard the brass bell Heavenly Spirit shake as it let out a melodious bell ring. As the bell rang, the inscription on the stone tablet changed again. At the end of the original content, a new line of words appeared. The immortals looked at it and gasped. This says that Heifan Grotto Heaven is one of the contents of the true inheritance. Whoever inherits the true inheritance will be the owner of Heifan Grotto Heaven. However, to inherit Heifan's true inheritance, the final test is actually this? No wonder Old Ancestor Heifan set the rule that if an inheritor of the true inheritance appears, we have to greet him together. Old Ancestor is magnanimous and considerate. Even though we are sinners, Old Ancestor has not forgotten about us. He is still thinking about us descendants. The immortals discussed. They were filled with admiration towards Old Ancestor Heifan. Some of them even had red eyes. They almost cried. Fang Yuan looked at this new line of words as he frowned deeply. His expression turned grim. This line of words clearly told him what the final test was. As long as I pass the final test, I will obtain Heifan's true inheritance. But what is this? The final test is to gain the recognition of more than half of the Gu immortals in Heifan Grotto Heaven, and it has to be done within 3 years of the Grotto Heaven's time. Fang Yuan shook his head internally. Old Ancestor Heifan's final test was out of his expectations. Evidently, he was biased towards the Gu immortals in Heifan Grotto Heaven. As an outsider, it was very difficult for Fang Yuan to gain the support of these people. But Fang Yuan soon reacted. He understood Old Ancestor Heifan's intention. Old Ancestor Heifan set this rule. It was to encourage the latecomers to recruit these Gu immortals of Heifan Grotto Heaven. After all, Gu immortals were hard to nurture. Taking them in would greatly benefit Hei tribe. Therefore, this was not only a test of the successor's personal ability, but also a test of the successor's communication skills and leadership ability to unite others. Heifan relied on his true inheritance to choose Hei tribe's leader. He was not just a Gu immortal expert. "You old bastard. He's clearly dead, yet he's still considering so much. How meddlesome. Fang Yuan cursed in his heart, but on the surface, he raised his head and sighed, saying emotionally, Ancestor He Fan, you wholeheartedly thought for He tribe. I, as a descendant, am filled with admiration for you. Yes, yes, the immortals said to Fang Yuan. It was very resonant. Originally, these Gu immortals were very unsettled. After all, Fang Yuan inherited He Fan's true inheritance. They did not know what would happen to the descendants of the sinners. But now, old ancestor He Fan's arrangement was for their sake. Fang Yuan slowly retracted his emotional expression. He turned around and stood in front of the stone tablet. Facing the Grotto Heaven's immortals, he asked, Then I wonder how I can obtain everyone's support? As Fang Yuan expected, his question was met with silence. That was then, and this was now. In the past, the immortals were wary of Fang Yuan. But now, Fang Yuan needed to obtain the recognition of more than half of the Gu immortals in the Grotto Heaven. The situation was reversed. It was completely different now. The immortals looked at each other. They did not speak for a while. But their gazes towards Fang Yuan had changed. In the past, they were careful, trying to hide their kindness and malice. But now, their gazes were distant. They put on airs and were considering things. Fang Yuan was not anxious. He stood on the spot, waiting for their reply. After a while of silence, as the oldest Gu immortal, Chen Qi, he could not take it anymore. He coughed. Today's matter happened too quickly. We were caught unprepared. Sigh. Maybe it is because of my old age. Thinking about these problems makes me feel dizzy. I cannot accept it immediately. Lord Immortal, you must be tired after such a long journey, right? Why don't you rest first and recuperate before coming up with a plan? This old fox. Fang Yuan snickered in his mind. But old immortal Chen Qi's words received strong support from the other Gu immortals. They voiced out their agreement continuously. The two groups that were originally very different now seemed to have merged into one. They were going to deal with the outsider, Fang Yuan. But, so what if I agree to it first? Fang Yuan had expected such a reaction. He did not have a worried expression as he nodded reluctantly. Chen Qi's words make sense. Chen Qi showed the smile of a victor, but he quickly retracted it. Even though I am staying in a simple room, I have prepared some tea. Lord Immortal, why don't you come with me? It will be my honor to have you here. Chen Qi invited passionately, but he did not reply to Fang Yuan's earlier words. Fang Yuan smiled forcefully. He nodded. Thank you. Saying it was a simple room was old immortal Chen Qi's humble words. Not only was his residence not crude, but it was also very luxurious. A group of palaces was situated at the peak of a mountain. This mountain seemed to be man-made. The top was flat. There were many palaces with golden bricks and green tiles. They were richly decorated. Chen Qi and his Gu immortals were living here. Not just that, there were a large number of Gu masters and even mortals. These are my descendants. Lord Immortal, please don't laugh at me. Now that I am old, I like to play with my grandchildren and enjoy the joy of family. Chen Qi introduced to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan nodded. This means that Chen Qi is a sentimental person. Chen Qi looked at Fang Yuan with deep meaning. Who would not welcome a sentimental person? Ha ha ha. Fang Yuan laughed. Seeing that Chen Qi and Fang Yuan were chatting happily, the other three Gu immortals also relaxed. Like this, Fang Yuan settled down here temporarily. The strange thing was, after the first day, Chen Qi did not show up again. He did not meet with Fang Yuan either. Fang Yuan, however, was not anxious. He remained calm. For days later, in the group of palaces, Fang Yuan and Chen Lu were walking in a long corridor. Chen Lu was one of the female immortals. She had 2 buns of hair. She was lively and pretty. In terms of blood relations, she was old immortal Chen Qi's great-granddaughter. Young Master He Cheng, look at that lotus flower. Its color is Lu Er's favorite. Chen Lu pointed at the lotus pond as she smiled. This corridor was unique. It passed through the entire lotus pond, stretching from east to west. The lotus pond was filled with lotus flowers of all colors. They were fragrant. It was a beautiful sight. These last few days, even though old immortal Chen Qi did not see Fang Yuan, Chen Lu accompanied Fang Yuan to admire the beautiful scenery of this palace. This lotus flower is yellow and cute. It is not seductive or flashy. It suits Lu Er. Fang Yuan smiled. Chunlu lowered her head. She had a shy expression as she said softly, "Young master, what are you saying?" Lu Er. Lu Er is just looking at this lotus flower and feels happy. I also feel happy when I look at Lu Er. Fang Yuan smiled as he stretched out his hands, grabbing Lu Er's hands. Chun Li's body shook. She wanted to struggle subconsciously, but Fang Yuan's hands were gripping tightly. Chun Li's face was red. Even with her Gu immortal cultivation level, her mind was in chaos. She struggled for a while before calling out, "Young master, young master." "You!" Fang Yuan took a huge step forward. His body was almost touching Chunlu. Chunlu hurriedly retreated, but due to his haste, he lost his balance and fell backwards. Fang Yuan took the chance and pulled her into his arms. "Be careful, don't fall." Gentle words entered Chen Li's ears. By the time Chunlu reacted, she was already in Fang Yuan's arms. Chunlu raised her head. She saw that Fang Yuan had a smile on his face. There was a trace of ridicule in his gaze. Chunlu was extremely angry. She punched Fang Yuan's chest. "Young master, you are so bad. You bullied Lu Er." Saying so, she struggled out of Fang Yuan's embrace. Fang Yuan gasped as he took a step back. There was a look of pain on his face. Chunlu quickly stopped. She walked over with a concerned expression. "Young master, what's wrong?" Fang Yuan sucked in a breath of cold air. "To speak the truth, before coming here, I had gone through a tough battle. It is not easy to inherit He Fan's true inheritance. At least, many of the Gu immortals in the clan are not willing to see that happen." "So you were injured? Why didn't you say so earlier?" Chunlu stomped her feet. All of her anger and embarrassment were thrown to the back of her mind. She looked at Fang Yuan's chest. "Does it still hurt?" "It is a small injury. It is not a big deal. It is just that my cultivation level is higher and my Dao marks are deeper. Injuries are more troublesome." Fang Yuan smiled. He suddenly changed the topic. "However, your ancestors' Gu refinement injuries should be similar to mine, right? Otherwise, why have I not seen him for the last few days?" Chun Li's eyes flashed with a trace of panic. She responded to Fang Yuan with a few random noises. Old immortal Qin Shi could not meet Fang Yuan for no reason. His excuse was that he failed the Gu refinement and suffered a backlash. His injuries were severe. He could not meet anyone. Of course, at this crucial moment, why would he suddenly refine Gu and get injured? Both sides knew the reason, they just did not say it out loud. On that night, Chun Clan's 4 Gu immortals held a secret discussion. Chunlu reported, "Ancestor, young Master He Chung suddenly asked about your condition today." "Oh? He can't wait anymore?" Chun Chi smiled. "Thankfully, I concealed it back then. He did not suspect anything. But as time goes on," Chunlu said worriedly. The other 3 Gu immortals looked at each other. They smiled. Chunlu was loved and cared for by the elders. She was still very innocent. She did not know that Fang Yuan already knew about it. And he suddenly asked about old immortal Chan Chi's condition. It was a subtle reminder. "The male Gu immortal Chen Li Ji thought about it," he said. "We need to have a good talk with this He Chung. There are 2 updates today. There will be a second update later, friends." Chapter 11:30. Old immortal Chen Chi shook his head slowly and remained as still as a mountain. What's the harm in giving him a cold shoulder? There's no time for that. N is an element of. Chun Lizzie said worriedly, "He's a sensible person. I'm afraid that if we delay for too long, we'll anger him. If we force him away and force him to Zheng Tuo's side, it will be terrible." "Little Ji, don't worry." Chun Chi smiled as he analyzed. The final test of the true inheritance requires at least half of the Gu immortals in He Fan Grotto Heaven to support He Chung for him to succeed. Now in He Fan Grotto Heaven, not including He Chung, there were 9 of them. On our side, there were 4 people, almost half of them. This is a huge capital. As long as he obtains our support, he will have won half the battle. As long as he won the recognition of one more person, he would be able to succeed. It's impossible for him not to consider that. Even if he gives up on us and goes to another Gu immortal, he will run into a wall. Now, the situation was different. After all, he was a newcomer. If he wanted to gain support, he had to give up some benefits. He had to give something in order to get it. Moreover, as for the three immortal cave, He, Zhang Tuo, and the others are very ambitious. Chun Lizzie didn't say anything. Chun Wanyun said, Ancestor, to tell you the truth, Wanyun has always had an idea. If Heicheng didn't get more than half of the support, wouldn't it be a failure? Heifan's true inheritance will remain on the immortal succession mountain. One day, our descendants will ascend to the peak and seize it, right? We have protected Heifan's true inheritance for generations. Even old ancestor Heifan admitted that we have the right to compete. Are we really going to give it to outsiders? Heicheng isn't an outsider. He's one of us. Chun Lu retorted. Lu, don't forget that we are from the same family. To enjoy prosperity and freedom in the outside world. Our bloodline has been imprisoned here for generations. Chen Wanyun said sternly. Chun Li's face turned bitter, and he did not say anything else. Chun Chi slowly shook his head. Yun Er's words. Actually, I've already considered it. This method won't work. Firstly, it is extremely difficult for mortals to enter the immortal succession mountain. Even if we nurture him wholeheartedly, how long will it take for the lucky one to appear and inherit the true inheritance? A few decades? Or hundreds of years? No one can say for sure. Secondly, although Heicheng is only one person, don't forget. Behind him was Hei tribe's main branch and a large number of Hei tribe Gu immortals. If he failed, it would only be his personal failure. Hei tribe's Gu immortals were bound to charge forward. At that time, how are we supposed to stop the others? Are we going to keep our own family outside? Could he block it? Other than the four of us, are Jing Tuo and the others reliable? These Gu immortals in Heifan Grotto Heaven did not know about Jewel Yellow Skies. After so many years and generations, they could not communicate with Jewel Yellow Skies. So regarding Hei tribe's current situation, he knew nothing at all. Fang Yuan lied without any preparation. He easily deceived the four Qin clan Gu immortals. Chen Qi's question caused the expressions of the other three immortals to change. Chen Lu agreed. That's right. Today, young Master Hei Cheng even told me that he could compete with Hei tribe's Gu immortals and emerge victorious. It was not easy. Even now, he is still injured. Chen Qi nodded. He analyzed. Hei Cheng was able to emerge victorious. He is not an ordinary person. He has rank 7 cultivation level to begin with. He also has the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. He has great prospects. If we help him succeed, we will be able to help him in times of need. When we return to our tribe with his help, we will be able to gain a foothold. How good would that be? However, if he wants us to help him succeed, we can't do it for no reason. He needs to pay a price. If he does not pay a price, he will not cherish it. He will not be grateful to us. Ancestor is truly considerate. Chun Liji said, It is never wrong to listen to Ancestor. Chun Lu smiled. Chun Chi sighed faintly, looking at the three Gu immortals. He said emotionally, I am old. I do not have much lifespan left. I only hope that you juniors will have better days in the future. When my soul returns to the door of life and death, I will be at ease. Ancestor, don't say that. You will definitely live for a very long time. Chun Li's eyes were red. Chen Liji was more pragmatic. Ancestor, don't forget that lifespan Gu exists in this world. To obtain our support, that Hei Cheng needs to give us something. Lifespan Gu is definitely a must. A bright light flashed in Chen Qi's eyes. He looked at Chen Lu. Regardless of lifespan Gu, we need to let our Lu heir get what she wants, to be together with her lover. Chun Li's face was red from embarrassment. She stood up and stomped her feet. Ancestor, you are making fun of me. Ha ha ha. In the secret room, laughter could be heard. At the same time, Fang Yuan was standing in his courtyard, looking at the night sky. This Heifan Grotto Heaven had clear day and night. Day was long, night was short. This was a phenomenon that only Grotto Heavens had. Blessed lands did not have it. Heifan Grotto Heaven's night sky did not have a single star. And it was not completely black. If one looked closely, it should be a deep jade color. Cool winds blew. Fang Yuan looked at the sky with his arms behind his back. He was summarizing all sorts of information in his mind. These last days, he and Chen Lu had been playing around. They obtained a lot of precious information from this young girl. They had a clearer and more comprehensive understanding of He Fan Grotto Heaven and the other Gu immortals. Not just that, he even had a deeper understanding of He Fan's true inheritance test. It is about time. In 2 more days, the time will be ripe. Fang Yuan thought. A cold light flashed in his eyes. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. In the afternoon, the bright sunlight made the palace look even brighter and more majestic. Warm winds blew, birds chirped and flowers bloomed. It was a pleasant scene. In front of Chen Qi's door, Fang Yuan's voice could be heard. I came to visit. I hope you do not mind. He could not wait any longer. But his patience is not bad. Chen Qi was not surprised. The entire palace was a huge mortal Gu house. Fang Yuan's every move was under his control. The door opened on its own. Chen Qi was lying on the bed. He sat up as he said weakly, "Esteemed guest, forgive me for not being able to welcome you." Fang Yuan walked in, standing in front of the bed with a worried expression. "It seems that you are heavily injured. You are a rule path Gu immortal. I thought about it for a long time and thought of a method. It can lessen your injuries." Chen Qi was not injured at all. "Thank you for your concern, but my injuries cannot be healed by ordinary methods." Fang Yuan smiled. "Friend Chen, you might not know. This is an immortal killer move, my tribe's signature method. Even though the core immortal Gu are still in the tribe, I know the contents of the killer move. I will teach you this killer move. You can change the core. It might help your injuries." "How can I do that?" Chen Qi quickly refused. Fang Yuan said warmly, "I feel like old friends with you. I have been chatting with you all these days. I will teach you the killer move. It is a form of return." "What are you saying? This is too much." Chen Qi continued to refuse. Fang Yuan's expression changed. He said in a worried tone, "It is just an immortal killer move. How can I express my feelings with it?" Sigh. To speak the truth, this final test of He Fan's true inheritance is truly difficult for me. Please enlighten me, fellow immortal Chen. Chen Qi heard this and his eyes shined. He understood Fang Yuan's hidden meaning. He was here to exchange benefits and ask for his support. Chen Qi sat up subconsciously, saying, "In my humble opinion, this is the same as Gu refinement. When refining Gu, the heat is needed. Sometimes, the heat needs to be fierce. Sometimes, the heat needs to be slow. It is in accordance with the urgency of the matter." Hee, I am ashamed. I am very interested in refinement path. I spoke nonsense. Please do not blame me. It wasn't nonsense, but a bunch of bullshit. You are a rule path Gu immortal. Why are you interested in refinement path? But Fang Yuan knew the meaning behind these words. He smiled. My clan has countless refinement path books. They are as vast as the sea. As long as I obtain the true inheritance and free everyone, when you return to the clan, you can read all of these books. Furthermore, I have many personal refinement path methods and Gu recipes. After I succeed, I can give them to you. What's wrong with that? Chen Qi nodded, showing a satisfied expression. But he continued, I am interested in refinement path. I am not interested in it. But my grandnephew Chun Liji is an enslavement path Gu immortal. He is extremely envious of the upper extreme, heavenly eagle beside exalted immortal. Fang Yuan's expression sank. There is only one upper extreme heavenly eagle. We cannot give it to you. But our clan raises a large number of iron crown eagles. They are famous in northern plains. I can guarantee that as long as we return, we will give each of you one. Joy flashed past Chen Qi's face as he sighed. Back then, old ancestor He Fan suppressed Qiao clan because of their eagle-rearing method. To think that after so many years, they have developed to such a scale. But now that our ancestor has been punished, I am very worried about what kind of state we will be in when we return to the clan. No need to worry. I can guarantee that when you return to the clan and strengthen He tribe, you will be welcomed with open arms. Fang Yuan paused before saying, and the matter of you being punished is a matter that happened many generations ago. When I obtain the true inheritance, I will pardon all of you. You have been guarding He Fan Grotto Heaven for generations. You have already committed more crimes than crimes. Adding on the merit of helping me obtain the true inheritance. After I return to the clan, I will definitely uphold justice for all of you. Chen Qi smiled.
Lord Immortal is a dragon among men. You are a true genius. Your words carry enormous weight. With your words, I am relieved of half of my worries. Thank you for your trust. Actually, we are all of He tribe's bloodline. We are one family. But as for the others outside, it will depend on their performance. Fang Yuan had a hidden meaning. The hidden meaning was, first come, first serve. Whoever supported him first would get more benefits when they returned to the clan. Chen Shi nodded. He was a sly old fox. Of course he understood the meaning behind Fang Yuan's words. He smiled. Lord Immortal's words are like pearls of wisdom. They are extremely exquisite. Especially this family, they are described very well. Saying so, he sized up Fang Yuan. Seeing that Fang Yuan had a smile on his face, he felt more confident. He asked, "What does Lord Immortal think of little Lo?" Fang Yuan's smile faded. He answered, "Bright eyes and white teeth. Innocent and lively. I like her. To be honest, Lu'er is secretly in love with Lord Immortal." Sigh, what a pity. Lord Immortal is such a talented person. She is not someone she can match up to. Sigh, as an elder, I do not dare to have such an extravagant hope. I only hope that Lu'er, this poor child, can forget Lord Immortal and find her own happiness in the future. Chen Qi sighed. Fang Yuan's smile disappeared. He frowned and thought for a while before saying seriously, "To be honest, I also like Chen Lu. I am willing to marry her." If he really liked her, he would be overjoyed and say it out loud. He would not think about it for a while and show a serious expression. But Chen Qi pretended not to see it. He did not think of it either. Fang Yuan sneered internally. He understood this person even more clearly. This Chen Qi said that he was thinking for his juniors. But if he really wanted to, why would he do this? He was directly sacrificing Chen Lu for his own benefits. Chen Qi laughed heartily. Fang Yuan's reply was forced, but he was very satisfied with it. He took an inch and took a mile. He stopped laughing as he sighed deeply. Sigh, it is a pity that I do not have much lifespan left. I am afraid I will not be able to see Lord Immortal and Lu'er's wedding. Fang Yuan immediately understood. This old thing wanted lifespan goo. His expression turned grim. There was no smile on his face, he said dryly. What are you talking about? In my opinion, you are old but strong. Your appetite is huge. Old Immortal Chen Qi smiled as he looked at Fang Yuan. He said with an unyielding tone, Lord Immortal, I have embarrassed myself. I am actually very greedy. Not only do I want to see Lord Immortal and Lu'er's wedding, I also want to see their children. Speaking of which, they are my juniors. Fang Yuan started to pace around. He frowned deeply as he said directly, Lifespan goo are hard to find. They are extremely precious. I cannot take them out. This is a gift from heaven. It is not easy to obtain. Old Immortal Chen Qi nodded. He seemed to have expected Fang Yuan's reply. He continued, but Lord Immortal, don't worry. I will let you know that this He Fan Grotto Heaven also produced lifespan goo. They have all been taken away. The heavenly spirit is confused, but old ancestor He Fan has arrangements. If I'm not wrong, He Fan's true inheritance definitely has many lifespan goo. I sigh. I only need 300 lifespan goo. 300 lifespan? Fang Yuan stared at Chen Qi angrily. Chen Qi was still smiling. Fang Yuan flew into a rage. 300 is too much. I do not even have lifespan goo. I will only give you 100. 150. Chen Qi bargained. He finally stopped pretending. Fang Yuan paced around a few more times. He gritted his teeth. Forget it. I will give you 150. Deal. Chen Qi clapped. He laughed loudly. He did not even care about his face. But speaking of which, if he could gain 100 years of lifespan, so what if he lost some face? Chen Qi looked at Fang Yuan, his smile becoming wider. I heard from Lu'er that Lord Immortal has countless immortal goo. I wonder if you can show them to me? Fang Yuan was stunned. He became furious. He gritted his teeth at Chen Qi. This old thing had such a huge appetite. He said he wanted to take a look, but he wanted Fang Yuan to give up an immortal goo in exchange for his support. Chen Qi saw that Fang Yuan was furious. His heart jumped, but he thought about how rare this opportunity was. There would not be another one like this. Would he still have a chance after returning to the main tribe? Thus, he quickly said, this is my final request.
As long as it is fulfilled, the four of us will definitely support Lord Immortal. Fang Yuan started pacing around again. He paced around fiercely, as if he had an irreconcilable grudge with the floor tiles under his feet. Chen Qi observed his expression. Seeing that Fang Yuan's anger was fading and he was in deep thought, he gradually relaxed. He was secretly happy. This matter is done. As expected, after a while, Fang Yuan stopped walking. He stood in front of his bed and took out an immortal goo. Rank 7 immortal goo. Chen Qi gasped. He was surprised and joyful. This is a sword path immortal goo. It is not suitable for me, otherwise, I would not have given it to you. Fang Yuan said hatefully. What is the name of this goo? Chen Qi's eyes shined. He looked at Fang Yuan handing this goo to him. Wait, let's change it to this immortal goo. Fang Yuan changed his mind. He retracted his hand and took out a goo from his immortal aperture with his other hand. Chen Qi's gaze subconsciously moved to Fang Yuan's other hand. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. The Sword Path Immortal Goo activated. Sword Path Killer Move, Dark Assassination. Chen Qi was stunned. The wound between his brows gradually widened. Soon after, blood spurted out from the front of his forehead and the back of his head. Die. P.S. Chapter 1131. The moment Chen Qi died, the entire palace shook. These palaces were all mortal goo houses. They were controlled by old immortal Chen Qi, however. Fang Yuan was already prepared. With a thought, he activated the well-prepared arrangements. In an instant, the palace calmed down. There was not a single tremor. This was one of the preparations that Fang Yuan had made in the past few days. Mortal goo houses were nothing to goo immortals. Unless it was an immortal goo house. But how could these He Fan Grotto Heaven goo immortals have the latter? He Fan was so ruthless. He killed the He tribe goo immortals who were guilty before he died. The inheritances that were left behind were naturally deleted. There was no information about the immortal goo house left behind. And with just these goo immortals in He Fan Grotto Heaven, the possibility of creating an immortal goo house was too small. Moreover, although this palace complex was large in scale, its layout was too old. It was not difficult for Fang Yuan to crack it. Old immortal Chen Qi making him stay for many days was his biggest mistake. These goo immortals in He Fan Grotto Heaven have been at peace for too long, without fighting. They are pushing for progress. They have no vigilance at all. Fang Yuan looked at old immortal Chen Qi's corpse as he snickered in disdain. Chen Qi died with a remaining grievance. He still had a dazed expression on his face. Clearly, Fang Yuan had killed him too quickly. He had not even had the time to panic. After confirming that Chen Qi was dead, Fang Yuan kept him in the sovereign immortal aperture. Then, he activated Familiar Face and transformed into old immortal Chen Qi. He swaggered open the door and walked out. Greetings, old ancestor. Greetings, old ancestor. Along the way, Fang Yuan met many goo masters and mortals, men and women, young and old. When he saw Fang Yuan, he immediately knelt down and kowtowed, giving his most respectful greetings. Every time, Fang Yuan would activate his goo worms and use a formless force to help these people up, while also greeting them. This made Chen Qi's descendants even more grateful. They did not know that the real Chen Qi had already been killed by Fang Yuan. The person they were worshipping was the murderer. They didn't doubt it at all because this was how old immortal Chen Qi usually did things. These days, Fang Yuan, by playing along with Chen Lu, he managed to obtain a lot of information. Chen Qi's actions were naturally one of them. Otherwise, he could only disguise himself by relying on Familiar Face. However, he could not disguise old immortal Chen Qi's actions. Fang Yuan swaggered along the way. Soon, they arrived in front of a palace. Old ancestor, why are you here? Chen Lizzie heard the commotion and immediately walked out of the palace to welcome him. He looked at Fang Yuan suspiciously. Of course, he wasn't doubting the true identity of the person in front of him, but the old ancestor had clearly used the excuse of being bedridden to postpone the meeting with He Cheng. Why was he acting so brazenly today? Going against the previous decision? Little Ji, that He Cheng just came here secretly to negotiate with me. Come, let's go in. I have something to discuss with you.
Fong Yuan patted Chen Lizi's shoulder like an elder. Then, with his hands behind his back, he walked towards the palace behind him. The entire palace complex was a mortal Gu house, but the residences of the other 3 Gu immortals. But it belonged to each of them. Old immortal Chen Qi could not interfere in this. After all, he could not openly monitor the lives of juniors, right? Chen Lizi heard Fong Yuan's words and was moved. His suspicions vanished. He quickly took a few steps forward and led the way. Old ancestor, please have a seat. He bowed slightly and led Fong Yuan to a seat. Old ancestor, please have some tea. Soon, he brewed high-quality tea. He served it with both hands and was extremely respectful. After the tea was served, Chen Lizi sat down. Fong Yuan drank some tea. Seeing that Chen Lizi was sitting far away from him, he said, "Little Ji, bring the chair over and sit beside me." Chen Lizi was overwhelmed by this favor. He replied happily, "Yes, old ancestor. I will stand beside you and respectfully listen to your instructions." How could he do that? There was a difference between a person standing and a person sitting. When standing, their muscles were tense, they could advance or retreat. When sitting, their entire body was relaxed. Even their mental state would be affected. They would lower their guard. Fong Yuan wanted to kill Chen Lizi. He had to make ample preparations. Thus, Fong Yuan pretended to be unhappy. "Bring the chair over and sit." "What are you talking about? I have already discussed with that He Cheng. We will deal with Zhang Tuo's group next. There are many things I need to tell you. Yun Er and Lu Er are women. At the crucial moment, little Ji, you need to take on more responsibilities." Chen Lizi's heart surged with emotions. He felt a sense of appreciation.
Yes.
He quickly brought the chair over and sat in front of Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan saw that the door of the hall was open. He said, "Close this door and disperse the outsiders. It is better to keep this a secret." Chen Lizi did not doubt him. He did as he was told. He Cheng could not endure it in the end. He came to visit me. This time, I talked with He Cheng. He gave me a lot of benefits. He is very sincere. Fong Yuan spoke slowly. Chen Lizi listened attentively. He had long wanted to ask what price He Cheng paid, but since old ancestor did not mention it, he did not dare to ask. Now that Fong Yuan satisfied his curiosity, he told him more about the price. Chen Lizi listened attentively. His eyes shined brightly. He Cheng actually gave old ancestor a rank 7 immortal Gu? Chen Lizi gasped. He was overjoyed. Would old ancestor lie to you? Watch. Fong Yuan chuckled, taking out flying sword immortal Gu. Good Gu, good Gu. Chen Lizi praised. Little Ji. Fong Yuan dragged his voice. Chen Lizi quickly raised his head. How could he ignore an elder's question? Right at this moment, a sword light flashed. Chen Lizi was slightly stunned. There was a light just now? Next, he subconsciously looked at Fong Yuan's hand. The flying sword immortal Gu in his hand had vanished. Where did this Gu go? A huge question mark popped up in Chen Lizi's mind. Then, he felt as if all the strength in his body was suddenly sucked away. A warm liquid flowed down from his forehead in large streams. Suddenly, the world spun. He fell to the ground, kneeling on the ground with one hand. He tried to grab onto Fong Yuan's robe with the other, but he did not succeed. Plop. He fell to the ground, without any signs of life. On Fong Yuan's face, his benevolent smile slowly vanished. His expression turned cold and eerie. Using the same method, Fong Yuan suppressed this palace as well. If it did not tremble, no one would be able to see through it. Next, he kept Chen Lizi's corpse in his immortal aperture. He pushed open the palace door and left. Only 2 female Gu immortals were left. Chen Wanyun's threat was higher. Fong Yuan's next target was her. "Sister, I finally mastered the middle concealment technique," Chen Lu said to Chen Wanyun with a smile. "Is that so?" Chen Wanyun heard this and was overjoyed. She looked at Chen Lu and said happily, "My Lu Er, you finally know how to work hard. Let me guess, who is it that made Lu Er start to cultivate so diligently?" Chen Wanyun pretended to think for a while before continuing, I think that person's surname should be He. His name only has one word." Before she finished, Chen Lu interrupted. "Sister, don't mess around, don't mess around. He is working hard to begin with, all right?" "Is that so?"
Chun Wan-yun smiled as she looked at Chun Li's shy expression, thinking, Lu-er is young and inexperienced. We cared for her as she grew up. But she knows Hei Chung is outstanding, so she wants to improve. I wanted to remind her, but it seems I was overthinking. Chin-lu could not resist this gaze. She took a step back, vanishing from Chan Wan-yun's sight. Sister, if I use middle concealment, can you feel it? Hee. Do you know where I am now? Chun-Li's voice resounded in Chun Wan-yun's ears. You lass, watch how I deal with you after I find you. Chun Wan-yun pretended to be fierce. She was about to use an investigative killer move. At this moment, she sensed movement outside the hall. She asked curiously, Why is old ancestor here? Lu-er, stop playing around. Come with me to greet him. Chun-Lu was about to stop her immortal killer move when she suddenly had a change of heart. She thought of the previous time when they were plotting. Old immortal Chun-Chi had teased her. She pouted. Forget it. I will eavesdrop from the side. Let's see if old ancestor can find me. If he can't find me, I'll suddenly appear and give him a fright. Hee hee. You, be careful of being too mischievous. You won't be able to get married. Chun Wan-yun shook her head helplessly. She got up and walked out of the hall to greet old immortal Chin-Chi. Fang Yuan had familiar face. Chun Wan-yun and Chun-Lu could not see through his disguise. But Fang Yuan did not have an outstanding investigative killer move. He could not see through Chun-Li's concealment. In fact, even if he had this killer move, he could not use it openly. Once he used it, the immortal aura would leak out. It could not be concealed. It would attract suspicion. Only an immortal method like dark assassination could conceal the immortal Gu's aura completely. It could be used to launch a sneak attack and catch the enemy off guard. Chen Wan-yun led Fang Yuan to the main seat. She wanted to call Chin-Lu out. How could she peep at an elder like this? But her thoughts changed, she thought. Old ancestor has always doted on Lu-er. Now that he has negotiated with young master Hei Chung and obtained a lot of benefits, he is in a good mood. Lu-er is in hiding. Even if old ancestor finds out, he will not blame Lu-er. Thinking of this, Chun Wan-yun pretended not to know. She served tea. Fang Yuan drank a mouthful. He did the same thing again. He got Chun Wan-yun to sit near him. Chin-Lu watched from the side. She smiled secretly. She felt that it was quite exciting. Next, she eavesdropped on Fang Yuan and Chun Wan-yun's conversation, gradually getting engrossed. Hearing that her clan had obtained a lot, she was happy, but she could not help but worry for Fang Yuan. Young Master Hei Ching invested so much. Will there be a negative impact on him? Next, Fang Yuan took out Flying Sword Immortal Gu. This rank 7 Sword Path Immortal Gu was given to me by Hei Chung. Together with the price I offered earlier, Yun-er, I intend to send you to 3 Immortal Cave. I will use this as a bargaining chip to convince the 3 immortals to support Hei Chung. Are you willing? Chun Wan-yun quickly stood up. Whatever old ancestor says, Yun-er will do. Fang Yuan chuckled. Chun-Li's gaze was also focused on Flying Sword Immortal Gu. This was the first time she had seen a rank 7 Immortal Gu. She could not suppress her curiosity. She wanted to jump out and give the old ancestor a surprise. But at the next moment, a change occurred. Dark assassination moved again. How could Chun Wan-yun expect that the old ancestor she respected would try to kill her? Without any defense, this gentle female immortal followed in the footsteps of Qin-Chi and Chen Liji. She immediately killed Chun Wan-yun. Fang Yuan put away the flying sword and stuffed the corpse into his immortal aperture, sweeping away all the blood before leaving. Chun-Lu was still concealed. She covered her mouth with both hands. Her eyes were wide open. Her pupils shrunk to pin size. Her nose was wide open. She was gasping for breath. Her delicate body trembled uncontrollably, and silent tears rolled down her fair and smooth cheeks in large streams. Unbelievable. Extreme terror. How can this be? How can this be? What did I just see? What just happened? Was this an illusion? It must be an illusion. How can this be? Hee hee hee. Ha ha ha. Old ancestor killed Sister Yun-er? How can this be? But the truth was right in front of her. Seeing was believing. Cold and cruel, she was not allowed to have any doubts. Plop. She knelt on the ground and sat down weakly. Her shoulders moved as she sobbed softly. Her beautiful face was filled with shock, fear, bewilderment, and helplessness. She was still covering her mouth with her hand, as if it could protect her. Chapter 1132. Why did old ancestor suddenly kill Chun Wanyun? Chun-Lu did not understand. She could not understand at all. She sobbed softly as her body shook. Her heart jumped. She thought of Chin Lizzie. Would the old ancestor look for Chin Lizzie and also want to kill him? This was a simple deduction. No matter what, she had to find Chin Lizzie and tell him about this. At the crucial moment, Chun-Lu did not think of Hei Cheng. She thought of her closest clan Gu immortals. Chun-Lu woke up. She stopped sobbing and stood up. Activating her immortal killer move to conceal herself as she ran towards Chun Lizzie's palace. Fang Yuan did not go to Chun Lizzie's residence like Chun-Lu expected. He did not find Chun-Lu. He had already killed Chun Lizzie. Thus, his final action was to go to Chun Li's residence. He would find her and kill her. A moment later, Chun-Lu arrived at Chun Lizzie's residence. Why is there no one here? Chun-Lu searched the entire palace but did not find Chin Lizzie. Of course, she saw many mortals and Gu masters. But Chun-Lu did not alert them. Even if she told them this shocking news, they would not believe it. Looking at the empty palace, Chun Li's heart was filled with endless confusion and panic. Old ancestor Chen Qi killed Chen Wanyun. Chun Lizzie was nowhere to be seen. He was likely dead. Chun-Lu could not help but cry again. What should I do? Oh no. Oh no. Young Master Hei Cheng. Chun-Lu finally thought of Fang Yuan. Her body shuddered. She felt, at this moment, she could only rely on Hei Cheng. She immediately turned around. She ran towards Hei Cheng's residence. Almost at the same time, Fang Yuan arrived at Chun Li's palace. There was no one here? Strange. Where would she go at this time? Fang Yuan's heart sank. There was a new change in the situation. Fang Yuan subconsciously looked at the sky. This Hei Fan Grotto heaven sky was clear and clear. There were no clouds. Fang Yuan smiled at the sky. He quickly returned to his residence. Where else could Chun-Lu go? It had to be those few places. Gu immortals and mortals did not have many common topics. Returning to his residence, Fang Yuan turned into Black Sheng and waited for Chun-Lu. At this moment, a brilliant light suddenly soared into the sky. It shot out explosively, rushing into the sky and burning in all directions. It was dazzling and dazzling. Could this be what Chun-Lu mentioned before? The brilliant light warning and the immortals defending together? Fang Yuan frowned. Over the past few days, he had been asking Chun-Lu for all sorts of information. One of them said that when the Gu immortal first appeared in Hei Fan Grotto Heaven, he was bullied by desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. The Gu immortals of the previous generations. Let's join hands to fight against the enemy. Usually, they lived in different parts of the heavenly abode. If either side was attacked and the situation was critical, they could send out a warning, inviting Gu immortals from all over to help, paying the corresponding compensation afterwards. As the Gu immortals in Hei Fan Grotto Heaven get stronger and stronger, this light hadn't appeared for almost 100 years. This time, it was likely that Chun-Lu would make a move. I've underestimated this woman. This move is a good one. Fang Yuan smiled. He was cunning. Immediately, he deduced many things. He killed 3 people in a row. Only Chun-Lu was left. And the method of the brilliant light warning could only be known by Gu immortals. Chun-Lu was definitely the one who used it. Why did Chun-Lu avoid them and activate it? Evidently, she found out that a few others had met with misfortune. It did not matter where she was hiding or what method she used. Since she did not find him, it meant that she was already suspicious of him. Next, the group of immortals would come. How would Fang Yuan deal with them? It turned out that at the previous moment, Chun-Lu was about to find Hei Cheng when a thought flashed in his mind. Even if he found young Master Hei Cheng, what if he could not defeat old ancestor? Chun-Lu did not know Hei Cheng's strength, but deep in his heart, he felt that old immortal Chen Qi was more profound and unfathomable. This was because of old immortal Chen Qi's reputation. I need to find a way to satisfy both sides. Chun-Lu thus thought of the brilliant light warning. The warning light shot into the sky. Chun-Li's heart calmed down a little. I wonder if old ancestor will come to find me after seeing this light? Thinking of this, Chun-Lu started to feel afraid again. She gritted her teeth, deciding to find Feng Yuan first. From start to finish, she did not suspect that Feng Yuan was the culprit. The moment the brilliant light warning shot into the sky, the other Gu immortals reacted. What is going on? At this crucial moment, Old Man Chen Qi actually sent a warning and invited us to join him? In front of 3 Immortal Cave, Feng Jun looked at the soaring light and frowned. Zhoumin also had a suspicious expression. This is a little strange. Old Immortal Chen Qi has 4 Gu immortals. He is the strongest. In Heifan Grotto Heaven, what other ancient desolate beasts are there that are worth Chen Qi inviting us to help? You feel that this is related to that Heicheng?
Zhang Tuo asked.
Most likely. Feng Jun nodded. This brilliant light warning has not appeared for close to 100 years. It happened at this time. It is very strange. Furthermore, that Heicheng has already stayed at Old Man Chen Qi's place for 5 to 6 days. They might have already reached some kind of agreement and colluded together. With Old Immortal Chen Qi's mood, as long as Heicheng is willing to give us benefits, it is not surprising that he would support us. Zhang Tuo thought about it. Regardless of whether it is an ancient desolate beast attack or if Chen Qi and the rest are trying to harm us, we should go and investigate. That's right. Our blood light soul suppression has already reached a critical juncture. If we stall for a few more days, we can suppress the heavenly spirit and obtain the true inheritance. The urgent matter now is to stall for time. But we need to be careful and see what the other party is planning. If we continue to feign civility, in a few days, this Heifan Grotto Heaven will be ours. Feng Jun laughed coldly. Immediately, the 3 immortals moved out, flying towards Old Immortal Chen Qi's palace. At the same time, the other 2 Gu immortals also moved out. Heifan Grotto Heaven was not small, but the Gu immortals' residences were not far from each other. Furthermore, the 3 immortals did not care about immortal essence. They activated their immortal killer moves to travel. A moment later, they were already halfway there. At this time, a rapidly flying figure appeared in the 3 immortals' vision. It's that Qianle. Zhoumin recognized the person first. Qianle was bathed in blood. He had a panicked expression. He was fleeing for his life. The 3 immortals looked at each other. Was there really an ancient desolate beast attack? Qianle, wait. We are here. What happened over there? Zhang Tuo called out. Qianle saw these 3 Gu immortals and was overjoyed. So it is seniors. It is great to see you. That Heicheng is extremely vicious. After failing to negotiate with my ancestor, he schemed and killed my sister Wan Yun. I activated the warning light and escaped. Heicheng chased after me. Thankfully, I had the immortal killer move little concealment. I managed to escape with my life. What? The 3 immortals heard this and were shaken. This Heicheng is so daring. He actually attacked Old Immortal Chen Qi directly. He is so vicious. I am afraid he is going to harm us. Strange. He wants to obtain Heifan's true inheritance. Without our support, how can he obtain it? A life for a life. It is only right. We need to take down this Heicheng. For safety's sake, let's gather with the other Gu immortals first. Qianle, don't worry. We are a family. We will definitely seek justice for your family. Justice? Qianle suddenly smiled as he attacked. Under the 3 immortals' shocked gazes, the sword light was like a flash as it landed on Zhang Tuo's body. Zhang Tuo was caught off guard. Even though he had a mortal killer move to protect himself, Dark Assassination was an immortal killer move that used a rank 7 flying sword Immortal Gu as the core. It was extremely sharp. It directly cut him in half. In an instant, Zhang Tuo died. Brother! Zhoumin screamed. Feng Jun shouted as he clapped with both palms. Intense winds blew as Feng Yuan was pushed far away. Brother! Zhoumin cried out as she watched Zhang Tuo's corpse fall to the ground. Blood and organs splattered in the air. Feng Jun hugged Zhoumin and dragged her away as they quickly retreated. Qianle, are you crazy? You dared to kill my brother Zhang Tuo. I will fight you to the death. Zhoumin screamed. Her face was bloodshot. I will kill you. Kill me? Qianle stopped in his tracks and sneered. He looked at Zhoumin with disdain and said, You? Zhoumin was furious. She struggled intensely as she tried to break free from Feng Jun's grasp. Second brother, what are you doing? Let me go.
This bitch killed brother. She killed brother. I will cut off her head and offer it to my brother. Calm down, third sister. Don't fall for the enemy's provocation. How can she be Chunlu? Don't you understand, Chunlu? That was a sword path immortal killer move earlier. She is not Chunlu. Feng Jun also screamed. His gaze towards Chunlu was filled with hatred. It was like fire was spewing out of his eyes. It seems that there are still people who understand. Chunlu smiled lightly. Her original appearance suddenly changed to Hei Cheng's. You are indeed Hei Cheng. Feng Jun's body shook. Scoundrel! Zhou Min scolded. Look at them. They do not seem to know that I am the culprit. Strange, did Chunlu not use an information path Gu Worm to inform them? Feng Yuan had some doubts. He did not know that from start to finish, Chunlu had never suspected him. After lighting up the warning light, Chunlu hurried over to his residence. But Feng Yuan had already returned. He waited for Chunlu for a while. After seeing the warning light, he felt that he had been exposed. In that case, he might as well beat them at their own game. He would take the initiative to split up and weaken the immortals in Heifan Grotto Heaven. Since 3 of Chan Chi's people were dead, the biggest group was 3 immortal Grotto Heaven's 3 immortals. Thus, Feng Yuan turned into Chun Li's appearance and flew towards 3 immortal Grotto Heaven. After encountering the 3 immortals, he used Dark Assassination to kill the most threatening blood path Gu immortal, Zheng Tuo. And when Chunlu went to Feng Yuan's residence, she did not see Feng Yuan. She felt dejected and even more worried. But she did not know that she was a fool. She managed to escape a calamity. I didn't have much hope for this assassination, but I didn't expect it to go so smoothly. The Gu immortals in this Heifan Grotto Heaven cannot compare to those in Northern Plains. It seems that they have been living in peace for too long. Their alertness is too low. Forget it. Let's kill these 2 first. Thoughts flashed in his mind like lightning. Feng Yuan thought of many things, but it only lasted for a moment in the outside world. The corners of his mouth curled up a little as he charged straight at Feng Jun and Zhou Ming. Kill. Chapter 11:33. He actually charged over. Feng Jun's pupil shrunk. He was intimidated by Feng Yuan's aura. Feng Yuan charged forward with an indomitable will. Even though he was alone, his aura was shocking. It was as if he was surrounded by wind and lightning. Killing intent surged. It was like a terrifying claw that tore apart the battle of life and death. The Gu immortals in Heifan Grotto Heaven would spar with each other, but how could they have the experience of fighting against Gu immortals? Retreat. At once, Feng Jun could only think of this one word. Instead, Zhou Min, who he was hugging, was spewing fire from her eyes. She shouted excitedly, "Good! Scoundrel, come and die!" She was already beyond furious, and her mind was filled with the desire to take revenge for her brother. She wanted to tear this vile murderer, Feng Yuan, into 1,000 pieces, pull out his tendons, and break his bones. Feng Jun pulled Zhou Min as they retreated, but Zhou Min had already activated her immortal killer move. Her eyes widened, and a dazzling platinum radiance shot out from her eyes. The light gave off an extremely sharp feeling, as if it was formed from a sword. Zhou Min was a light path Gu immortal. She was nurtured by a previous generation of Gu immortals. She had sight immortal Gu. She was currently using her strongest offensive killer move, far-sighted weapon light. So it's this move. Feng Yuan saw Zhou Min's stance and understood in his heart. His charging speed did not decrease, but instead increased. In his mind, the scene from a few days ago appeared. Young Master Hei Cheng, why are you sighing? Chunlu asked. Is the scenery not to your liking? Thank you for your concern, Lady Lu Air. The scenery is beautiful. It is so pleasant that one would not want to leave. But I have the heavy responsibility of inheriting Hei Fan's true inheritance. I am a little worried. Let me recall. It seems that Zheng Tuo and the rest are not easy to talk to. Feng Yuan purposely frowned. Chunlu also frowned slightly. Indeed, Ancestor had also said that those 3 Gu immortals had great ambitions and aspirations. They are different from us. Birds of a feather flock together. Those 3 are likely ambitious people. Even if I have your support, I am still lacking. But to inherit the true inheritance, I am still lacking. Do you think these three immortals will use the excuse of sparring to cause trouble for me, deliberately obstructing our plan? Fang Yuan asked. Qinlu smiled. It's fine. Actually, after understanding more, the three immortals were not particularly scary. For example, Gu Immortal Zhou Min. She had the move Farsight Weapon Light. It was very powerful. As soon as he made his move, his eyes shot out boundless platinum radiance that could cut through anything. But in fact, there was a mystery in this move. The longer the distance, the more powerful it was. If the distance was very close to Zhou Min, the power of this move would be greatly reduced. If I am close to Zhou Min, even mortal killer moves can block Farsighted Weapon Light. A warm and sunny smile appeared on Fang Yuan's face. Oh, there's actually such an interesting move. It's truly an eye-opener for me. Good lure. Tell me, what other interesting things are there? Qinlu glanced at Fang Yuan, only to see that on Fang Yuan's extremely handsome face, a pair of eyes were staring at her. The affection it emitted was so strong that it was like a warm summer breeze, intoxicating. Chun-Li's face was flushed red. She quickly turned around, not daring to look at Fang Yuan. Her face was completely red. She looked far away. She stammered, young master, since you want to hear, I will tell you. Inside Heifan Grotto Heaven, some of these Gu immortal inheritances came from old ancestor Heifan's arrangements. For example, Bloodpath was the result of Heifan's research. Some were the inheritances of sinful Gu immortals. For example, Zhou Min's Light Path inheritance, old immortal Chun Chi's Rule Path inheritance. These orthodox Gu immortal inheritances were very comprehensive. The contents of the inheritances were large numbers of mortal Gu, a few immortal Gu, all sorts of immortal Gu recipes, mortal Gu recipes, cultivation experiences, knowledge of the outside world, and so on. Among these contents, some sensitive contents like jewel yellow skies were deleted by Heifan. However, the contents of the other legacies were basically preserved. Hei tribe's Gu immortals were familiar with each other. For example, the mystery of Farsighted Weapon Light. Outsiders might not know about it, but how could Hei tribe's Gu immortals not know about it? Thus, these records were kept in the various inheritances. In the following days, mortals would ascend Immortal Succession Mountain and inherit them. Gu immortals would appear and die during this process because of various reasons, be it benefits or conflicts. They would spar with each other. The methods of Gu immortals were passed down from generation to generation. Everyone knew about it. It was no longer a secret. Fang Yuan's preparations over these last days were not just the assassination plan. He had also collected a lot of information. Farsighted Weapon Light. Speaking of which, this immortal killer move was quite troublesome. After all, under normal circumstances, when Gu immortals see an unknown attack method, they would retreat and observe it cautiously. Basically, no one would recklessly charge forward without knowing the situation and put themselves in danger. With Fang Yuan's vigilant nature, he would make the same choice, unless the difference between the two sides was too huge. But that was exactly what Zhou Min wanted. By the time Fang Yuan probed this Farsighted Weapon Light, who knew how much time, effort, and immortal essence he would have to spend, he might even get injured. In a battle between Gu immortals, information could give them an advantage. Thus, under normal circumstances in the Gu immortal world, Gu immortals would keep their immortal Gu a secret. Immortal killer moves were rarely used in public. They were practiced in secret. Gu immortals' immortal apertures were rarely entered by outsiders, because the environment of the immortal aperture could show a Gu immortal's Dao marks and many other secrets. The resources in the immortal aperture were often the food of immortal Gu. One could deduce what kind of immortal Gu were controlled by the Gu immortal. Fang Yuan resisted Farsighted Weapon Light as he charged forward with great bravery. Of course, he was not a reckless person. His robe was stained with blood at some point in time. These blood stains were not eye-catching. They were formed from an immortal killer move. Bloodpath Immortal Killer Move, Bloodstained Conqueror's Robe. Before the opening of Jewel Yellow Skies, Fang Yuan could not manage his immortal aperture. He was targeted by Langya's sect. His days were tough. But he did not waste any time. He used this chance to deduce this immortal killer move to make up for his shortcomings. Fang Yuan actually had a lot of shortcomings. But after thinking about it, he felt that his greatest shortcoming was
It was in terms of defense. During the second earthly calamity, he could already see the weakness. If not for Dang Hun Mountain's defense, Feng Yuan was likely to die. Compared to investigative, information path, and other aspects, Feng Yuan was more conservative. He decided to resolve his weakness in defense first. Be it wisdom path or blood path, they were both grandmaster attainment level. With his deep blood path foundation in his previous life, it was not hard for Feng Yuan to create blood-stained conqueror's robe. At this moment, with blood asset immortal goo as the core, blood-stained conqueror's robe made its debut in the intense battle. The effect was superb. Feng Yuan charged against far-sighted weapon light. His body did not move. He was not injured at all. His immortal essence expenditure was also decreasing. Just like Chen Lu said, the closer I am, the weaker far-sighted weapon light. Thus, blood-stained conqueror's robe's immortal essence expenditure is decreasing. Feng Yuan's choice was so decisive and wise. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance between him and Zhou Min. They were less than 100 steps away. Die, 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 die. Zhou Min shouted nonstop. The platinum light shooting out of her eyes became brighter and sharper. She was already controlled by her anger. She had nothing to worry about. Feng Jun, who was calm, had goosebumps all over his body. Feng Yuan's advance. It made him feel an incomparably intense crisis of death. The fear made him subconsciously use his most familiar defensive method. Immortal killer move, luck flow movement. Strong winds blew, and Feng Yuan was immediately pushed far away by a mysterious force. Chun Li's words. Feng Yuan could still hear them. Speaking of which, Gu Immortal Feng Jun is also very powerful. He was the only mortal among the 3 immortals who had roamed Immortal Succession Mountain. After becoming a Gu Immortal, such immortals are often more powerful than people like me who are supported by seniors. They are much more powerful. Furthermore, Feng Jun cultivates. This is the famous luck path. Luck path. A path with very few Gu Immortals. Luck path was created by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, even though it was famous and widely known, but there were not many true luck path Gu Immortals. As the source of luck path, Giant Sun Immortal left behind 3 true inheritances: self-luck, all living being luck, and heaven and earth luck. The self-luck true inheritance was left in Langya Blessed Land. It was the reward for long hair ancestor. Among them, Luck Immortal Gu ended up in Feng Yuan's hands. All living being luck true inheritance was placed in 88-point Jinyang Tower by Giant Sun Immortal. A portion of it was inherited by the winner of the Imperial Court contest. Feng Yuan had once obtained Connect Luck Immortal Gu. It was part of all living being luck true inheritance. Feng Jun's true inheritance also came from 88-point Jinyang Tower. In the past, He Tribe's Gu Masters entered 88-point Jinyang Tower. They were fortunate enough to inherit a portion of the true inheritance. They obtained Chi Luck Immortal Gu. After that, they became Gu Immortals and inherited it for many generations. The final generation of Gu Immortals was punished for losing Attitude Immortal Gu after He Feng Yu went missing. This true inheritance was left in Immortal Succession Mountain. Feng Jun inherited this true inheritance and obtained Chi Luck Immortal Gu. The move that he was most familiar with was Luck move. This move was very special. When the target attacks, it can be used to push the target away. When the enemy retreats, it can be used to pull the enemy back. Once this move is used, it can create a huge gust of wind, but this was only the appearance. The key was that formless force. Feng Yuan could not sense this formless force. He was hit again and pushed far away. At once, the distance was pulled apart again. It was as if everything he did earlier was useless. But Feng Yuan's lips curled up. He thought, Luck move. This is the second time. According to Chun Lu, this move could not be used frequently. In a day, it could only be used about 100 times. Even if it was 100 times, it might seem like a lot, but it was not. Activating Luck was not as simple as it looked on the surface. First was Immortal Essence. Feng Jun was a rank 6 Gu Immortal. He did not have a deep foundation. Activating this killer move would expend Immortal Essence. How long could Feng Jun last? Secondly, Immortal killer moves could not be activated every time. As long as Feng Jun failed once, not only would he be injured by the backlash, he would not be able to resist Feng Yuan's charge. Fang Yuan would get close and kill him. Thus, it looked like Fang Yuan could not do anything to Zhou Min and Feng Jun, but he had the absolute advantage. Feng Jun and Zhou Min were walking on the edge of a cliff. If they were careless, they would lose everything and die. Die! Die! Zhou Min was still shouting. She stared at Fang Yuan with white light shining in her eyes. Chapter 1134. Both sides did not fight for long, but Feng Jun already wanted to retreat. Fang Yuan first assassinated the strongest rank 7 blood path Gu Immortal, Zheng Tuo, and then charged forward twice. Using the most accurate battle tactic, he immediately gained the absolute advantage. Feng Jun was not a fool. Even if he lacked battle experience, he knew he was in danger. It was a wise decision for him to retreat. In a battle between Gu Immortals, it was a battle of wits and strength. Third sister has lost control of her emotions. Hei Cheng is a rank 7 Gu Immortal. The two of us rank 6s are not his match. We should gather with the other Gu Immortals and surround and kill him with Old Immortal Chen Qi as the leader. Feng Jun thought of this and immediately retreated. He activated an Immortal Killer move. An auspicious cloud appeared around him, carrying him and Zhou Min as they escaped towards the left. What are you doing? Second brother. Let me kill him. Let me kill him. Zhou Min screamed as she struggled in Feng Jun's arms. Feng Jun smiled bitterly. He tightened his grip on Zhou Min as he said, "Don't move. I am pulling away to create an opportunity for your farsight weapon light." Zhou Min heard this and her body shook. She exclaimed excitedly, "Good idea." She concentrated as she stared at Fang Yuan. As the distance increased, farsight weapon light became stronger. Fang Yuan's defensive pressure rose rapidly. Fang Yuan looked at the auspicious cloud below the two immortals as he smiled nonchalantly. He did not chase them. He suddenly flew down and landed on the ground, picking up Zheng Tuo's corpse that was split into two and placing it into the sovereign immortal aperture. "Evil thief! Put down my brother's corpse!" Zhou Min screamed. She was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. Fang Yuan's actions were truly despicable. Not only did he kill Zheng Tuo, he did not even spare his corpse. How could he let it go? The Dao marks of this rank 7 blood path Gu Immortal would be a huge boost to Fang Yuan's foundation. Let's see. Together with Zheng Tuo's words, Fang Yuan had already killed 4 Gu Immortals. Annexing immortal apertures was troublesome. The conditions were harsh, but the Dao mark gains were huge. Ordinary Gu Immortals have their own Dao marks restricting each other. Only by killing someone of the same sect could one absorb the Dao marks. Otherwise, the losses would often outweigh the gains. However, my sovereign immortal physique is different. Dao marks do not affect each other. How wonderful! After killing any Gu Immortal, they could absorb their Dao marks and increase their foundation. From the looks of it, this is undoubtedly a good way to increase my strength. At this moment, Fang Yuan had a new understanding. This sovereign immortal body was formed from sovereign immortal fetus Gu. Spectral Soul wanted to use this to revive. If he really succeeded and his main body was reborn, the consequences would be unimaginable. Firstly, Spectral Soul had devoured countless souls in the door of life and death. He had immeasurable cultivation experience. Secondly, the realms of his various sects were basically at the great grandmaster level. Finally, he had the help of the remaining forces of the Shadow sect. Once he had this new starting point, he would probably have to imitate his previous life, killing in all directions. When he killed Gu Immortals, he could annex their immortal apertures. It could also absorb Dao marks. The speed of his growth was simply unimaginable. It would definitely surpass anyone's imagination. Unlike Fang Yuan, who only had Grandmaster attainment level in 4 paths, it was difficult to annex immortal apertures. He could only absorb Dao marks most often. Fang Yuan stuffed Zheng Tuo's corpse into his immortal aperture. This scene caused Zhou Min's eyes to almost split open, and she was enraged. Feng Jun did not speak. He felt grief and indignation in his heart, but he was more relieved. It seems that Hei Cheng does not have a powerful movement method. Maybe he is using the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle as his mode of transportation, but this immemorial desolate beast has not matured yet. It only has rank 6 battle strength. He did not release it because he was worried that the upper extreme heavenly eagle would be killed by farsight weapon light. Feng Jun's heart relaxed a little, but at the next moment, his mouth opened wide. A shocked expression appeared on his face. Feng Yuan had activated sword escape. His body was like a sword as he flew into the sky. His speed was so fast that Feng Jun and Zhou Min were speechless. How can he be so fast? Zhou Min was shocked and furious. So this is his true speed. Feng Jun's heart was about to jump out of his throat. His movement method was simply useless. In a few breaths of time, Feng Yuan got closer again. The cold killing intent almost froze Feng Jun's soul. Immortal killer move, past movement. At the crucial moment, he had to use his life-saving method again. With a huge force, the previous scene happened again. Feng Yuan was pushed back again. Third time, Feng Yuan noted in his heart, he did not feel defeated even though he had failed 3 times. Zhou Min woke up. She was shocked by Feng Yuan's speed earlier. Her forehead was covered in cold sweat. Her anger was replaced by fear. Let's go. This person is too strong. Let's regroup with the others first. Zhou Min called out. Feng Jun heard this and felt relieved. With Zhou Min's help, the two's speed increased again as they escaped rapidly. Feng Yuan chased after them, attacking again and again. But each time, Feng Jun's past movement killer move destroyed him. After chasing for a while, 2 Gu immortals appeared ahead. They were those 2 lone Gu immortals who usually lived alone. One was called Jiang Ji, the other was called Gao Mi. Persevere, we are coming. The 2 immortals were also flying, quickly meeting up with Zhou Min and Feng Jun. Feng Yuan observed their expressions. Seeing that they were not surprised, he knew that Feng Jun and Zhou Min had used some information path method to inform these 2 Gu immortals while escaping. Hey Chung, you are so daring. You dare to harm us in Heifan Grotto Heaven? You will die today. Feng Jun and Zhou Min stopped escaping. They turned around to face Feng Yuan. Young Master Hei Chung, you killed Sister Wan Yun? Did Ancestor also get poisoned by you? A shrill voice suddenly resounded. It was Chun Lu. After activating the bright light warning method, Chun Lu went to find Feng Yuan. But by then, Feng Yuan had already left to receive Zheng Tuo and the other 2 immortals. Chun Lu could not find Feng Yuan. She was at a loss, not knowing what to do. She did not dare to deactivate the immortal killer move. She hid in the palace for a while until she received Feng Jun's report. The letter stated that Feng Yuan disguised as Qin Lu and used a sword path killer move. After killing Gu immortal Zheng Tuo, no matter how stupid Qin Lu was, she understood what was going on. She quickly ran to Chen Qi's residence, but how could she find her ancestor? Even though Feng Jun had been escaping, he had already contacted the other Gu immortals. Qin Lu also decided to respond. Thus, at this moment, she appeared on the battlefield. Oh, it's you. Feng Yuan looked at Qin Lu and smiled cruelly. You finally became smarter. That's right. Be it Qin Qi, Chen Liji, Chen Wanyun, or Zheng Tuo, they all died at my hands. You only have 2 rank 7s here, even they died. All of you. Why don't you surrender? As the saying goes, a wise man submits to circumstances. Chun Li's expression turned pale. Her body shook intensely. Feng Yuan admitted it himself. It was a huge psychological blow to her. Why? Why did you do this? Chen Li screamed as tears flowed down her face. How did we mistreat you? Why did you do this? Don't be affected by him. Chun Lu, let's get into formation. Zhou Min, who had already woken up, reminded loudly. With Feng Yuan as the center. Within a radius of 100 miles, a huge green jade ball of light suddenly appeared. This was a huge battle formation. With Feng Jun, Zhou Min, Qin Lu, and the other immortals as the formation cores, it was an ancient battle formation. Hey City, even if you are a rank 7 Gu immortal, you will die today. That's right. Ever since we finished practicing this battle formation, we have already killed more than 10 desolate beasts and 8 ancient desolate beasts. You cannot escape. I will pull out your tendons and skin you alive, as a sacrifice to the souls of our friends that you killed. Heifan Grotto Heaven's Gu immortals cheered, their morale soared. Feng Yuan had a light smile on his face. His calm expression did not change. He said slowly, the battle formation of the Green City? Hee hee hee. It is just a portion of the ancient battle formation Green City Rampage. Do you think I do not know? The immortals' expressions changed. They had a bad feeling. Chun-Li's expression turned even paler. At once, she felt deep regret and hatred. It was simply unbearable, because she was the one who told Feng Yuan about this Green City battle formation. The generations of Gu immortals in Heifan Grotto Heaven had to practice this formation. This was the Green City battle formation. It was used to kill desolate beasts or immemorial desolate beasts. It was extremely powerful. I have rank 7 cultivation level after all, while you are only rank 6. Thus, I expected you to use this move. After forming the formation, you will not be able to escape, right? Hee hee hee. Once this formation is broken, you will suffer backlash. Even if you do not die, you will be heavily injured, right? Feng Yuan said plainly. His tone was calm. His voice was not loud, but it resounded clearly in the immortals' ears. The morale of the immortals that had just been raised was reduced by these words. Before the battle started, these Gu immortals' hearts were already wavering. Now, I will show you my true strength. Feng Yuan growled. His whole body, with a loud bang, burst out with surging Gu worm aura. Immortal killer move, Myriad Self. In an instant, countless Feng Yuans appeared out of nowhere in the entire battle formation space. They were all strength path phantoms, and Feng Yuan's true body also turned into one of them, concealing itself well. The decisive battle began at this moment. The moment it started, the battle reached its climax. Feng Jun, Zhou Min, and the other Gu immortals used their methods. All sorts of immortal killer moves were used, attacking the Myriad Self army. Feng Yuan's strength path phantoms naturally did not have strong defense, but the more they destroyed, the more strength path phantoms would be created. Before the battle, Feng Yuan had already made ample preparations. Even if he did not use Myriad Self immortal killer move, he had hundreds of thousands of self phantoms stored in his immortal aperture. He did not lack money. Feng Yuan had a lot of green grape immortal essence. Feng Jun and the rest soon found that they were in a dilemma. Without immortal killer moves, the myriad self-phantoms were hard to defend against when they attacked the battle formation. But if they used immortal killer moves, even though they destroyed countless phantoms, because Feng Yuan replenished them in time, the effect was not good. They also expended a lot of immortal essence. This was a battle of immortal essence expenditure. Feng Yuan had the upper hand. Don't forget the advantage of strength path. Immortal essence expenditure was low. Enslavement path's advantage was war of attrition. Myriad Self was the combination of these two paths. It combined the specialties of the two paths. Feng Yuan waited patiently in the Myriad Self army, observing carefully. All sorts of information was collected by him. He memorized them. The battle lasted for several hours. Heifan Grotto Heaven's Gu immortals were showing signs of fatigue. Not just mental fatigue, but also the intense expenditure of immortal essence. They could not hold on for much longer. Seeing a flaw, Feng Yuan's true body suddenly appeared. Ha ha ha, Chunlu, I have to thank you. Without your information, how could I have killed Chun Wan Yun and the rest? Feng Yuan laughed loudly. Chunlu felt like she was struck by lightning. The regret in her heart was indescribable. Taking advantage of this chance, Feng Yuan attacked ruthlessly. Flying Sword Immortal Gu. A ray of light easily pierced Chun-Li's defenses, killing her. Of course, one had to pick on the weak ones. Feng Yuan did not attack, but he killed another immortal. Chunlu died on the spot. Green City's battle formation became unstable. It started to shake. The other Gu immortals quickly exerted their strength, stabilizing it with much difficulty. Next, it is your turn. It is your turn now. Feng Yuan snickered sinisterly but did not attack. He returned to the Myriad Self army. The remaining 4 Gu immortals had pale expressions. They felt a chill in their hearts. They were the ones who surrounded Feng Yuan, but at this moment, these 4 did not feel any joy. The outcome was set. From the start, Feng Yuan used the most appropriate battle tactic. He had a huge advantage. He was already familiar with these Gu immortals' methods, but his methods were unfamiliar to the other party. Originally, the other party had an advantage. For example, Chun-Li's concealment method. Feng Yuan could not do anything about it. Unfortunately, Feng Yuan schemed against him. Chun Lu joined the battle and created Green City's battle formation. He gave up on his greatest advantage. In the end, Heifan Grotto Heaven had been peaceful for too long. Even though these Gu immortals did not lack immortal Gu or resources, they lacked battle experience. Even though they sparred with each other normally. But the experience of life and death battles could not be replaced by sparring. Half a day later, Feng Yuan killed 2 Gu immortals. He broke Green City's battle formation. Feng Jun and Zhoumin escaped in defeat again. The 2 immortals were scared out of their wits by Feng Yuan. They did not dare to fight anymore. They escaped towards Immortal Succession Mountain. Along the way, Feng Yuan killed Zhoumin. Feng Jun dragged his heavily injured body to the peak of Immortal Succession Mountain. "Heavenly Spirit, save me!" he screamed. This situation was quite ironic. Not long ago, he was still planning to suppress the Heavenly Spirit, but now he had to rely on it to ask for help. "It will not save you." In the stone pavilion, Feng Yuan's figure appeared. His tone was still calm. There were no injuries on his body. He was still elegant and suave. It was as if the battle earlier had not happened. Feng Jun saw Feng Yuan and shuddered. He quickly looked at the brass bell, Heavenly Spirit. The brass bell, Heavenly Spirit, was unmoved. Feng Jun had an ashen expression. "Why?" he muttered. "Why?" At the next moment, he shouted, as if he was questioning the Heavenly Spirit. The brass bell, Heavenly Spirit, was still unmoved. "Because you are all descendants of the sinful immortals. Before old ancestor Heifan died, when he left behind his true inheritance, he considered this. Thus, he set up this final test. Only by obtaining the support of more than half of the Gu immortals in Heifan Grotto Heaven can one inherit the true inheritance. He. What if you descendants of the sinful immortals hate He tribe and do not want He tribe to inherit the true inheritance? You try to destroy it." Feng Yuan stretched out his hand, touching the surface of the stone tablet. "Then I will have to kill you first. After I kill all of you, and am the only one left, I will be satisfied with the best test of Heifan's true inheritance." Feng Yuan said calmly. He even had a slight smile on his face. Feng Jun plopped down and sat on the ground. His face was filled with despair. He raised his head and looked at the sky, the jade-green color that he hated in the past. At the final moments of his life, he was not tired of looking at it. But at the next moment, he heard Feng Yuan say, "Now, I will give you a chance. As long as you submit to me and serve me wholeheartedly, I will spare your life." What? Feng Jun's body shook. He showed an expression of disbelief. Feng Yuan repeated himself, saying, "You are a smart person. You are not emotional, unlike Zhoumin or Qianle. I admire this. Hand over the immortal Gu and the contents of the luck path true inheritance, and I will spare your life. I will give you a chance to live." Feng Jun blinked. He was moved. "You are not lying to me?" He raised his head and looked at Feng Yuan. Deep anticipation could be seen in his eyes. "Why would I lie to you? To me, killing you is a trivial matter. But don't think of bargaining with me." Feng Yuan's expression sank. "You only have 3 breaths of time to consider. Either you die, or you hand over everything, surrender, and form an alliance agreement with me." "I surrender." At the first breath of time, Feng Jun said directly, "These are all the Gu worms I have." At the second breath of time, Feng Jun handed over everything. Feng Yuan nodded. He stretched out his hand and kept them. With Feng Jun's cooperation, they were all suppressed. "Please form an alliance agreement." Feng Jun breathed in deeply. He was already mentally prepared for the harsh alliance agreement. Whoosh! A bloody hole appeared on his forehead. His face was filled with shock as he stared at Feng Yuan, before falling to the ground. Chapter 11:35. Feng Yuan stored Feng Jun's corpse. Together with the Gu immortal corpses from before, Feng Yuan had collected a total of 9. There were also Gu immortal souls, 9 of them. Such a harvest is truly rare. If it were outside Gu immortals, even if they died, they would self-detonate. Among the Gu immortals in Heifan Grotto Heaven, only Feng Jun could barely make it. This person is a smart person who knows when to yield, but after I gained the upper hand, the situation became under my control. He could not make a comeback. He begged for mercy because he had no other choice. It is a pity that he ran into me. Fang Yuan stopped sighing internally. The outcome was decided. It was time to reap the rewards. He turned around and walked into the stone pavilion, looking at the brass bell heavenly spirit that was hanging on the beam. Right now, I am the only Gu immortal in Hei Fan Grotto Heaven. I support myself to inherit this Hei Fan true inheritance. The brass bell heavenly spirit was silent for a while before it shook and let out a loud chime. Next, the stone tablet in the stone pavilion started to shine with pure white light. The white light was not glaring, it was very gentle. As the light shone, the stone tablet became more transparent, turning into a wall of light. Inside the wall of light, there were several blurry figures. On the surface of the wall of light, there were several lines of words. Fang Yuan looked at it. These words were, "The blurry figures inside the stone tablet are the contents of the true inheritance. The inheritor only needs to reach in and take it." The final line was Hei Fan's instruction to the descendant of Hei tribe. Inherit the inheritance. I hope that you can expand your clan and not tarnish the name of Hei tribe. Fang Yuan could not help but sigh after reading it. Old ancestor Hei Fan had put in a lot of effort to create this true inheritance. He had considered many aspects. It was a pity that death was like an extinguished lamp. Even such a legendary person could not predict what would happen after his death. The once powerful Hei tribe was already destroyed, and Hei Fan's true inheritance. But now, it was taken away by an outsider like Fang Yuan. The world changed. The world changed. Rise and fall, glory and disgrace, the past and the future changed. Fang Yuan sorted out his emotions. He started to follow the description on the wall of light. He started to move. He slowly extended his left hand towards the wall of light. The white light grew brighter and shone on his left arm, turning Fang Yuan's left arm transparent. From the outside, Fang Yuan could clearly see his own flesh and bones. There was also the bright red blood flowing in his veins. A small resistance came from the front. When Fang Yuan's left hand touched the light wall, it felt like he had touched a thin layer of ice. At the same time, he noticed that when the white light shone on his blood reacted. The rate of blood flow increased slightly, and its color suddenly changed from bright red to crimson, but it quickly returned to normal. Then, the wall of light in front of his left hand suddenly became soft, as if it had turned into liquid on Fang Yuan's left hand. He was able to smoothly reach into the stone tablet, as if he was dipping into water. Fang Yuan felt a chill in his heart and thought, that was close. This wall of light was also a test. It had just tested my blood. Thankfully, I had made ample preparations. I put in blood asset, immortal goo and others into familiar face and modified this killer move, making my blood change into a disguise. Otherwise, all my efforts would have been in vain. This Hei Fan is really hard to deal with. Fang Yuan calmed himself down and started to look at the wall of light in front of him. He could see it clearly from the outside. There were 4 shadows in the wall of light, randomly distributed. The largest shadow was round like a ball, the size of a basin. It occupied the center of the wall of light. At the top right corner, there was a shadow with sharp edges, like a rock. On the left side of the wall of light, there was also a shadow, like tangled threads. There was another at the very bottom. The shadow was the smallest, about the size of a finger. Fang Yuan had worked hard for so long. He finally obtained the famous Hei Fan true inheritance, but it did not seem to contain much information. Because of his position, Fang Yuan's left hand was on the left side of the wall of light. Thus, he directly grabbed the shadow closest to him. He grabbed this shadow that seemed to be tangled threads. The shadow had a rough texture. It gave Fang Yuan the feeling that it was the branches of an old tree. Next, Fang Yuan pulled out his hand and pulled this mysterious shadow out. Once it was out of the wall of light, aura leaked out. Evidently, these were goo worms. These goo worms were tangled together. They looked very similar, like ginseng roots or old tree roots. They were not immortal goo. They were just mortal goo. But even so, Fang Yuan's eyes shined brightly. His breathing became rough. Since ancient times, mortals and immortals were different. Immortal goo were unique. They were unique. Mortal goo could not compare to immortal goo. But there was one exception. That was lifespan goo. That's right. Fang Yuan pulled out lifespan goo. This was within his expectations, but it was also unexpected. Earlier, when old immortal Chen Shi asked Fang Yuan for benefits, he mentioned lifespan goo. Thus, Fang Yuan had a mental estimate. But he did not expect there to be so many lifespan goo here. There seems to be a lot of lifespan goo. Fang Yuan started to refine the lifespan goo. Mortal goo could be refined with primeval essence. Even though these lifespan goo were not his, Fang Yuan had passed the test. He was recognized as the true inheritance inheritor. Under the illumination of the white light, Fang Yuan quickly refined these lifespan goo. He concluded, these lifespan goo add up to 720 years of lifespan. Huge gains. Old immortal Chen Shi had estimated that there would be 300 years of lifespan goo, but now that Fang Yuan saw it, he realized that old immortal Chen Shi had underestimated it. The number of lifespan goo in Heifan Grotto Heaven was more than twice as much. These lifespan goo are very valuable. I can keep them for myself. Who would complain about having a long lifespan? But I have more than 80 years of lifespan left. I have more than enough lifespan. Even if I do not use these lifespan goo, I can trade them. Transactions between goo immortals used immortal yuan stone as the basic currency. Lifespan goo's value far exceeded immortal yuan stone. No goo immortal did not need lifespan goo. In many high-end transactions, immortal yuan stone was no longer useful. Goo immortals only recognized lifespan goo. Lifespan goo was an absolute hard currency. While he was thinking, the lifespan goo had already been completely refined and belonged to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan stored the lifespan goo in his hands into the sovereign immortal aperture, storing them properly. He did not intend to use these lifespan goo for now. Actually, the establishment of Heifan Grotto Heaven was a huge success. It had been a long time. He accumulated so many lifespan goo. Thinking about it, it is not strange at all. My sovereign immortal aperture, when? Can it produce lifespan goo? Fang Yuan was a little fascinated. However, he also knew that he was still far from reaching this goal. Although he was making a lot of money every day and making a lot of profit every month, that was all from his previous accumulation. Managing the immortal aperture. It was still in the basic construction stage. Only when he had enough resources to feed all of his immortal goo for a long period of time would the basic construction be complete. Fang Yuan suddenly thought of Langya Blessed Land. Compared to Langya Blessed Land, Heifan Grotto Heaven's existence is not worth mentioning. Long Hair Ancestor was a legendary character of the medieval antiquity era 300,000 years ago. The lifespan goo in Heifan Grotto Heaven are over 700 years old. How many lifespan goo can Langya Blessed Land have? Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. Langya Blessed Land definitely has a lot of lifespan goo. No wonder the land spirit of Langya could take out some of them. They are used to feed wisdom goo. Fang Yuan suddenly understood Celestial Court. In the 500 years of his previous life, Celestial Court attacked Langya Blessed Land. Even if they had to sacrifice Feng Joga, they did not hesitate. Lifespan goo was probably the main reason. Think about it. The old immortals in the heavenly court were all people with short lifespans. They could only linger on with their last breaths through hibernation. One could imagine how attractive these lifespan goo were to them. Fang Yuan's gaze. He turned towards the wall of light, stopping at the center. The shadow here was the largest. It is at the center. Does this mean that this is the most precious treasure in Heifan's true inheritance? Fang Yuan's heart pounded. He stretched his left hand towards the center of the wall of light. Soon, he touched that shadow. It felt cold, but the surface of the shadow was not smooth. It was uneven, like a sesame seed. Fang Yuan tried to take it. It was very heavy. According to a normal person's strength, he could not lift it. Fang Yuan activated his strength path mortal goo. After increasing his strength, he took it out with one hand. After seeing the shadow's true appearance, Fang Yuan's face showed a slightly surprised expression. This was not a single entity. More accurately speaking, this was the combination of countless individuals. This was an ant ball. The black ant ball was the size of a basin. It was very heavy. Countless black ants were huddled together, They were dense and compact. These ants were not ordinary ants. They were all mortal goo. The first one was a mortal goo. So be it. Because it was a lifespan goo, in the eyes of many goo immortals, it was more valuable than a mortal goo. But this was a mortal goo? Fang Yuan was perplexed. He also found it strange. Because even with his eyesight, he could not recognize what goo worm this was. Regardless of that, Fang Yuan felt that this was the content of He Fan's true inheritance. Even if it was a mortal goo, it would not be too bad. Thus, he started to refine it. Mortal goo could be refined with primeval essence. Fang Yuan was a goo immortal. He had unlimited primeval essence. Layers of black ants were refined by him, turning into his own. Under Fang Yuan's will, the ants scattered. The center of the ant ball was revealed. Fang Yuan's expression changed. His gaze became sharp. Because he sensed the aura of an immortal goo. There was something good hidden in the center of the ant ball. There was an immortal goo. The ordinary ant mortal goo were finally refined by Fang Yuan. They were all scattered on the ground. There was only one goo worm left in Fang Yuan's left hand. Immortal goo. This goo was several times larger than the other black ant mortal goo. It was also in the shape of an ant, but its antennae were short, its chest was small, and its abdomen was huge, giving off a chubby feeling. Is this the ant queen of the ant group? Fang Yuan guessed. This immortal goo had a strong aura. It was a rank 7 immortal goo. It was just that Fang Yuan did not know what it was. He could not recognize it either. Chapter 1136. When refining immortal goo, primeval essence was not enough. Immortal essence was needed. At this time, Fang Yuan raised his head and looked at the brass bell Heavenly Spirit. He thought about it and directly used his green grape immortal essence to refine this goo on the spot. The brass bell Heavenly Spirit had no reaction. Fang Yuan could not tell what it was thinking from the surface. After all, it was a bell. It was not a human. It was a beast. The refinement process was very smooth. This rank 7 immortal goo that looked like an ant queen did not resist. It cooperated instead. But it was still rank 7. Fang Yuan expended a lot of green grape immortal essence. Right now, my green grape immortal essence reserves are low again. Fang Yuan reminded himself. This time, he had used up a lot of green grape immortal essence to inherit He Fan's true inheritance. It was mainly due to the expenditure in battle. Even though he had the immortal killer move Myriad Self, the other immortal goo like Sword Escape and Flying Sword were all rank 7. Sword Path immortal killer moves also used rank 7 immortal goo as the cores. Even though the battle was not intense, his green grape immortal essence expenditure was not small. It seems that I need to quickly increase my immortal essence reserves when I return. Otherwise, I will have no confidence. After a while, Fang Yuan successfully refined this rank 7 immortal goo, keeping it in his immortal aperture. There were only 2 shadows left in the light wall. The shadow at the bottom was too small, so Fang Yuan left it at the end. He stretched his hand into the light wall, taking out the shadow at the top right corner. This shadow was like a rock, but when Fang Yuan touched it for the first time, he was stimulated. This shadow was very cold. Fang Yuan took it out. It was indeed a block of ice. On the upper half of the ice layer, a goo worm was sealed. Naturally, Fang Yuan's attention was attracted to it. Even though it was sealed in ice, there was no aura. But Fang Yuan's eyes brightened. He recognized this immortal goo, Year goo. It looked like a ladybug. It was thumb-sized and was black in color. But there were golden markings on its back. The golden markings were very dazzling, shining with light. The markings depicted a wild beast opening its mouth and roaring. Its sharp teeth left a deep impression. As for what wild beast it was, but it wasn't clear. Year goo. Fang Yuan sighed. This was a very famous time path immortal goo. Fang Yuan had a deep impression of him, because it was unique. By expending immortal materials, goo immortals could continuously parallel refine a year goo. Tempering and reverse tempering were the mainstream of the refinement path. Parallel tempering was relatively rare. A goo worm that could be refined horizontally. It was also relatively rare. Year goo was one of them. Mortal year goo were all below 10 years. There were 1-year goo, 2-year goo, 5-year goo, and so on.
When year goo reached rank 6, it would become an immortal goo, unique in the world. Rank 6 year goo had at least 10 years. 10-year immortal level year goo could be refined with other immortal materials. The refined year goo could become 20-year goo, 38-year goo, and so on. The highest was a 99-year goo. 100-year goo was rank 7. To refine a 10-year goo into a 100-year goo, it was not parallel refinement, but an upgrade refinement. The difficulty and failure rate of leveling up was tens of times, maybe even hundreds of times more than leveling up. 1,000-year goo was rank 8. According to this theory, 10,000-year goo was rank 9. However, there had never been a 10,000-year goo in history, but rank 8,000-year goo had existed before. The usage of year goo. It was very special. It would reduce the number of years according to the goo immortal's usage and quantity. For example, 50-year goo, after being used once, it would become 20-year goo. The usage of year goo needed to be controlled. It could not be overdone. For example, after 1,000-year goo was used, it would become 900-year goo. That would be a rank 7 immortal goo that fell to rank 6. It would be very troublesome to raise it again. It was also very risky. Strictly speaking, year goo was a consumable immortal goo. But it was not a one-time consumable goo like sovereign immortal fetus goo. It could be expended, but it could also be replenished. This was very special among goo worms. So Hayfan has immortal goo year. Year goo has a benefit. It does not need to worry about food. Because its food is the same as spring-autumn cicada. It is the water of the river of time. But how do I refine it? Feng Yuan was troubled. The year goo in front of him was sealed by an almost transparent piece of ice. Feng Yuan looked at this piece of ice. He found that it was very special. Its effect was like a fossil or amber. It sealed the immortal goo in ice, causing it to fall into a deep slumber. Why did Hayfan seal year goo? Wait, this is... While observing, Feng Yuan had a new discovery. He found that at the bottom of the ice, there seemed to be a stream of water sealed. This is water? Feng Yuan shook it. He could see the stream of water clearly. He could even hear slight movements. Water was sealed in ice. It was quite strange. Feng Yuan's attention was attracted by the year goo above the stream of water. In comparison, the stream of water was not eye-catching. But now, when Feng Yuan observed again, he found this ice was huge. Year goo was only at the top, while the stream of water was at the bottom. It gave a feeling that this ice was not sealing year goo, but the stream of water. It is so serious. Is this stream of water a rank 9 immortal material that surpasses rank 8? Feng Yuan had a guess. Rank 9 immortal materials could be used to refine rank 9 immortal goo. It was rare in the world. It was very valuable. It was reasonable for a rank 9 immortal material to be sealed like this. Feng Yuan could not find a way to remove the ice. He placed it aside and held it with his right hand. His left hand went into the wall of light again. This time, he reached into the last shadow. He took it out. It was a rank 5 information path mortal goo. The contents inside were Hayfan's true inheritance. It was extremely valuable. First, there was an introduction to the other goo worms. Feng Yuan looked at it and saw the description of the ant ball. So the rank 7 immortal goo at the center of the ant ball is the time path immortal goo after. Rank 7, after immortal goo. The following content explained the feeding of after immortal goo. After immortal goo's feeding was also special. This immortal goo ate everything. The way it ate was also very special. It produced black ant mortal goo and sent them out to eat all kinds of immortal materials before gathering these nutrients on itself. Any immortal material can be used to feed after immortal goo. So the main point is not the immortal material, but the preservation of these black ant mortal goo. These black ant mortal goo were tough and could eat immortal materials. They could digest and preserve the nutrients. But they were only mortal goo after all. Once they were destroyed, the immortal goo after immortal goo would starve. Immortal goo after immortal goo could produce black ant mortal goo, but it could only produce one per month. If there were too few black ant mortal goo, after immortal goo after immortal goo after immortal goo would starve to death. That would be terrible. After all, this after immortal goo could not eat itself. Feng Yuan felt like his horizons had been broadened. He continued reading. He saw the description of the ice block. The ice block was a brand new rank 8 immortal material.
created by immortal being Ran. The latter was invited by He Fan and sealed 2 of He Fan's immortal goo. One immortal goo was Year Goo. It was only rank 6. Fong Yuan recognized it. The other immortal goo was that stream of water. This was the most important part of He Fan's true inheritance. It was called Years Flow Like Water. It was rank 8. Rank 8 Time Path Immortal Goo Years Flow Like Water. Rank 8 Goo Immortals were rare. Rank 8 Immortal Goo were even rarer. They had huge value. Many rank 8 Goo Immortals. They did not have a single rank 8 Immortal Goo. They could not find one even after much searching. He Fan was a legend in history. He was the person who led He tribe to become an overlord. He only had one rank 8 Immortal Goo Years Flow Like Water. Fong Yuan's situation was very special. Currently, he was only a rank 6 Goo Immortal. But he already had 3 rank 8 Immortal Goo. One was Attitude Goo, one was Wisdom Sword Goo, and the third was Years Flow Like Water. Ordinary Goo Immortals disliked having too few Immortal Goo. Fong Yuan's problem was that he had too many Immortal Goo. He did not have much development. Some Immortal Goo, like Wisdom Sword, he could not understand them. This rank 8 Immortal Goo Years Flow Like Water's effect was to produce Year Goo. The more immortal essence the Goo Immortal expends, the more Year Goo they produce. The more Year Goo they produce, they could even produce Immortal level Year Goo. Of course, Immortal Goo were unique. Right now, this rank 6 Year Goo was still around, unless Fong Yuan used it and completely exhausted it. Only then could Years Flow Like Water produce an Immortal level Year Goo. If the Immortal Goo Year Goo existed, the Year Goo that Fong Yuan consumed would only be a large number of Mortal level Year Goo. Fong Yuan continued to read. Years Flow Like Water Immortal Goo had 2 benefits. First, it did not have a high requirement to use it. Even rank 6 Goo Immortals could use it. It was just that when Green Grape Immortal Essence was expended, the Year Goo obtained would not be as much as rank 7 or 8 Immortal Essence. Second, Years Flow Like Water Immortal Goo was easy to feed. Its food was the water of the River of Time. It was the same as Year Goo and Spring Autumn Cicada. This solved one of Fong Yuan's problems. The feeding of rank 8 Immortal Goo was a huge burden. However, Years Flow Like Water Immortal Goo had a flaw. The information path Goo Worm's description was very clear. Once Years Flow Like Water Immortal Goo was unsealed, it would reveal its aura and attract Year Beasts to attack. Year Beasts were rare beasts in the 5 regions and 9 heavens, but there were many of them in the River of Time. They were very common. According to their battle strength, they were divided into Desolate Beasts, Ancient Desolate Beasts, and Immemorial Desolate Beasts. The food of Year Beasts was Year Goo. The River of Time was a paradise for Time Path Goo Worms. There were a vast number of wild Time Path Goo Worms inside. Year Beasts were inside. They captured Year Goo and ate them. The higher the rank of the Year Goo, the more Year Beasts would be attracted to them. In fact, Immortal level Year Goo could also attract Year Beasts. Even if they were placed in the Immortal Aperture, it would not be useful, because ordinary Immortal Apertures had tributaries of the River of Time. When Year Beasts smell the Year Goo, they would enter the tributary from the river and appear in the Goo Immortal's Immortal Aperture. Immortal level Year Goo were already very attractive to Year Beasts. Years Flow Like Water, which could produce Year Goo limitlessly, was hundreds or even thousands of times more attractive to Year Beasts than Immortal level Year Goo. Precisely because of this, when He Fan set up the true inheritance, he sealed Year Goo and Years Flow Like Water Immortal Goo, not exposing any aura. At this point, Fong Yuan understood all the Goo Worms. The main point was the following content. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.